I need to fix my camera a bit. Don't have a forehead stream, but we'll take it. Hell yeah, let's go. Will this let me tweet it out? That's the real question. Cancel. No. There we go. Share. Twitter. Sorry about the sound. Got some fun stuff happening today. I honestly have not looked at the market very much since the drop, to be honest. Is this it? Is this the right one? That's not right. Croc? Batman? Is this it? Let's go. Come on, please tell me this is it. No, it's not. Do Veve. Veve fam, Veve everything, Veve collectibles. Veve fam. Hashtag Veve community. I could have sworn that was one. Yeah, community. Let's go. Tweet. Michael James, good day, sir. Good day. Usually I have like the lights blocked out and I have like a cool, like kind of glowing aura thing in the background typically, but not today. Coffee shots. What's up, dude? Dude, I'm stoked to stream today. Yeah, today's gonna be a good day. Already made some small moves in the market. I'm beating myself up for like not trusting my gut instinct, and that's one thing I'm kind of learning about myself is like I need to trust my gut instinct because sorry, I'm kind of fixing some things here on the stream or like on Twitter. As I knew Batman. I knew this statue was gonna hit like 2.5K. And I saw it for 1K and I'm like, should I buy it? Like, I really think it's gonna pump. And like, worst case scenario, it's like, okay, I have to wait like a week to sell it or something like that. Like, worst case scenario. And I didn't. And I think everyone that was there when the market was on, like, saw it was chilling around like 1,000, like 800, 900, 1,000. It was chilling there for like a solid 5 minutes until finally it started like moving up and up and up. And kept on like FOMO, like kept on just like, like you know, hindsight's 20/20, but like it could have been very easy, honestly, just to make a quick like 600 gems. Like you buy it for around 1,000, you sell it like 1.8, and then boom, like did the same. Like, you know what threw me off was the fact that there was all the additions were delivered, so all 8,800 whatever were delivered, and like the first like 20 minutes of the market, there was like only 160 on the market. I'm like, this is so weird. Like there's almost 9,000 delivered. And only 150 on the market. Like something strange is happening. Plus I noticed like initially the market was like weird. Like I was refreshing it a lot and it would show like 1,000, 1.2, you know, whatever. And then all of a sudden, like the next time I'd refresh it, it would have like 6 listings below 1,000. I'm like, all right, this is really weird. And like, I guess you could have taken advantage of that by buying one of them at 1,000 or below 1,000. Cause like if the market's messing up like that, there's probably people thinking like, oh my God, it's stuck at 1,000 and like refreshing it, like, oh, let me panic buy. A lot of people panic bought this one. Like I was hanging out in the chat, in the market chat in Discord for Veve, and there was some people that did like basically FOMO, like panic bought at like 1.8, 1.9. So it is what it is. But how's the music, by the way? It's not like too loud or like too overpowering, right? It sounds a bit louder on my end, but I just want to make sure like everything sounds chill for the most part. Did the same, left at 1K, saw two below $2. Yeah, I posted that on Twitter. I posted on Twitter, there was like someone posted for 1.2 gems, another one posted for 2 point something gems. And then later on, someone posted for like 300 gems, something like that. So I did make a Twitter post and I did show those 3 snapshots. I'm like, please double check. Like, part of me feels like some people are trolling. I don't know why you would troll with real life money and like NFTs and stuff, but both of those were people's, you know, potentially bots. I'm not trying to claim anyone's a bot or anything like that, but a lot of times it's like a weird first and last name followed by 2 digits. It's always like John Smith 69, or it's always like Bartholomew Frank 15. It's always like, who does that? Who always puts their first and last name in 2 digits? Exactly, every single time. There's so many accounts like that, and of course they're like all private, or they only own one NFT and they're trying to sell it currently. So it's just a bit weird, a bit sketchy, if you ask me. But left at 1K, saw 2. Yeah, exactly. Whales moved the price, in my opinion. I don't think, not necessarily whales. I think a lot of people have been consolidating. People have been selling NFTs for the last like 2 days, right? We saw prices go down. People are just trying to liquidate. Play the secondary market, and then once they saw it settled around like 2,000 for a bit, and it wasn't like rushing high, people started really going shopping on the market. Like all the stuff I recommended people to buy yesterday, so rare Spidey, ultra rare Captain America, ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, Steamboat Willie. Like, dude, Steamboat Willie was at 850. I kind of beat myself up for not buying more. Yeah, like those are already at like what? Let's go and pull them up. So Steamboat Willie, that was like, if any of you guys were here last stream, I told people, I'm like, dude, get Steamboat Willie. It's at 850. It's already at 1,000, so it's already up $150, and it had a peak of what, 1.2K. Like it's gonna get to that point again. Yeah, 1.3K. Like it's gonna get there again. It's just time. I think a lot of the prices currently just hinge on the fact if the Minnie Mouse drop, whatever that is, it could be a poster, it could be a card, it could be a new collection, whatever it is. If it's just Minnie, or if it's like different sets of Minis, like that's kind of cool. But some people have been speculating that it could be multiple FAs. Like they could do like Pluto, they could do Goofy, they could do Donald Duck. Like if they do all of those like in one drop, like either in a blind box or whatever it is, I have no idea what they're gonna do. But if it is multiple FAs, I could definitely see the market dipping again. If it's just Minnie, like she is a big name, like don't get me wrong, that's a big FA. But if there's multiple FAs of like the main like Mickey or say like Disney lineup of like their very popular cartoon characters, I do see the market dipping. Let me catch up with chat. Clockwise 104. Didn't get the drop. I didn't get the drop either. I tried and didn't work out. I saw Johnny Dunn got a drop. I tagged him on Twitter. I was like, I didn't get a drop, but Johnny Dunn did. How did everyone's go? So didn't get the drop as soon as the market opened. Picked up a comic. See, exactly. That's exactly what a lot of people did. If they didn't get the drop, they either immediately just basically shopped on the market. They're like, and that's actually the right way to do it. Like Clockwise did. Like, all right, if I don't get the drop, I don't have enough gems to play in the secondary market. I don't have 1,000 gems maybe. Like, all right, right when this thing is done, I'm gonna buy this comic or this NFT or whatever it is, and like and basically just grab something, and flipped it 5 minutes later for 25 gems more, better than nothing. Exactly, dude. That's how you play the market. Maybe hold, you could hold it for a bit longer. Like, it's hard to tell, but like if you watch the market as much as I do, you can kind of like, okay, and I'm gonna flip it for 100 gems. What can I get for 100 gems? I buy that, and I wait a day or two. I can flip that, and then like you're just always moving. In my honest opinion, if you have less than 100 gems or 150 gems, you should just save it for drops. But I think Whale scooped him up, possibly. It's insane the price. It's not insane. I thought it was gonna settle around like 2,000. I thought it was gonna peak at like 3. Settle around 2.5 and like then kind of finalize at like 2. But I mean, dude, Batman's a big IP. It's a big name. Like it's a cool statue. I don't think there's a lot of value in it being like, oh, it's the first like Batman in color. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it is a cool statue. It's the first time like Batman's been with another character and like fighting and like all that stuff. People were kind of memeing that technically the first battle statue was Homer and Bart because Homer's choking Bart, which is true, I guess. Like, it's not technically a battle statue, but it's the first statue or first NFT of like 2 people fighting or whatever, which is kind of funny. That is very true, though. Adam Sullivan says, it's insane the price. Yeah, I already said that. Maitre Oz, sorry if I completely butchered that. Hey, man, how much do you think R2-D2 will go on long-term run? It's hard to say, to be honest. Like, again, like, I don't know what long-term means. Like, does it mean 6 months from now? We're talking a year, 2 years, 10 years? I think it'll do extremely well. It's funny because I think a lot of people, including myself, ranked the golden moments in different tiers. Like, I would say 2 weeks ago, I would have ranked the golden moments as like Walt, Sorcerer hat, Mickey hat, Elsa, Iron Man, personally. And I'd probably put like Iron Man, R2-D2, C-3PO, like all roughly like in the same thing. Like maybe R2-D2 and C-3PO like edges out Iron Man a bit because like Star Wars franchise is freaking huge. And then all the other ones like the logo, the truck, all that stuff is kind of like lower tier, including Homer and Bart. Like Homer and Bart is so close to like getting in that tier of like Iron Man and stuff in my opinion, but it's still just in that like lower echelon in my opinion. But yeah, what happened recently with like R2-D2, like now it's the #2 golden moment. So it really changed my mind. Yeah, I think it's a solid hold. Like I'm not sure the price prediction, like what you're going for. Like if you give me a timeline, like that'd be awesome. It's hard to tell. Literally anything can happen. Next week, Disney could say, by the way, if you own the golden moment set, they're gonna add some crazy utility to it. And then all of a sudden now the price just runs up to like, well, it goes up to 45K, R2-D2 goes to 10, C-3PO is at like 6.5, and like everything just goes up 50% because of this extra utility. Like, who knows? There's so many other things that happen. If they add more like Star Wars, like if Star Wars IP gets announced like 2 months from now, all the original FAs of Star Wars are gonna go up to like, a lot of stuff can happen between now and like, let's say end of this year. Ant Live, today was nuts. Saw eight go for under 5 gems, yeah. I took a screenshot of 2 of them, at least the first 2 that I saw, and I put them up on Twitter. And again, it's those weird names where it's like first and last name and then like 2 digits afterward. And there's a ton of those accounts, and a lot of them are private, or if they're not private, they have like 1 NFT, and it's just, you know, it's just weird. But yeah. Michael James, you have a second chance to check the buy now price. Let's see what the market says, and then like we'll even pull it up here on my phone. What the hell's it called? Is it just Batman? Is it like Battle Croc? Sounds Batman versus Killer Croc. Okay, so it's at 1600, but like let me look at the floor really quick. Okay, let me do this. Let me do a couple things really quick. There we go. I could pull this up for you guys. There we go. Let's go ahead and pull this up. I don't own one, clearly, as you guys can tell. 1.6, like, I mean, it's not bad. Is there any, like, auctions going on right now? Yeah, none. No auctions that are, like, worth looking into, at least as of right now. Oh, it only says, like, high-low. I guess it's already organized by low price, I guess? Yeah, it's already organized by lowest price. Wow, this one has 88 bids. Someone really wanted this. I mean, you have 21 more hours until it's done, so yeah, I mean, not much to check out there. We'll catch up with chat. Buy now price. Also, bots are 100% controlling the market right now for Bat Croc. It just sounds so like inappropriate, like Bat Croc. Get out of here. Again, I've said this before. I do think bots are a bigger issue in the secondary market than the drop itself. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, the drop, you know, was an issue. They can get it on drop and all that stuff. But like, even then, it's like 1 per bot. Then you get in the secondary market, bots can now scoop up multiples. You know, even though it is at a higher price, like they're still gating everyone else in the community from getting one. So it's like all those like really ridiculously low price ones, or once it kind of like a soft wall forms, like within the first like 5-10 minutes of like the market, like anything that goes below that, like just gets instantly bought. So that's kind of my take on it. I really hope that when they but once they implement the queue system, they can focus more on like busting bots in the secondary market. Not exactly sure how they could even do that, because maybe someone just has fast internet. They clicked it quickly, they click buy. Like, I don't know how you would even track whether someone's a bot or not in the secondary market. Yeah, it's hard to say. Ilmatics, yo, my god, Veve vibes, coming in clutch with the daily streams. I'm contemplating doing it daily, or at the very least, like 3 to 4 a week, maybe 5. It depends on my schedule and stuff that I got going on. I like to try and be social when I can and hang out with friends and stuff, even though I'm keeping always like the corner of my eye on like Twitter and stuff whenever like something undervalued comes or there's like an announcement, because like the market is just so quick and so volatile. Like you could be out with your friends having drinks, like R2D2's at 2.5K, and then you come back and you're like, why is it at 4.5? And like next morning it's at 6 point something or 8, and you're like, what is happening? Like things just happen so quickly, and you always have to have like your ear to the ground, always having your finger on the pulse. Not sure how many more analogies I can make up to reference that, but yeah. Clockwise asks, is the Minnie Mouse a poster? No one really knows. So someone asked in the Twitter, like, hey, is this a poster? And all Veve Collect says of sorts, I believe, or like something like that. They said something very like, you know, yes and no and like ambiguous, but like no one really knows what's going to happen. Someone brought up an interesting point yesterday where they said it could be, what's it called? It could be like a set where they might have like multiple different minis, but like different variations of colors, and she's wearing different outfits. So like, I would love a blind box, like probably because I just do really well in blind box collectibles. I never win comics, legitimately never win comics. And the single drops, I do okay on, like I probably win 20, maybe 30% of the time, but I feel like blind box, like collectibles, I win like 70% of the time. So I do like those. But they could have, if they do posters or let's say cards of Minnie Mouse, and they have different ones where like one she's wearing polka dot, the other one she's wearing solid colors and like a different outfit, different colors, and there's different rarities. That could be one. So no way to tell really. But just waiting for the Medium article basically to come out. Ole Hadar, 1MTL, hashtag soon. Always hashtag soon. Bots, okay, sorry, let me see. Like you check Iron Man, yeah, that was another one I said yesterday. I said buy Iron Man because, like, why not? It was at 2K. I think it was sub 2K. It was at like 1900 for a solid like 6-7 hours at some point yesterday. Yeah, you can see down here where it says previously sold. Like it's not entirely accurate, but I do remember seeing some like just below 2000, so we'll just call it 2000. It's like Iron Man was 3,200 4 days ago. Like, why are people not scooping these up? At least if you want to hold this for the long term, like even like short-ish term, like within a month, like this will probably go back up to 3K. Like who knows? Again, none of this is financial advice. It's just entertainment and educational purposes only. But these are all the ones I suggested people get. Like Iron Man, 3.2, 3.3K, 3.2K 4 days ago, and it's gone for 2K. Like complete steal. I bought this today. I did buy 2 NFTs after the Killer Croc thing. After I was just like hesitating like no other to actually buy the Killer Croc statue for 1,000. I ended up picking up a rare Spider-Man. That's one I did tell people to pick up yesterday. I bought it for 1.6K, like, I don't know, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. And it's already up to almost 1.8. I could have gotten a better price if I bought it yesterday, but I was going for the secondary market on Killer Croc. Not necessarily sure like what I was even waiting for. I was like, guess I was waiting for the floor to move and then I would start buying, but at that point you've already lost because there's 15,000 other people thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's like Rare Spider-Man went up to, let's just call it 2.4 the other day, and he was at 1,400. Like, he is legitimately 50% off. Like, he was legitimately 50% off. What was the other one I told people to get? Captain America, someone brought that one to my attention. I thought that was a pretty good steal too. I do think there was better pickups for like the same price range. Like I think you're probably better off getting like a Steamboat Willie, like common or uncommon, because yesterday both of those were like under 1,000 and the commons were like 850. But the ultra rares, let's see here. So pull up. I also forgot to like open the bracket so you guys can see like the logo or the thing I'm even like looking at. All right, let's open this up. That guy, Captain America. I did buy him. It was kind of a coin toss, like literally earlier today, whether I was going to buy him or an FA Joker. I just felt like the FA Joker had hit a higher ceiling, plus the 2.5% tax was like really nice. Also, I think the Captain America hype kind of died out. Like there was a big hype around him like a week and a half ago, and like Secret Rares flew up, and like the FAs and you know all that whole series like really took off. I still think it's a good pickup, but it's I just ended up buying a Joker instead, the first appearance Joker. Like this was a severe discount. 1,000 gems yesterday, and the guy brought it to my attention. I forgot his name. If you're in chat, you can say what's up. Like, it's literally 50% off. Like, it peaked at, and that's the other thing too. It's actually peaked 3 times. Went up to 1.8, and then 2,000, then again at 1.7. So it's like, it's showing history that like people want to buy this. Like, people want to. There's a lot of people that have bought above 1,400 that are gonna hold at least medium to like longish term. Like, these people that are up here are invested to have it go beyond that, right? Of course, there's a lot of people back here too. Hope you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Of course, there's a lot of like people back here too, but that are like basically saying like, hey, if it goes anywhere above 1,000, like I'll just take profits. Like, there are some people like that, but how's the stream, by the way? I've noticed like I'm lagging a bit. I might have to like mess with the stream settings a bit. So if I'm lagging or if like anything is lagging, like please let me know. But yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a rant. Also, we probably should refresh this too, because it is getting a bit laggy as well. Let me catch up in chat. Clockwise says bots in the secondary. What, really? Don't buy from bots. I don't. It's hard to tell if someone is a bot, and honestly, if you do see a discount, like just buy it. Like, who cares if the person is like a bot or whatever? Like, it's hard to tell too. Like, Kuya, Jez, yeah, autoclicker script bots in the marketplace, definitely. Clockwise 104, crazy stuff. Illmatics, bro, you're not lying. When I'm at the bar with my friends, I'd be checking the market, dude. Same. I can't wait till Omi the Clown gets like the ecomi wiki like working on the phone pretty well. It does all right. Like, it's very good at checking this part, like the left column of like just how much stuff has kind of moved in the last 24 hours. But if you really want to see some charts, I don't think you can do that right now. But arguably, if I had to choose between the two, being able to have like a quick glance at some of the NFTs like on the left side is very helpful. Even if it's not like fully fleshed out on the phone. I'm just gonna call you Jazz. Kuya? I don't know. MCP is what will game out the bots. The more collections you have, the more points you get for raffles. So bot accounts will generally have no points. That is true. The thing that will not replace bots, but it's like, obviously there'll be a bigger emphasis on people having multiple accounts or multiple phones. Like, that's going to be the way against it. Like, of course, it's probably going to reduce the amount of bots that potentially win, but then again, it's all random, and our chances of winning when the new raffle system comes out across the board is going to be very low. Like, my chances of winning a comic are going up because I've like literally won 2 comics since I started Veve like 3.5 months ago. But when it comes to collectibles, like blind box collectibles or things that are like, that would be a blind box set, like my chances of winning would go down because I usually win like 70% of the time. So it's a give and take. I do think when Q system is announced, I do think there will be a significant pump in the market because it's going to be harder. Like, some people have gotten so good at these drops, they use it as a source of income. Like, all right, there's gonna be 2 comics this week. I'll probably win one. I could flip one for this much, and like, there's also 2 drops. I'll probably win one. Like, people have gotten so good, they're like, I'll probably win 50% of the time and make some money. I'll probably make 300-400 gems this week. Like, people use that as like a consistent source of income. But you take that away, now they have to be a little bit more conservative with their investments, or at least how many gems they have. So we could see a mass sell-off of most things that aren't like A or like S tier, like blue chips, you know, go down in price, but like all the S tiers and like blue chips, like the high end stuff, like go up in price. Like, just the space between blue chips and like the non-blue chip NFTs are just going to get wider and wider, in my personal opinion. And live, what about KYC? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, like know your customer. Each account to provide a picture, ID, something like that. That should keep most bots accounts out. True. I mean, there are ways around it. Someone did mention there's called like a zombie account or something weird like that, where you can like buy the identity or like use someone else's identity from somewhere else and like use it as like that thing. They can show you like their personal information or like the picture of their face, like any information you basically need for KYC. Like, they'll give it to you, you pay them money, like a flat fee or something. I don't know. I'm trying to remember which YouTuber I heard that from, but that is like a thing you can do, which is just buy someone else's information, pretend to be them, and then like that's it. Let's take a look at the top gainers, because there's been a lot of movement on the market recently. I have not taken a close look at the market since things have changed. Like, yeah, up up 51%. Ajax Pop Life art print is up 75%. There's a couple content creators that have been kind of like pumping the price of some of the independent artist stuff, because Immutable X is like right around the corner. The independent artists are more than likely going to be the first ones on the platform. So who knows? Like maybe a Pop Life art print like this. It's kind of a cool. It's definitely like a cool piece of art, and it definitely seems like something that would do well, like on OpenSea or like Immutable X. It looks like it's kind of like a cool, trendy art piece. So like something like this could go for like 1 ETH on market. Like you pay 2,000, you get an ETH, which is, I know ETH has recently crashed, but like last time I checked, it was like $4 grand or something like that. It's probably much cheaper now, but again, like let's just say you can just ask for the equivalent of like $4 grand in ETH, and get it that way. Because again, either they just don't know, they think it's a cool piece of art, or if they just don't want to deal with like loading a bunch of gems on the Veve platform, whatever it is. But like I do think off platform like Immutable X, like independent artists could do well, including things like Adventure Time, Ghostbusters, like Back to the Future. If like those IPs allow you to sell that stuff off platform, you'll probably get more money off platform, because like for some reason the Veve community doesn't value things that like aren't Disney, Marvel, and Disney, Marvel, and like DC as much. But there's a lot of people off platform that might, so I'm not entirely sure. Let's see, coffee shots. Blind box is my favorite too. Highest chance for a drop. Yes, exactly. Like everyone. What do you think about the common Steamboat Willie, 06 Batman, or dude? I love Steamboat Willie. I think if you didn't pick him up yesterday at like 80, I keep putting Willie. It's kind of a shame. Like, I mean, below 1,000 is still a great price point for making. It's because I have it on collectible gains. In my opinion, I think like under 1,000 is still solid, because like he's had history of going up to 1,300 at one point. But are you asking between that and the 06 Batman? I forgot which one that is. Let me take a sec to like look that up. Cool, that's done. Maybe if I just like minimize this, will that help? Hopefully. Does that save my stream? Okay, I think that helped a bit. Not entirely sure. Yeah, Steamboat Willie, like look, yesterday he was at 850. He went up $150 already, and he had a peak of 1,300 2 days ago. Not 2 days ago, but you know, 4 days ago. Oh wait, Batman. Don't know what that is. Am I missing something here? I guess I'll put the little hashtag in front. Is that right? Let me see the question. Oh, 6. Okay, 06, my bad. 06 Batman. Give it to me. Batman, Steamboat Willie. Yeah. I forgot which one this was. Like that's a decent pickup. Like honestly, you can't go wrong with like any of the black and white like Batmans. Obviously, some might pump or do better than others. I would say Steamboat Willie. Like, the guy's taken a while to get to this point of like around 1,000. I don't know, unless there's something like I'm missing. Like, yeah, that has low mints, like cool, but Steamboat Willie, like anytime the ultra rare is going to pump up, the other two will kind of loosely follow behind price wise. So I like NFTs that are kind of tied either in a set, or if they're tied to like other big name like NFTs that can like pull the price up as well, right? So yeah, in my personal opinion, I would say I think Steamboat Willie can get you further, even though it's a common and has like absurd amount of mints, you know, comparatively. I would say Steamboat personally, even though it does have that 8.5% fee over like the 2.5%. That's just my call on it. Let's see here. Let me catch up with chat. Monica, what do you think about all the Disney golden moments for long term? They're all great. I think some of them are a little bit better than others. I'm a little bit more bullish. Okay, let's say take Walt out of the equation. Like Walt is just in the league of its own, but like if you had to pick all the other ones, I'm very bullish on Elsa. Like I do think Elsa is like very undervalued. I think she should be closer to like 4.5K in my opinion, maybe like 5K. After this pump, like after everything like levels off, I could see her around there. I think the Star Wars NFTs really caught a lot of people off guard. They just kind of came out of nowhere, like C-3PO and R2-D2, so those are good too. So excluding Walt, I think the tier list, in my opinion, does go like R2D2, C3PO, they're kind of the same thing. I might even put Elsa like slightly above C3PO, but because they're both Star Wars, I put them together. Iron Man, I think, is a very close third, I guess, behind Elsa. And then the rest are, you know, it is what it is. Like the Please Planet truck, Wally, Avengers logo, all that stuff. Like they're okay, but I'm pretty bullish on Elsa and mostly like the Star Wars stuff because we still haven't had the Star Wars like I think we still haven't had like a majority of the Star Wars like fandom like on the app yet. And then even if we do announce like a Star Wars NFT set in the future, those two will pump very, very well. Same thing with Marvel. Like if they do an Avengers blind box set, or if they do Iron Man, I would love to have an Iron Man set going on. But let me see. Give me 1 second here. Just asking a friend a question here really quick. All right, let's go back here. Jez is what I go by. Nice. Okay, thanks for telling me that. Monica Natasha, just found your channel. Great content, by the way. I've been a new Veve user since the past Tuesday and Wednesday. I've yet to get a drop. Get used to it. Same here. It's unfortunate, but like it is going to be extremely difficult. Like I've gotten some friends on the app last month, like earlier, let's say like late December, early January. None of them have gotten any drops. It is so tough to get drops now. Always play them. Always play the drops. Like literally no matter what, like just do it just because you never know. But yeah, like just treat it as a bonus thing. It's unfortunate, but yeah, you're gonna have to learn to like play the secondary market and just treat the drops as like a bonus for the most part. So but thanks. I appreciate it. I'm kind of curious how did you hear about my channel? Looks like my camera is like lagging. I don't know what's up with it, but don't know why my camera is lagging, but everything else is fine. I might have to like mess with the settings or something on it. See if I can fix it here really quick. If not, then we're just gonna have to deal with it. This might help it. Don't know. That's a little bit better. It seems. It's still a little bit laggy, but it seems a bit better. Sorry, where was I? I need to catch up with chat. You guys are chat's going too fast. I'm so used to only having like 4 people chatting, but like this is great. I'm curious how you heard about me, Monica. I love hearing like how people heard about me, so I can kind of like post more to that platform or invest a bit more or just hang out in those like group chats or whatever. So Michael Diggs, first colored Batman will be over 2G by next week. I could see that. Like I said, I'm surprised. I think it was going to settle around like 2,000. It did, and then it hit back down, but like it will definitely rebound and do well in my opinion. Coffee shots, if you manage to score a drop, it's automatic profit. It's crazy. Yeah. And certain ones could just literally change your Veve career, life, whatever you want to call it. So always play the drops, but until the queue system comes out, it's going to be very difficult to get drops. And even when the queue system comes out, it's going to be tough as well. So people are just going to have to like really learn how to play the secondary market and just learn about trends and stuff, which is why I'm here. So if you guys have questions about like comparing NFTs, I have 1,000 gems. What should I buy? Should I trade this for this? Or I'm thinking about selling that, whatever it is. I think just for fun, I was thinking about doing like a NFT like tier list, maybe by brands, like where would Spider-Man go, and like where would a black and white series go, and like independent artists, like doing individual NFTs. Like that'd be a very long video, like ranking all the NFTs, but maybe I can like cluster them in some way, at least as they sit now. Michael Diggs, this Batman should be a first edition since it's not part of the black and white series. Potentially, I think it's mostly up to the licensor what they want to do or like label it as. It's probably like a little bit of push and pull between like what Veve wants and like what DC or like whatever the IP wants to do with it. So not entirely sure what constitutes something as a first edition versus not, right? Cool. All right. I think I fixed the camera, which is nice. Let's see what else we got here. Top killer, Superman is undervalued compared to Todd right now. Yeah, it's hard to it seems like Superman did kind of like keep step percentage wise with Todd. Where did he peak at? Didn't he peak at like 8K at one point? I could be off. I haven't paid that close attention to Superman. Like, that is a grail. Like, I do eventually want to get. I'm more or less like working my way up to a Todd right now. Like, if I wanted to, I could buy him right now, but I don't want to sell the NFTs that I have now, like Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie, as well as some others. Like, I don't want to do that, unless I like absolutely have to. He's at 6.3. Yeah, he's peaked at like 1.2. The only thing with him is like he's a bit of a like slow burner compared to the other ones. Like, obviously he's done very well. He is part of the Holy Trinity, I believe, of like NFTs. There's like a private group that's like, if you have a Walt, I think, no, it's Secret Rare Spider-Man, Todd, or Superman, you get invited to this like exclusive Discord or something like that called the Holy Trinity. So if you have one of those, like, you're invited. That's kind of cool. But yeah, like, this one's solid. I mean, 4 days ago he was at 8.1K. It's just hard because like for 6K, are you better off stacking things like Steamboat Willies? Like, what's better, 6 Steamboat Willies or Superman? I would say the 6 Steamboat Willies, in my personal opinion. Or even like the rare Spider-Mans. I think the rare Spider-Mans now are I think the last time we checked, no, put rare Spider-Mans. Like, those things were at like 3 point something K not too long ago, like 3.3K 4 days ago. And they're going for what? Less than 2,000? Yeah, 1,800. So this thing still has like another 500 gems to go before it reaches where its previous height was. So it's like, all right, do I want to buy 3 of these essentially, or a Superman? It's kind of a trade-off, right? In my personal opinion, like, Superman is definitely a grail. Like, I think it'll do better like very, very long term, but like shortish term, like with the next like 6 months, potentially a year, I could see like Steamboat Willie and like rare Spider-Man like pumping a bit more. Like, you can get more bang for your buck that way. That's hard to kind of hard to explain, but like that's kind of how I'd go about it. Just gonna refresh this again really quick. Ilmatic's uncommon Ben Riley or Spider-Man hanging out uncommon. Thinking about trading my Ben Riley for it. It's tough. Like, I'm not a huge fan of like horizontal trades because you have to eat that 8.5% 8.5% fee, right? And that hurts. Let me look at, so Ben Riley or the Spider-Man hanging out uncommon. Where is it? Spider-Man hanging out uncommon. So 870, and then the Ben Riley. They're almost the exact same price point, but again, like if you sold your Ben Riley, you would have to make up like an additional 100 gems to make up the difference. I think your Ben Riley is like really solid. It's a perfect marriage between like a solid IP like Spider-Man and like very low mints. So in my personal opinion, I would say hold the Ben Riley. 209, now it's up to like 312. It's peaked at like, let's just, yeah, peaked at like 1,000, let's just say. Ben Riley did the same. And plus, like, I think it's just too much work in my opinion. This thing is peaked at, you know, 1,100, maybe even 1,200. It looks like previously sold. It's not entirely accurate, but I just like personally, I just like the look of Ben Riley a bit more. Like, I remember telling people to buy Ben Riley a month ago at like 170. You guys can watch my videos of like, I think I was talking like NFTs for under 100 gems. Like, that was like Catwoman, Batwoman, or Batgirl, Batman Who Laughs, Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, and I think Ben Riley was another one I like tossed around a bit. So yeah, I would say keep Ben Riley. I think he'll do fine. He's gonna keep stepping. Like, that's what I mean about this. The thing I like about the Spider-Mans is like, anytime one pumps and does well, like maybe not the secret rare, but like let's say the randomly the ultra rare does really well. People are like, oh my god, the ultra rare is pumping to 15K. People that can't afford it are going to be looking for adjacent versions to kind of piggyback off the hype of Spider-Man, right? They're going to buy the commons, they're going to buy potentially Ben Riley, they're going to buy the Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Like that's my thought. And so typically they're all tied together. That's kind of what I've noticed, which is why I'm pretty bullish on Spider-Man for the most part. Like, the only thing I would put over Spider-Man, like right now, it really depends. It's like maybe Steamboat Willie, but even then, like I would probably still put Spider-Man over Steamboat. Let me catch up with chat. Coffee shots. If I knew Steamboat was gonna dip like that, I would have sold my Wonder Woman for it. Yeah, might not have been bad. Like, you sell your Wonder Woman, she was probably what, at like let's check out Wonder Woman. What's she talking about? Okay, so she's gone up. I think she was at like what 1100, right? So if you sold her, you would have gotten, you know, a little bit above 1,000. So like, yeah, I mean, she actually held her price pretty strong during this pullback. I mean, she was at 15.5, so maybe not, like 15.50. I mean, she did dip just like everyone else. So yeah, I mean, like that could have been a thing. Like you could have sold it, made 1,100, buy Steamboat Willie, still have 200 gems, 300 gems left over, like stack something else. Like that would have been ideal. But again, that's a lot of work and like a lot of foresight, right? Wonder Woman is still solid. I still rank her pretty high with the other ones. I would still put Steamboat Willie like maybe slightly ahead of it. But I do think Wonder Woman's better, like extremely long term. But Steamboat Willie is just, we still have yet to, I think, to have like all the Disney fanatics like come on the app and just buy anything core Disney related, which is why I think pretty much everything that's like directly related to Disney is doing pretty well. Maybe with the exception of like Wally or whatever, but like I think he's meant to kind of be lower tier, but it's like Walt, Elsa, I'm trying to remember the other one that was like directly related, like Steamboat Willie, of course. Like they're all doing like extremely well in the app. Monica Natasha, coffee shots drops are so difficult for me so far. Have you got any? I've seen a bunch of YouTube tips and it's quite competitive, but the app is too big. There is that too. Yeah, like a lot of the tips were when the app had like less than 1 million users. That's kind of when I started. I started in like early mid-November. I started when the whole golden moment started, which was an amazing time. Don't get me wrong, but I would give anything to start in like Q1 of like 2021. Like that would have been amazing. Like people were just like, stuff was being left on like the buy page on the market for like hours, you know, like something would drop and they're like, not everyone would sell out. Like you could come back 15 minutes later and still buy it, right? I mean, but then again, there was a lot of like app issues, like FAs like weren't even a thing like really early on. People just didn't know what they were doing or like what they were really sitting on. Back then there was more emphasis on like rarity in the sense of like just number of mints rather than like how popular things were, right? So like people were selling 2 Todds for a Nightwing back then. Like that was like the kind of like the currency for a few months back then. And like look at Nightwing now, it's 3,200 and Todd is, you know, probably sitting at 13K right now. So just because like, oh my God, Nightwing has less than 2,000 mints. Like the market trends and the things that it values shifts. It seems like every like month or so or like every 3 weeks, like there's a huge shift in the market. Like when I started, it was obviously like golden moments and stuff, but like there was a huge shift. Like there was the common craze with the comics. Like people just started buying all the commons because it was like, well, the comics has like the base form of like the cover. People are going to want that. So like that went hype and that kind of like bled over into the collectibles. So then people just started buying a ton of the collectibles and then it became FAs. Then people started really buying all the FAs and that bled over to like season 1. So then people bought all the season 1 collectibles. Even if they like weren't FA, and then like it just, the market's just like all these trends just kind of like flow into each other. And so right now, I think that's why after 12 days of Veve, there wasn't much going on. There was like no big announcements, nothing happening. And so then tons of new money are going into the app and they're just buying all the grails. Cause if I'm new to Veve and I have $15,000 to spend, I'm going to ask my friend like, hey, what should I buy? He's going to be like, well, you don't have enough for a wall, but like Todd is solid. Buy Superman, buy Wonder Woman, buy, you can't afford Secret or Spider-Man, but like Ultraverse Spider-Man is solid. Like they're starting at the top and working their way down, right? Let's see. Let me catch up with chat. I'm a little bit behind, so. And live, that's not true anymore. I consider myself as one of the people who got good at drops. I know all the tricks, upgraded my internet, have 2 family members with me, and 0-7, that's me too. Some people get really good at comics. I don't know how people actually like land comics. I'm legitimately 2 for like 45 on comics. Like I think I win like 2% of the time on comics. So I've kind of like mentally given up on it, which is probably why I don't do too much research into it, but I should probably change that. Coffee shots at Monica started like 3 months ago. They have definitely gotten harder to land as more users come in. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you're still early. I think that's a good video to have, and I would love to get like other content creators on. Like, what do you consider early? Like, when is Veve done being early? Is it like, was it when it stopped? Like, I don't know, like when it hit 1 million users, is that now stopped being early? Is it 5 million users, 10 million? Is it when Immutable X and like MTL comes in? Like, are we done being early because now there's a bunch of money coming in? Is it when we get the Veveverse? Is it when Like when we get, you know, when we like whatever it is, like I think everyone's definition of like early is different. So I know it's hard to believe for like the people joining now. Like I believe we're still early until, I don't want to say queue system, because like that's really going to change the game in my opinion. Like I still think people don't realize how much it's going to change the market when we get into the queue system. And live, they need to release a new drop system ASAP. I truly believe it's the fairest way to do it. Yeah, it's fair. Like people that have done well, like myself, on like the, what do you call it? The blind box. Like I would love it to last as long as possible. But then again, I know like I have 2 or 3 of my friends that I got them on the app 2 months ago, or not 2 months ago, but like a month ago, and they haven't won anything. So it's kind of discouraging from them. I gave them both NFTs. I think I gave my friend a uncommon Deadpool a while ago for when it was like, I don't know, like 60 gems, and now it's worth like triple or quadruple the price now. And I gave my other friend like a Cryptkin, and that's gone up quite a bit. And so they see the price like, whoa, this is worth a lot now. I'm like, yeah, like you could still make money. It's just going to cost a bit more upfront to do it. Like, you know, for most people, gone are the days of like consistently getting a drop and paying 7 gems for a comic and getting 30 gems out of it on the other end, you know, or landing a big collectible. You know, you pay 50 gems and then on the other end you're getting 400 or 500 gems. Like it's kind of gone now, especially like extremely short term. You can still do that, but it's just going to take a longer time. Monica, I have Elsa, got her for under 2,900 yesterday. Nice. So where's she at now? That's a pretty solid pickup. Elsa, that's a very good one. I'm very bullish on Elsa because I think people forget there's the golden Elsa. I think people do forget that she has the little pen on her. She has some Easter eggs or some like cool things about her. It's at 3,300. So yeah, look at that. You're already up 400 gems. And like right now you're just profitable, right? Like if you sold it today at floor, you're profitable, right? I do think she can make a good run. I mean, she was at over 4K not too long ago, 4 days ago. And as you guys notice that like the prices are going up and like the total listings are going down. So like it's at 261, but like next, you know, let's say next dip, it'll go up to, well, I think it's going to pump right now. So the listings are going to go down and like, it's just going to keep going down and down and down. And then before you know it, 3 or 4 pumps later or 3 or 4 dips later, like now the total listings are going to be at like 95 and there's going to be hardly any left over. So that's a solid pickup. I do think I'd rate Elsa as like a number 3 golden moment, like after Walt and after the Star Wars, and then Iron Man, in my personal opinion. I forgot about Sorcerer's Hat too. I'd probably put it on par with Sorcerer's Hat, even though the price doesn't match. I do think Elsa should be closer to where Sorcerer's Hat is. Tree Ant, yes, indeed. Richard Superman. I've got the Amazing Spider-Man common. Should I? Oh yes, you definitely want to hold. Should I hold on? Yes. If you're like looking for like another trade, so Spider-Man's at what, like 980 right now? The common. I think he's like just shy of 1,000. Yeah, like definitely hold on to it. If you guys are like planning on making moves, like someone asked earlier, I think it was Coffee Shots. No, Michael Diggs. No, Ilmatics asked like, hey, should I trade for this? That's the right thought process to have. Like, don't just cash out something just because you can cash it out. Like, make sure you're going towards something else that you think is going to do better, right? And like, don't cash out just because you think it's going to dip further. Like, don't, make sure you're going towards something and not running away. Like, I'm running away from the dip. Like, oh my God, it's going to catch me and like, I'm going to lose a bunch of money. You only lose money once you sell it, right? So, Common Spider-Man, he's at $1,000. I mean, this dude pushed like 1.2K. Like, definitely hold on to him. Eventually, if you want to upgrade to, yeah, he's at like 1.4. Yeah, that's a solid hold. Eventually, if you want to like, if that's the only NFT you own and you have like no gems and like, let's say you want to get into like stacking and stuff, like you probably could trade it out for like maybe a DC NFT that has like a 2.5% fee and then like start stacking something else. But yeah. Let's see. All right, I'm really behind on chat. I don't like to be the streamer that like you guys ask a question, you have to wait like 25 minutes for me to answer. So I'm gonna try and be quick about this. Nice, congrats. Coffee Shots, I haven't laid anything since Groot. Since Groot drop, oof, that's been a while. Suheil boss. I'm just gonna call you boss. What's up, big boss? What do you think about Zombie Hunter Spider-Man #1? I'm bullish on Marvel Mighties. Bought 3. What do you think? Uh, Spider-Man, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Yeah, he's great. I bought 9 of them when they were at like 280. Like, this was like a week ago. The dip kind of hurt. I still have like 3 left over. I think I'm gonna definitely sell it at some point when they go up a bit higher and keep flipping my way until I can get a Todd. Like, that's kind of the goal. Like, like part of me is kind of afraid like Todd could just run away and like just go up to like 17, 18, 20k within the next week. It could happen. If that happens, that's fine. Like, there's still plenty of other grails to invest into and like a lot of flipping to happen. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's very good. I mean, it was at 500 gems not too long ago. It definitely had a very solid run. Will it hit 500 gems like tomorrow or in 2 days? No, it's gonna have to work for it a bit. I think it was really piggybacking off the fact that like Ben Reilly and all those other Spider-Mans were just like getting super hyped up, and so Zombie Hunter Spider-Man was just the next cheapest. So it was definitely selling for almost 500. I don't know why the chart doesn't show this, but I remember seeing it on the graph. It was going for like 490 or whatever for a solid like 12 hours one day. It will take a while though to get up to like 500, but it can get there. Okay, what do you think was bullish on Marvel Mighties? I think they're solid. Like, they do have the FA tag. I'm not bullish on the fact that like, oh, it could be a fighting game and all that stuff. Like, I'm sure that'll be implemented eventually, but like, we're talking like 2024 at the earliest if they implement like a fighting game for it. But then again, if Niantic has been working on like the Veveverse behind the scenes for the last like 3 years ish, I mean, it could be sooner than I think, but who knows? Tim Horvat asks, what do you think about Ghostbusters rare logo? When do you think Pokemon will come? Please look at Secret Rare Dragon Girl. Pokemon February 27th, World Pokemon Day. Let me look at the Ghostbusters logo. I'm not a huge fan, and like, honestly, Randy Chavez convinced me of this like not too long ago. I'm definitely more bullish on like characters and people and you know, things like this, like that are actually like characters, not so much like logos and posters, and more like things. Like, I think a car is fine like as a thing, but I think people are, at the end of the day, are like more interested in, you know, iconic like creatures and characters and stuff rather than like a logo or something like that. I think things like if it's a really iconic piece like the, where is it, the Ghost Trap, like it's pretty good. Like, it's a thing, but it's still like pretty iconic. But like just a logo, not entirely sure. The rare logo, did I pass it? Is it rare logo? I mean, it's doing pretty well. I mean, we can run the numbers real quick. I do think there are better buys for it. Like, okay, so it ran up to 1100. Pretty solid. Some very aggressive people like just taking profits right now. What kind of scares me is that like, it's actually the total listings are above where it was prior. So there's a lot of people that bought between 600 gems and 230, you know, or 275, that are willing to take profit at this point. So what kind of, not scares me necessarily, but like what kind of it's kind of concerning is that the 78 listings is basically what it was before it started pumping. So it might take you like, I know what you're looking to do with it. If you're like looking to hold it long term, I'm not sure what you bought it at, like what price point or anything like that. Like, I do think there will be a certain time over the next few weeks where it'll pump and things will kind of start plateauing. That's kind of the point where I think if you're looking to sell it, is to probably sell it. What do you think about investing into Omi and the collectibles? I've been on the fence about that, to be honest. Like, I would love to invest in Omi. I like legitimately don't have like enough money in my bank account to like invest into like Omi and stuff like that. Like, much as I would love to, like, there's even been a handful of times where I'm like, should I just cash out all of my NFTs and just put it all in Omi? But like, honestly, I just love the flipping game, the market stuff of like Veve too much, and like, I do want to make like eventually like this a full-time income thing, or just like a full-time thing, like helping people like with the lower to like mid-tier range comics, or not comics, but like collectibles. Like, everyone talks about Grails and Walt and Secret Rare Spider-Man and Superman. Like, Superman, I would say it's attainable, but like, people talk about all these, like, I understand that's what gets the clicks, but it's like, people are out here like trying to make money, trying to make good decisions, because like these prices and these like things are not going to happen forever. And eventually it's even more important to play the secondary market, because like now your chances of winning drops during the queue system are extremely low. So like, you really gonna need to know this stuff, right? So that's my take on it. But like, I would love to invest in Omi. Like, I could write I could if I wanted to cash out all of my NFTs, but I would be eating too many fees, or it'd be way too discounted. And I will invest in Omi at some point, just not sure when. But if you guys like don't want to put the money, like guys and girls, I know we got girls in here too, want to put money in NFTs, like short term, that's kind of the big argument, not big debate, right? Like, am I better off investing $1,000 in Omi or $1,000 in NFTs that could like double or triple in price in the next like 3 months? Or will Omi double or triple in price in the next 3 months? Like, nobody knows. There's a lot of catalysts going both ways for it. Okay, let me see here. I'm behind on chat. Let me catch up. Sir Crypto, I think it makes more sense to buy FA Iron Man, Golden Moment, or FA Dual Bart Homer comparison to buying Batman and Croc for long term. I would agree. I think I mentioned this before. Like, Iron Man is still very good. I was telling people to buy Iron Man yesterday when he was sub 2,000 gems. He was at 2,000 gems. Let's just call it that. But like, the dude was at 3.3K 4 days ago. Like, why are people not getting this now? Yeah, 3.2K. Like, the dude still has 700 gems to go, 800 gems to go to where he was at before. Will he get there in like a day? No, it might take him the better part of a week, or it solely depends. Like, I think a lot of it does rest on like the Minnie Mouse announcement, in my opinion, how quickly he'll get there. Modric the Collector, I'm only buying non-Disney for any short-term flits. I mean, you can make decent profits on Disney too, short-term. Like, you saw the Spider-Mans just skyrocketed. I was the same way. I was focusing solely on like DC, like Decon, some of the other, like basically anything that wasn't like, not so much stamps. Stamps does have a 4.5% fee. But yeah, like for short-term flipping, like I would say kind of open up, be open-minded about Disney and as well as Marvel, because like those can run up very quickly. We've seen it before multiple times. Of course, you don't have to wait as long for a profit. You basically, for DC, you can wait 5%. But for like Marvel and Disney, you have to wait 10% to like actually see a profit. But then again, that's how those NFTs really run, because people have to wait 10%. Let's see here. Tin Horvat, do you think market will dip before mini drop? It depends on the format, mints. If it's just gonna be Minnie Mouse, maybe a small dip. Maybe. I'm not too sure. Like, if she's like a poster or a card and there's only like a single drop collectible of her and there's like 10,000 mints or 20,000, I doubt it. And she's like 50 gems or something, like I highly doubt it. But if it's like a series drop where there's like multiples of her, blind box, and there's like ultra rares and secret rares, potentially there could be a dip. But if it's tagged along with like Pluto and Goofy and Donald Duck and a few others, like, yeah, I could definitely see a dip, because that's multiple FAs in one drop. It's like mini, and we got the whole crew, right? So I could definitely see a drop then, because there's going to be people that are going to want to buy those off the secondary market, and like, let's say they're just cards, like, or a 2D poster, like, so technically an FA, like, as much as, you know, it's not the FA that probably most people want, but they're still technically FAs, and like, people are going to want, you know, to have enough gems to buy those off the secondary market. But if it's just mini, I don't think so. Sebastian Marquez, I started with Veve in March 2021. Batgirl FA didn't sell it for months. Wow. A hell of a time, Sebastian. I would love to get not just early content creators, but maybe just like viewers on like Discord one day, or I'm not exactly sure, and just get their input of like what the market was like that long ago. My account, if you guys check that, like, my vault value is like not even accurate. I should probably like change this, to be honest, but it's from like a month ago or something like that. Like, I haven't even updated it. I've kind of given up, because like I move things so much sometimes. I'm like, I've just given up on like trying to update it. So it's maybe higher now, maybe it's lower just because things have dipped, but like I haven't updated that in forever. So Veve in March, yeah, I would love to just hear people's like early experiences of Veve back then. Hey, the Collector. Okay, Modric, yeah, the Collector. I think this Batman battle will pump just because people want a Batman with an FA if they can't afford Todd, even though it's not an FA Batman. I would hope they don't do that. Like, oh, I can't afford a Todd, so I'd rather just get an FA that isn't Batman, but there's just a Batman attached to it. Very unlikely. I think you're better off with just buying other Batmans. Like Joe, I think I said like Joe Mad was a pretty good pickup. Yesterday he was going for obviously cheaper than this. That was like, if someone's gonna buy a Batman, this is the one I suggest people buy, even though I do think there was better purchases for its price point. Because this was at like $1,500 for a while. No, it was a bit lower than that. I think it peaked at, okay, maybe it's $1,600, but regardless. Like, I mean, this guy peaked at $2,400 like 4 or 5 days prior. So like, I do think this guy has like another 600 gems to run before we use that before. And again, I'm not saying this is gonna happen like today or tomorrow. I think they'll run up incrementally, like 10, 20% each day. And like, if there's no significant announcement, or if Minnie Mouse is like a solo drop, which is some cards, then like it could run up faster, but that's just my opinion. Let's see. I hope you're not spamming comics. I used to, then I realized like when I would spam comics, it would just gray bar and it just like wouldn't register. So like even the last month and a half, I've tried a combination of like spamming and timing tap and doing the metronome technique and looking at the world clock and time. Like I've tried literally 17 different things for comics and it just doesn't work. So everyone's got their shtick with Veve. Everyone's got their what do you call it? Gosh, not voodoo, but like their superstition. Like that's the word. Superstition about Veve. Like, oh, I never win this, or this is always going to happen, or I only win these drops. You know, I never get ultra rare or secret rares. I only get commons and uncommons and rares. Like everyone's kind of got their thing about it. And I think that's what makes Veve fun, because everyone has a unique story, right? Depending on when you started, what you win, what you don't win. Like, oh my God, I bought this thing at like 300 gems and it just skyrocketed to 800 like the next day. Like it was such a good buy. Everyone's got their unique stories. Steve Rogers or Falcon? I would say Steve Rogers. That's like literally without even looking at the numbers, but Steve Rogers, he's still below 200 gems. Kind of surprised. Didn't he run up to like 250 at one point? 220, okay. Maybe not the best time to buy. I mean, there has been quite a bit of hype around Steve Rogers. Like, I know Cody Thrive was talking about it. A lot of other people like some of the Marvel Mighties because they think it's a fighting game. Like, that's awesome. Like, maybe I should have piggybacked off that hype. That's kind of the reason why you want to, like, listen to multiple content creators, have your ear to, like, different Discords, you know, Twitch Hangout, not Twitch Hangouts. Forgot what it's called. Twitter Spaces, stuff like that. Just kind of hear what people are talking about. So Steve Rogers, let's look at Falcon really quick. Is it Falcon? Is that one? Do I have to look up just Marvel Mighties? I don't think it'll pull up if I just do it like that. No, I think I have to do Mighties. Might. I don't do this enough, but if you guys like the content, like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff, I appreciate it. Like, I'm really going hard on this Veve thing and like streaming and all that stuff, and like I hope I'm providing you guys with good content. I don't think there's a lot of people that are really getting in the nitty-gritty of like the market stuff like this. Gosh, there was a new content creator that I ran into the other day who does kind of do this occasionally. Randy rated him the other night. I'm assuming you're talking about Sam Wilson, right? Falcon, right? I could be wrong. I mean, Sam Wilson's half the price of what current one is. And less mints, I believe, too. Not that mints matter that much nowadays because there's so many people on the app. I think Sam Wilson, like, again, so I think Sam Wilson will give you a better bang for your buck. Like, gem for gem, Sam Wilson will probably do better than Steve Rogers just because you can literally buy, like, almost double the amount. But then again, sorry, my roommate's dog is going crazy. I'm gonna have to go address it really quick. Hold on. You guys want to see my roommate's dog? Biscuit, come here. This is Biscuit. Hey, Biscuit. Hey, hey, hey. That's a good angle. Hey, Biscuit. She's like, what is up here? Hello there. All right, I'll sit you down. I'm gonna be quiet. It's my roommate's dog. It's not my dog, but her name is Biscuit. Biscuit. She barking again. She'll probably just bark till she gets tired. If she keeps barking, I'll just shut the door. Like growling at me. It's just, of course, like you can give a, she's pretty much a puppy. Like you can give a dog as many like toys and treats and stuff as you want. They'll always just like end up grabbing your sock or your shoe instead. Like you can spend hundreds of dollars on toys and like at the end of the day they'll just grab your sock and run around with it, which is pretty funny. Let's see here. So I think that's what I mean by Falcon. Like I think Sam Wilson could be like a pretty decent investment, but I think gem for gem, I think Sam Wilson will do better, but it might take you longer to sell it. What are your thoughts on Kripken, stack or nah? Hold on. All right, Biscuit. Sorry, you might still hear the barks in the background, but she'll bark herself to sleep. Let's say. What are your thoughts on Kripken, stack or not? I do think there could be like a small market there. I just have not checked them out recently. Not a huge fan of like Crypt. Why, right? Am I like just misspelling these like an idiot? Okay, Cryptkins, there we go. I mean, I had the list already, but all right, I'm just gonna do this. Cry. Why is it only showing 3? Crypt. Oh, there's a P. Duh. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's just pull one up and get a picture going. Okay, so these. I mean, they're all up very well. Like I think these are like some of these are pretty solid stacks. Like I just don't see like the market for them. Like I do think all these could do very, very well off platform, like Immutable X and stuff. Like you could definitely get more for that, but like on the Veve platform, I do think like the Veve community, especially the content creators and just in general, like there's so much focus on DC, Marvel, and Disney, and they overlook a lot of these. So like I do think a lot of these in general are undervalued for what they should be, but just because those 3 big IPs are running up so well and people are investing in them, that's what I'm doing as well. So a stack, like I'd rather stack Deadpools, Groots, Storms, potentially DeLoreans, as well as Ecto-1s. I was telling people about those as well. Like, I feel like these are still pretty inexpensive, like $135 for a DeLorean. Hasn't really moved that much, but these were down to like, I think DeLorean was down to like 105 yesterday, like maybe 105, 110. So it's a nice little like short-term flip. Plus, of course, is that 2.5% fee. I mean, DeLorean was at 185 not too long ago. I'm a little bit, I've said this before, I'm a little bit more bullish on Ecto-1 just because it is, not Octo. Ecto-1, just because there's like a 5th of the mints. But again, I think we're kind of getting to that point now where like mint numbers don't matter that much. Like it's just popularity. Like there's going to be like, even though Ecto-1 has 10,000, and the DeLorean has 50,000. Like there's gonna be 40,000 fans of Back to the Future that people either want to stack it to like make up for the difference. Like I'm not too concerned about that. Plus, I would say Back to the Future is probably a little bit more well known than Ghostbusters. Another one that I just stumbled upon as I was searching that is Snow Globes. All the Snow Globes were below 200 yesterday, except for the secret rares, and I'm like, you guys should be stacking these because. Yeah, this is already up $34. This is up $40, $50. This is up $40. So I'm like, it actually might not be a bad move to stack the uncommon. I'm a big fan of the uncommons, like uncommon Deadpool, uncommon Coke bottles, because like the Coke bottles were 100. These were all 200. So you could have bought 2 Coke bottles or 2 of the uncommons. Now you're up 80 gems for the same amount, right? That's my thought process. So a lot of people focus on the commons, but I do think a lot of people sleep on the uncommons. Like same thing with Deadpool. Deep. Deadpool. A lot of people, I think it's a lot of people, I think it's kind of carried over from like the common craze, the comics and stuff. So like people are just focusing on the commons, but that's because like the common is like the most like base or like iconic version or stance of that superhero. Like I don't know about you guys, but like me personally, again, like ugly sweater was like 110 yesterday, and like Deck the Halls was still like around 200. So it's not exactly 50% less, but it's like 80% less, which I still think is a good deal. So like I don't know, like this stance like seems a bit silly. Like even if you can remove the hat, like that stance seems a bit silly. Like I'd rather have, me personally, if you could take off the sweater. Hello? Ecomi wiki? That, it's probably lagging too because I'm streaming and I got music playing and stuff like that. Then him like having his thumb up, right? Like that's just me personally. I think this one looks a bit more cool. Plus it's just, I mean, you can buy like, all right, you can either buy 5 common Deadpools or you can buy 7 of the ugly sweaters, like, you know. And this one's actually gone up in price higher, percentage wise as well as dollar wise, than the ugly sweater. So that's just my take on it. Like if there is a common version that's pumping a lot, the only exception I might have is the Spider-Man, because like the Spider-Man common is literally on the loading screen of Veve, so it's extremely iconic in that sense. But like it doesn't mean the uncommon is like crap or anything. It's still very good. It's just what can you afford, right? Let me catch up. Krypton's, how much would you say C3PO end of month? Depends on announcements. Depends on like where he was at prior, right? I think all the NFTs, I'll just type in golden moments. I think all the NFTs are gonna get back to their prior price, like what happened right before the dip. That's R2D2. It's just gonna take them a while to do. It could take to the end of the month. Who knows? Some of them might get there sooner. Some of them might take a bit longer. If R2D2 does really, really well, I think they like R2D2 and C3PO are like tied together, like in tandem. So I do think if like one does well, like the other one could do well as, let's see. Yeah, he went to $4,000. Like I could see him hitting $4,000 again before the end of the month, or like at the end of the month. Like I'm not certain. Like I'm not sure where you bought it at, but even if you bought it at $4,000, just wait. Like it'll get back to that price anyway. So worst case scenario, you bought it at its very peak. All right, you just wait 3 weeks. Like wait till the month's over, then wait another 2 weeks. Even if there's another big IP announcement, it goes down to like, let's say 3.6 instead of like 4.2. Like you'll get there eventually. Like I wouldn't worry about. But if you're talking end of the month, are you thinking about investing in a C3PO? Because I think you can do very well, but you might be able to get some better things for like $3,000 or like $3,500. Sebastian Marquez says, my strategy is to buy and hold any collectible that you get. Don't sell higher highs and higher lows for the floors. Makes sense. Like that's a legitimate strategy. Like you can never go wrong with just hodling, but if you do want to try and find some ways to like eke out some more profit or do flipping, of course it is risky. You do have to like know what you're doing. That is like one way to do it right. So I think you can't go wrong with just straight up hodling, but yeah. And live, I've been watching the Bat versus Croc market since it opened. How is it possible that nobody's listed for any under 1.6K in the past 3 hours? That's one thing that kind of concerned me. I'm like, how did like how are the listings? Because that's what concerned me. Like I wanted to. I'm just gonna skip that next question. I already read it. Under 1.6K for the last 3 hours, bruh. I don't know what it is. That's what kind of tripped me up. That's why I didn't invest the 1,000. Like it was sitting at 1,000 gems for a while, and it just wouldn't. I don't know. It was sitting at 1,000 gems for a while, and I'm like, this is weird. Like all 8,000 or basically 9,000 editions have been delivered, but there's only 150 on market. Like, this seems really weird. Like, I think this thing could really bottom out. Like, people start listing in them, but then again, I don't know. It's very strange. So that's why I didn't invest in it or anything like that. Of course, like, my market thing's being weird. So, let's see. Bruh. Ryan says, I have 4 Todds. Where do you see them in 6 months? I know it's impossible to know. The recent run up from 3K to 14K was impossible to see as I was blown away by it. What do you think about the future? I think it's extremely good. People have been saying Todd to 100K by the end of the year or at the end of the year for months. And one thing I've learned is to not doubt the community. When you have enough big name influencers, when you have enough like basically movers and shakers that have an influence in the community and they're saying a certain thing about an NFT, especially a Grail, I tend to stick with it. Like, I kid you not, like when I got the Steamboat Willie ultra rare, of course, very early on, the best thing to do is basically sell it when it was at like 6K, buy Todd when it was at like 3.7, but like that has already come and gone, right? Like that, it is what it is. And I was like, damn it, all right, like should I just sell it for 4K? Like that'll get me close enough to Todd. Like Todd's at like 7, like I can make it the 3 grand somewhere else. I was like, you know what, screw it. Like I'm just gonna hold it because I heard multiple content creators say like, dude, this is a Grail. Like this is a huge part of Disney history. It's the first time that we had like animation and sound like synced up. Like it's a big deal to like Disney history. It's basically Mickey before he was Mickey. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hold it. Screw it. Like I'm just gonna hold it, see what happens. Sure enough, this runs up and it does very well. So at about this point, where is that 6K? Todd was at like 3.7. This was during 12 days of Veve. So like you definitely, and of course, just as like a reminder, like you're never gonna be able to sell NFTs at their peak. Because A, they're always going to go up, and B, you're never going to sell them you're never going to buy them at their bottom because there's always a chance they could just keep going down, right? If you're buying stuff at their bottom because there's like a dip happening, like people are always going to undercut. Like it's just going to happen. So it's always better just to secure the NFT. Honestly, just don't look at the price. Like after I make a purchase, like I don't look at I try my best not to, but it's like I bought a Jim Lee Joker, not too like literally this morning for like 1.6, a little bit more than I wanted to because he was at like 1.4 yesterday. But I was like, you know, I'm gonna buy it for 1.6 and I'm not gonna look at it because like then it'd be like, oh my god, someone undercut. It's at like 1.550. Like I could have saved 60 gems. Like just buy it, stick with it, don't worry about the price. Like you secured it. That's the most important part because at the end of the day, these are all gonna run. Becky Cloonan, Batman or SR Deadpool? Ooh, let me check both of those out. Let's see here. Let me also try something else here. So I do feel like hope this kind of helps. Let's see. All right. All right, so let's look up Deadpool Secret Rare. 3.2K basically. I think he was, I'm trying to remember where he was at before. One sec. So he peaked at 4.2K, 4.3K is solid. Like there was definitely a Deadpool hype. Like people were like, who cares about the sweater? Odds are you're probably going to be able to take them off eventually in the Veve verse or whatever. Like it's still an FA Deadpool at the end of the day, which is one of the most recently popular and iconic like Marvel, technically anti-hero, not a superhero, but an anti-hero. And then you said Becky Cloonan? Let's type in Becky. Identical price, basically. I haven't really looked at Becky Cloonan that much, to be honest. Everyone always talks about Todd and Rizzo and maybe Joe Mad. And Becky Cloonan, I think it's a topic of discussion. Interesting. That's a good question between the two. Looking at things like the total listings, like, I mean, Becky Cloonan's been sub 100 listings for quite a while, so they're already pretty exclusive. its peak at its highest has only been 3.6, but that doesn't mean it can't make up for it. The only thing is like the black and white series Batmans, like, it's very easy for them to get overshadowed, or basically like there's people that are like, all right, I have $4,000 to invest into Batman. Like I really want a Batman. There's a lot of different Batmans they can pick. So it's not just like, oh, this one has 3,000. It's like you're also competing against the thousands of other Batmans that currently exist. Let's look at Deadpool again really quick. Deadpool. Hello? Dead. Okay, there we go. Look at the secret rare again. Even less mints, but more, kind of more for sale. I don't know, that's a tough decision. If you had to pick between those two, I could see the secret rare maybe running a bit more just because it is tied to Deadpool. It is a secret rare. You get more master collector points if that's something you care about. And like, who knows? Like, there could be a lot of just Deadpool fanatics out there that want to buy the best Deadpool, and this is it. If people want to buy the best Batman, they go for Todd. They're going to go for Rizzo. Maybe Joe Mad. I would say Becky Cloonan is probably number 3, in my opinion, in like the tier ranking of black and white, but some people might argue the other ones look better. So it's really hard to say. Like, I wish I could give you a definitive answer. Like, if I had to give you one, again, not financial advice, it maybe be Deadpool. In my honest opinion, I'm trying to think if you're better off like literally just getting like multiple Steamboat Willies, investing in like 2 rare Spider-Mans. Trying to think of like some other like solid pickups. Like I know Nightwing is like the same price range, but I'm not too bullish on him. Like, it's like Nightwing's like definitely a piece of like Veve history early on, but I don't think he's like too relevant now. He's not like a staple superhero. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I think the ugly sweater is still a very solid pickup. Like, in my opinion, I hope that answers your question. Like, I'm sorry, like that's not financial advice for sure. Yeah, I wish I could help you out like more, but that's just me. Like, I think the fact that Deadpool is like the highest tier is a big deal. And if you do have a whale come in that wants Deadpool, they're gonna buy yours. If there's a pool that comes into the Batman series, they're gonna buy Todd or Rizzo, or potentially Joe Mad or some of the other ones. Not that like Becky Cloonan's like bad or anything like that, but I think there is a lot of competition surrounding it. Deadpool is just doing his own thing. And I think it's good to just give it a different perspective. Like, even if you don't take it, like I don't care if you take my advice or not. Like, it's probably good to cross-reference it with someone else. But that'd be my advice. Let's see. Let me go up, please. Enjoy your streams. The fact that you target low to mid tiers is where most of the audience is at the moment. Great content, insight. Keep it up. Thank you, Tartan Spartan 01. I appreciate that. That's exactly kind of why I'm here. Like, I don't think a lot of people are talking about looking at the market for NFTs below this amount. And like, I think that's a difficult question a lot of people have. Like, I have $3,000, I have 500 gems, I have these 2 NFTs. Like, which one do I sell? Which one is like easier to flip? Like, whatever it is. Like, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Like, there's like, never going to tell you what to do, but I'm going to tell you like what I heavily encourage you to invest in for the most part. And of course, it's never financial advice. I suggest, like, if I do give you advice, cross-reference it with someone else. Like, I think me and Randy Chavez are kind of on the same page when it comes to investing, or at least just like recommendations for certain price points and stuff. I think he's a little bit more bullish on like Spider-Man a lot. I'm probably more bullish on like Steamboat Willie and maybe some other NFTs, but that's what makes it fun, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's all profitable. It's just like, which one do you like? Which one's going to be more profitable earlier? And like, that's the thing. Like, who knows? Like, Becky Cloonan, like, Deadpool could hit like 6K in a month. Like, oh my God, 6K. Like, and then Becky Cloonan's lagging behind, but maybe the month after that, Deadpool's only at like 6.5, but like Becky hits 7. Like, it's not always even. Sometimes certain NFTs, especially if they're similar tiers, will like pull ahead of each other at certain points, right? And live. May I have a talk, please? Hey. It happens. Someone did that. I think it was Kobe Collects. I've seen his name around. I checked out one of his streams not too long ago. He seems like a really cool guy, but like he's giving away some like pretty good NFTs. I suggest you guys check him out. Throg, you are. What's your opinion? Tan Superman. I like your name. Let's check out Throg really quick. Honestly, I did invest in Throg a while back. I still have some, to be honest, that I'm trying to get rid of. And I'm not saying this just to like sell them off or whatever. I do think this is one we might actually have to pull up because like Throg is a weird one where like the wall gets like really thin at times. It's super strange. Let's pull it up here really quick. And like he's been living in this like really weird zone of 400, 500, kind of 600. What's the easiest way to look it up? I guess this way. Let's do this. Let's look up Throg. I'm gonna pull it up here in a sec, guys. I just wanna, guys and gals. Okay, let's pull up Throg really quick on my phone. Sorry if things are lacking. I might have to like, I don't want to restart the stream. But like, I think there are some stream settings I need to do to like make the stream like lag less. So I apologize if it's lagging, but here we have the Throgs for the most part. So 490, a little wall at like basically 500 and it jumps up. I mean, it's not bad. I do think there's more listings now than there was before. And that's the other thing too. Like, I think when the, I don't know if it was the Batman announcement or whatever, but like this is a significant jump from 71 all the way up to 115 listings. Like, I mean, that's an increase of basically 50% of listings. So people are definitely taking profits. I know like some other content creators, I know Randy will occasionally take a look at Throg, the ultra rare, for like a recommendation. If like someone wants like an ultra rare, I think it's still more expensive than the Alligator Loki ultra rare. But maybe not by much. I could be wrong on that. This one really hinges, in my opinion, on like Pet Avengers. I do think like Disney doesn't like mess around too much when it comes to like when they come to like appearances or something like that. What, I forgot the term. Not like a guest appearance. It's a I don't know, like when they make an appearance, because like Throg did make an appearance in like, I forgot, season 1 of Alligator Loki at some point. So and there has been talks that like Marvel might do like a Pet Avengers thing that's a bit more like kid friendly because they're all like animals and stuff, but we'll see. Like, I think for 500 it's probably a decent investment, but like there has been a lot of movement. Unfortunately, Throg is the kind of NFT that like a lot of people will like sell it off first, like get gems. Like if there's a grail that's really cheap right now, or if people need to like liquidate stuff for gems on a drop, like of all the Marvels, like Throg is one of the big ones. But I still think it's a decent investment. Like, of course, at the end of the day, like it's all going to be profitable, but I think Throg is pretty decent. Give me 1 sec, guys. I don't know if this is going to help or hurt, but let's do this. Also going to refresh this. See if that helps. I feel like my stream is like really lagging right now. Okay. Yeah, maybe I just need to like refresh this like every so often, because I do think it's the ecomi wiki site that tends to like lag my computer after a while. Let's see. All right, really need to catch up with chat. So I'm sorry if I'm behind. Eve or Cat Bronson. I haven't really looked too much in the decon stuff, to be honest. I think it's just Eve. Why is she not pulling up? Eve. Okay, there it is. Ink Stories. I do think like both of them could do very well off platform. Like I said, again, the whole like community is like really obsessed with just Marvel, Disney, DC. So I mean, she's peaked before at that was earlier in the month. She's been pretty steady. Like these, you know, she's gonna like retain her value. She did see a dip, of course, because of like the Batman announcement, and plus I think just the market in general had like those 3 weeks of pumps. 1900, and then Cat Bronson. I would say like if you're, and that's the other thing too, I'm kind of curious, like, are you looking to buy it or do you own one and you're like maybe looking to 1-for-1 it? Cat Bronson, I mean, Cat Bronson already ran up a ton, it seems, literally up 1,000 gems. What? I do know there's a big movement for some content creators or just some influencers in like the Veve community that are really trying to push for independent artists. It would have been nice to pick him up when he was 1,000 gems cheaper, but like it's still below his all-time high. I don't know. I feel like this pump with Cat Bronson might have felt a little synthetic, it did kind of come out of nowhere. Like, people realized it was Mr. Cartoon, which is like a pretty big name like in the industry of like cartoons and stuff, obviously. But that happened like way back here. That happened like over a month ago. Like that happened well before January. And but this pump feels a little synthetic. I don't know. Like, I mean, there's not a lot of mints, 888, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not entirely sure. Me personally, I would rather get like an SR Deadpool or a Becky Cloonan Batman, or stock up on Steamboats, or get a couple Secret Rare Spider-Mans, or anything like that, me personally. But if you're trying to play like the Immutable X market, like, I feel like both of those would do very well, in my opinion. Who's giving away a Todd? Pavel Stanimirovic, I think that's how you pronounce it. Welcome. Sir Crypto, been in Veve since February 2021. First buy was Rizzo, then Todd. The Grail was Rizzo, then could be undervalued compared to Spider-Man. Then could be undervalued compared to Spider-Man. Yeah. So, dude, that's nuts. Like, did you know that those were going to be like quote unquote Grails, or was it more of just like, oh, it's like these Batman series, Adventure Time, and like a couple other things that there's like nothing left to buy, so like these just seem the coolest, or what? So I'm kind of curious, Sir Crypto, on like your opinion on that, or like kind of like your experience with that for the most part. Sebastian, Marvel Comics #1, ASM #1, Jesus, Fantastic Four #1. We're selling for 1 to 5 gems in secondary market. You can also get up to 20 comics on drop with only 1 device in the first 4 comic drops, but now that's gone. Exactly. Someone told me that Nightwing was the first time where they actually had to put a limit, like per device or like per account. Like, you could only get 2. I don't know if there was like an error with the app or whatever, but that's what I heard from. I don't know if that was from NFT Pirates, or that might have been from Johnny Dunn. Like, those are both like very early adopters, and they're like, all right, I bought one, like, and they bought another one, and they try to buy another, and they're like, what, 2 limit? Like, what? Like, they told their friend to buy it, and they did, so, which is cool. But yeah, dude, that's the diamond era of Veve right there. But again, like, I think back then people just didn't value the same things, right? It was more about mints, right? Which is why all the comics were so cheap. People were like, 30,000 mints or 60,000 mints, that's so many. Might as well just be thrown in the trash. Our people were making memes that the DeLorean, because there were so many mints, there was memes on like, you're better off just throwing it in the trash. And like, the DeLorean was like ruining the app. Like, it was like the DeLorean ruined the app because there's 50,000 mints. Like, why are there so many? Like, you're better off just throwing it in the trash instead of buying one. And like, look at them now, like chilling at 130 gems. That's pretty damn good for what they were worth, right? Yeah, the store price was 30 gems, and there was 50,000 editions. At least the common, not including, you know, the rare had 25,000 editions. The ultra rare has 12,000 editions. So I think people are making memes like, you might as well just throw this away. There's so many mints, no one's gonna want to buy them. It's oversaturated. But little did they know, you know, a year and 1 month later, that there'd be like 2 million users and 4 million gems injected into the market like every day, and Todd would be at 14K and all this crazy stuff. So have a sub 300 Rizzo for a trade, let me know. Okay, cool. I don't think I could afford a Rizzo. Like, maybe if I sold my entire vault and maybe some other stuff, but unlikely. Yeah, I'm not that, like, I know I stream and I'm like knowledgeable about this, but like, I'm not that wealthy. Only because I literally started the app like 3 months ago, and I put 150 gems in the app. I gotta go. Enjoy your live stream, bro. Thanks, Andre. I don't know if you answered a question or if that's the first time you speak that, but I appreciate you stopping by, man. And live, yes. Thank you, Ryan. I can't believe that worked. Hell yeah, dude. All you gotta do is ask. Sometimes all you gotta do is ask, and you get a free Todd. Jkill XRP. I bought my first Todd at retail in March. He broke 1K September 21st. Yep. I was there early November when he was like, when he broke 2K. I think he broke 2K. Let me look that up, because that was like a big deal. I remember he was like chilling at like 1.9 when I initially started, and like that was a big deal. It was just like, oh my god, Todd broke 2K. It's huge. I hope I can pull this up. There it goes. Coffee shots. I'll take a Todd, please. Yep. Taran Spartan 01. Martin Luther King Day. Yes, or MLK. Yeah, Martin Luther King Day. Joe Blue, hello. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I started right around here. like early November-ish. And like when Todd broke 2K, it was like, oh my gosh. Todd at 2K, so expensive. What's going on? And then it went up again, and then again, and then again, and then again. This was one of the craziest runs. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what are some of the craziest runs that have ever happened on the app? That's probably a good video. Like the craziest runs, the craziest pumps that happened in like in Veve history or whatever. I'd have to do a lot of digging. Like, see, R2D2 is maybe percentage-wise like the biggest pump, but Todd going from 3.6, 3.7 all the way up to 14. It went for 14. I know this thing doesn't reflect that, but it definitely went for 14. That's a crazy run within, what, 2 weeks? Yeah, basically 2 weeks. Like, that's a crazy run. Let's see. Hello, Sheila Jordan. Love it, live action. It's live. Live and laggy, but still live. I'll have to play with some, this is only like my 3rd or 4th stream ever. So I have to play with some settings to like make sure it doesn't lag. Plus my computer's like 8 years old. I would love to upgrade it, but I can't afford to right now. I could, like, I don't know, like I could actually get a lot of nice things done, like if I just cashed out all my NFTs, but I just love the app. I love the community. I love the platform. I love everything about it. So not yet, but which is why I'm doing this ideally full time. I would love to do this full time and go over some price action stuff with you guys. Love a like action. Richard Ortega, y'all look like twins. Who? Me and someone else? Me and this guy? Hold on, let me see. Is this the guy? I think I saw a question down here too about Adventure Time, or maybe I skipped it earlier. Wow, I think I skipped quite a few questions. Sorry about that. I was looking at Ryan. Oh, my bad. Oh my gosh. Ryan, if you're playing with that much money, you better get going after the Marvel comic. Those are gonna be fire. Yeah, I'll have to get one day. Oh yeah, sure, why not? What's your QR code, bro? Love giving away Todds. Yeah. Sorry, I skipped all that point. That was actually pretty funny. Adventure Time. Give it to me. Give it to me. There it goes. Oh no, I pressed backspace. All right, I think we're good. I look like this guy. Where is he? Or maybe it's the wrong. Oh, it's Powerpuff Girls. The bald dude. It's like the mayor guy, right? Might have to refresh it soon. There. That's my NFT. The mayor of Townsville. Never watched Powerpuff Girls. I know it's like some people really enjoyed it when they were younger. I think I was too busy like watching X-Men, Ninja Turtles. I watched so many, like Street Sharks, Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, Pokemon. Gosh, what other like shows did I watch as a kid? There's just so many. I remember watching Monster Hunter. Is it Monster Hunter? No, Monster Rancher, Digimon. I like when I was young, I didn't even realize that stuff was like anime or whatever. Like I just thought it was cool. Yeah, this is my NFT. Other way. I think my camera's flipped. There, that's me. Tuesday drop announced? Really? Let me check it out. I'm just gonna look on the Discord on my phone. I do not want to give my computer any more work than it has to already. Okay, it's a comic. All right, cool. Strange Academy, that's interesting. Doctor Strange, the Ancient One, Scarlet Witch, and more. Cool. Not... Probably just because I'm very salty. I like legitimately never win comics. So I'm like, oh, comic, whatever. I'm like, where are the blind box collectible drops? That's what I want. But again, that's just me being salty, so I forget it. JQ says thank you, of course. Holal? Let's check it out. Jason Fabuk. I liked him. I do like it's definitely like one of my like favorite looking Batmans or whatever. If it'll pull up, let's see here. I like the look of him. He did peak at what, 800? Pretty good. I mean, this would have been an amazing price point to get him at when he was at like 550. That's pretty solid. It sucks that he's already run up 130 gems, but he's got some room to grow. It's hard, like all those like really like strange like mid-tier like black and white series Batmans. Like I mean, like at the end of the day, they're all solid investments. They all have like relatively low mints, so there's never like a ton on the market and stuff. But I don't know. Are you looking to to buy one? How do you feel about the price right now? Like, are you looking to sell? Are you looking to buy one? I would say if you're looking to sell, like obviously HODL, just hold it until you find a price point where you can trade it or sell it for like another NFT that you think is going to do better. For 680, that's pretty good. I'm trying to think of like any NFTs in that range of like 500 to 700 gems that I think that might do better, or even like 800. But then again, you would have to sell this if you own it already. I'm not sure kind of what's going on with that. Yeah. So I hope that helped. I'm trying to like think of some alternatives off the top of my head, other than just stacking something. What's Harley at? I don't know. I feel bad getting a Harley instead of a Jason Fabix Batman, but then again, Harley is FA. Harley, where you at? Where you at, girl? Harl. Little Harl. She's at 9. She's already at $1,000. That was another one I told people to pick up. I thought there was better pickups for the price, like literally Steamboat Willie, but I think it's pretty solid. What did I put? I actually did have a chart here a while back for like NFTs under 500. I said like Bubbles, Buttercup, all the Snow Globes under 200. Like if you're looking to stack, but that was back when Snow Globes were below 200. Bubbles and Buttercup. We just looked up the Powerpuff Girls, but again, I think those ones like Powerpuff Girls, Adventure Time, like I do think they're like very undervalued for their price point. But then again, anything that gets announced, they're the first ones to get put on the market, or that people try to liquidate because people want to keep their Marvel, Disney, and DC, and sell all of these smaller, like lesser known IPs. I think it's pretty good. So I don't know. If you want me to like give you some alternatives, I could definitely like dig in, but I think it's pretty solid pickup for the price point. Stat Neon, what is undervalued right now in your opinion? It's hard because these prices have already moved like since I've literally started stream. What price points are you looking at, Stat Neon? Because it's gonna vary greatly. I think Iron Man is very undervalued. He's at 2,400. Let's see here if it'll load. Come on. Let's go. Let's load here. Luckily, we got the music here to entertain us a bit. Also, I should probably stay hydrated. Even with Iron Man at 2,400, obviously it would have been nice to pick him up yesterday when he was literally at 2K. That would have been ideal, but like he peaked at 3,200 5 days ago. So I do think he has another 800 gems to go to where he was previously. Like there's a lot of people between here and here. I mean, we can even look at the numbers. 26, 32, 30. So there's basically, I mean, of course, that's starting from here to here. And like, these numbers aren't representative. It doesn't mean that, so if it goes to 236 to 232, it doesn't mean there's only 30 people between here and here that bought. There's a lot of action that happens between the hours. Like, I'm sure if we zoom in, we could probably see it better. But like, people relist their stuff. Like, probably, maybe when Iron Man was here, at like 2K, people are like, oh my God, I'm in the profit. I'm just gonna list it for just shy of 2K. People just bought it up. So like, who knows, like even though it only shows a 30 gem transaction, or like down here, like 228, like even though it's technically what, a 40 listing swing, it could be closer to like 60 or 70 listings just because people list them, they get bought within the hour before it updates, because ecomi.wiki updates every hour on the hour. So we're gonna get the next update in 26 minutes. So like any activity that happens, it only takes a snapshot. So it takes a snapshot at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. But like all the activity that happens in between, like there could be 1,000 transactions or 1,000 listings that exchange hands between the hour. But as long as it like looks roughly the same at the end of the hour, like you just wouldn't know. So there's a lot of people committed to keeping Iron Man between these 2 points as well. So that's why I think it's going to take a little while for it to go back up, because there could be a lot of people between 2,400 and 1,300 that bought, and like at any point above this is profit. So there might be a little bit of resistance. It's like people are going to list and then buy and list and buy. But I think like maybe by the end of the month, it could get to like 3K or something. Like who knows? Not entirely sure. But I hope that makes sense. Like sometimes I go on these tangents and hope you guys and if you don't understand something, like please ask. Like there's no dumb question. And like if you're, hey, you talked about the Iron Man thing and like the listings, like what does that mean? Can you explain that again? Like I'm more than happy to help. Undervalued, so yeah, Iron Man. I'll give you 2 more really quick because I don't want to fall behind on chat. Rare Spider-Man. I'll try and give you a cheaper one after this because I know I'm throwing a lot at you that are like 1 to 2,000. Where's he at right now? 1,800. I still think I bought one at 1.6 earlier today. He was 1.4 yesterday, which was blowing my mind. I should have bought one yesterday, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna wait for the drop. Maybe I'll play in the secondary market, which I didn't. Jump into action, Rare Spider-Man. You can see he's already going up because he was at 2.3K, 2.4K a couple days ago. Like he was literally at a 50% discount because if you double this, that's 2.8. I mean, yeah, he's, you know, a couple hundred gems shy of that, but like he was literally at like a 45% discount yesterday. I still think at 1,800, it's still a pretty decent pickup. We can even look on here, like what are the walls looking at for Spider-Man? Let's go ahead and pull up Spooderman for you. Spooderman. See, I only bought one. Let's go. So here's the rare, and that's the other thing too. Some people like the rare a lot because it looks just like the secret rare. As it has the same stance where it's like jumping and doing the web shooter. Of course, the secret rare has 2 animations that goes with it, which is really cool. But like the rare is not that much of a step down. So there's one at 1.7, but it's probably one of those guys that puts it 1.799. Yeah, but I mean, we're at 2K on the same page. So within 10 listings, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's 11. I put my text on small so I can see a bit more on the screen. But yeah, like if you bought that, and I'm telling you to buy it, of course, like none of this is financial advice. I do think this is underrated. This has another like legitimately 500-600 gems to run before it was at before. And then what was another one I told people to get? I told people to get, dude, Jaunty Jig, like the common Mickey was literally at 850 yesterday. And where's it at now? I think it's already right up 200 gems, 150 gems. I know it seems like repetitive. I'm bringing up like the same NFTs like over and over, but I still think this is like this. I think this one still has another, what, 300 gems to run before it was that prior. And again, I'm not just comparing it to the peak. I'm also looking at the listings too. Like it's the listings are going to get back to where it was not too far from now. It's at 533. It just needs to get down to like 471. 60 listings. It's not that much. That's 12%. 1,300. So this basically still has another like 350 gems to run. What else? Let's do one more. Probably need to refresh the page because it is lagging a bit here. Let's give a cheaper one. I already said Ecto Wands, dude. Alligator Loki, common. And I do think like Alligator Loki's like could do pretty well. Like I will say partly because there is a big movement behind it with Randy Chavez. Like he's a big component or proponent of like Alligator Loki. There's some other like pretty high tier people like backing it up, mostly in like the secret and ultra rare level. But there are a lot of people that are buying like the, what's it called, the commons as well. Like the commons were going for 75 yesterday or a couple days ago, peaked at 130. So it was legitimately at a, again, 45, not a 50% discount, but 45% discount just the other day. And so, I mean, it definitely has some room to run. And these listings are getting pretty low considering there's 10,000 total issued. It's at 250 or no, 270 right now. I think this one, it would be another like solid stack if you want to do that. What was the other one? And then of course, Joker. I think Joker has the highest potential to possibly like pop off. Like I think Spider-Man and like Steamboat Willie and all these are like consistent, like, all right, they're gonna hit these points very well. But I don't know, I made a video not too long ago talking about how I think like the villains are underrated. Some of them are the gatekeepers to finishing sets. A lot of them are ultra rares like Dr. Doom and Red Skull. I bought Jim Lee at 1.6, so he's basically at the same price now as he was earlier. I'm not worried about it because I do think he has a lot of room to grow, because this guy ran to like 2.1 not too long ago, maybe just shy of 2. He ran to 2,000, so I mean he's got another 350 to run, and I think he'll actually go beyond that because, like I mentioned before, there's 59,000 Batman mints. That doesn't include the Batman Who Laughs. So like if you include Todd, Rizzo, Becky Cloonan, Joe Mad, like all those mints, all the Black and White series Batmans, there's 59,000 of them, but there's only 11,000 Jokers. Like that's not that many. So if there are Batman collectors that want a Batman and a Joker, the Joker, you know, it might have to come at a premium. I don't think it'll like surpass Todd or anything like that. Like, but I do think it'll go up pretty significantly, in my personal opinion, because he is the most well-known DC villain and probably one of the most well-known villains like in existence, like in general. Like everyone knows Joker. Let's see. I hope that answered your question, Stat Neon. I know I went on a rant. I'm gonna have to catch up with chat a bit here. Feed the Big. Wonder Woman is severely underpriced. I don't like using that term. I catch myself saying it all the time because it's like a community thing. Like underpriced compared to what? How long? Are you comparing it to another NFT? Are you comparing it to 6 months from now, 6 years from now? I think she's a very solid, like mid-tier, very solid, like mid-tier NFT. In my personal opinion, I would rather pick up an uncommon Steamboat Willie, but like that'll probably be better shorter term. But if we're talking like past a year, like if you're really gonna like hold this for like more than a year, I can maybe see Wonder Woman pulling ahead of that, like doing better. Yeah, it's strange because like if they do release like a second Wonder Woman, like she pumps because again, like that always happens. Like anytime there's a release of an NFT, the duplicate of it or like an adjacent version of that NFT will pump up. Like look at Invisible Woman, like the Mighty Marvels version, like when they announced Sue Storm, like it just pumped up like 80% out of nowhere and then it died down like within the hour. It's hard to say. I'd say like she's very solid for 1.4K. Would I rather have a ultra rare Spider-Man's price himself out at that point, like in this price range? Now it's like Steamboat Willie. Would you rather have FA Joker? No, that's still a bit too high. FA Harley, but like maybe use like the other like 350 gems for stacking. Like that's legitimate too. I think she's solid. Like she's good. I do think some NFTs will pull ahead in the shorter term, but if you're like talking long-term hodl, I think Wonder Woman is very solid. Barry did an oopsie. Thoughts on the Adventure Time set? I'll get to that into a second. I do want to catch up with chat because I know people said stuff a long time ago. Savanged? Sorry, I'm American. I'm gonna like butcher foreign names like really bad. Man, if you need help configuring the stream, hit me up. I got some experience in that field. I appreciate it. I think the main thing is like my computer's legitimately like 8 years old. And I do think part of it too is the ecomi wiki site is like pretty CPU intensive. Like it runs a lot of stuff in the background and like takes up your memory, something like that. I don't remember exactly. Omi the Clown did mention like occasionally you will need to like refresh the page because it does like really eat away at that. But I'm sure with enough YouTube videos, like I could probably figure out like the right bit rate and all that stuff to stream it at so it doesn't lag. But if I'm like really struggling, like I'll definitely hit you up. Or if you come back in chat and let me know, I'll do that. What do you think? Is the OG Devil Bunny gold is worth 370? Good buy or overpriced? I've mentioned this before. I don't really look at the decon stuff too much, but like let's look at the Devil Bunny. Devil Bunny, and I bought the Devil Bunnies before. Like I pretty much had my hand in almost all of the different IPs at some point, whether it's like very, very short term or whatever it may be. I think I got the red one at some point. Like I think there was a point where I stacked the reds or I never got the gold. I think I remember I was stacking either like the reds or the blacks or something like that. I don't really remember. The gold, I do think the gold, like I think all of the decon independent artist stuff would do extremely well off platform. Because again, I think everyone on Veve just overlooks anything that's like not Disney, DC, or Marvel related. So like who knows? Like it's going for 350 on Veve. but like Immutable X gets announced, so Devil Bunny gets pumped to, the gold gets pumped to, let's say 550. A pretty aggressive pump because it's Immutable X. And like the first people that can get on Immutable X and make sales, like you could maybe ask for like 1K, 1.5K in Ethereum for it, maybe more. Like who knows? Like the people are so used to just buying like random 2D art by like no-namer artists, but like the first time you put on something like this that's made by Tristan Eaton and it's a 3D golden bunny, that's part of a set, and you can take that. I'm not sure if you guys correct me if I'm wrong, if you could take the NFT back to Veve, like once you move it off platform, are you able to bring it back? Because if you can, that's a pretty solid deal. Because there are some people that are like Ethereum rich, but they're like, all right, I don't want to cash out my Ethereum. Like some people have like 95% of their assets in Ethereum or crypto, and they're like, I want to do Veve. It's the same thing with like Randy Chavez. He's like, I have so much money in Omi, I don't want to cash it out, pay fees, put it into Veve, pay more fees because there's that weird fee with, you know, Google Play Store or whatever you have. Like that's like 2 or 3 fees just to take it out. It's like, I'd rather just have the Ethereum I have and just buy it at a premium and not have to deal with it. And then I could just transfer it back to Veve and just deal with it that way. Like there's tons of people that do that. Overpriced, we'll look at the numbers. Like I'm just keep ranting. Underpriced, I'm not entirely sure. I will say that the hype behind all the other decon art is a positive for it, but that's more of like the 2D art. Maybe not so much like the 3D stuff. The other thing I try to think too is like, okay, where's it gonna go? And like, okay, if I want to sell, like what's an equivalent NFT I could sell for it? The 2.5% thing is nice, like if you do sell it. I would just hodl it, dude. Like if you own one, I would just hodl it until Immutable X. Like you just never know. There could be some like, I try not to curse on the streams because I'm trying to get monetized and all that stuff. So like, as much as I want to like drop S and like F bombs and stuff occasionally, and sometimes they might slip. Like I would just wing it. Like just hold it. It's 350 gems. It's not like you can flip it and like buy a Todd or buy like a Steamboat Willie or like buy some like insanely blue chip thing. Like let it ride. Like maybe get extremely lucky. Like maybe you sell for like 1.1K ETH. And then you can use that ETH to do USD. You invest it in OMI, and now you take that OMI, and now you can buy NFTs with it. I think that's another strategy I've thought about too. It's like, sell my independent artist stuff for like 3x the price of the floor of Veve, because Veve doesn't value it, but there's more people off platform than on platform that like this kind of stuff. I sell it for 1.5K or something, or 1.1K, trade that ETH for USD, invest that in OMI, and then I use that OMI to buy, because they're going to have OMI to NFT as well. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. I know it's a lot of steps, but hell, if you can 3x your money, like why not? Okay, let me catch up. I still remember the Adventure Time question. Don't worry, I'll get to that. I apologize. Oink, Leprechaun, one of the craziest pumps. True. I might make that a video, like the craziest pumps that happened in Veve. I don't want to say Veve history because it doesn't go back that far, like that I know of. I'm just gonna put Leprechaun ornament. The rainbow run, right? The normal Leprechaun. Look, Steamboat Willie, you are. I will in a sec. Choo choo. What's up? Good stuff, EV vibes. I appreciate it. 680 gems. What was your previous question? What is undervalued right now? Okay, so 680 gems. I'll give you 2 more suggestions here in a bit. Yeah, this pump right here. It was at like 270, then like bam, 500. Literally doubles in price. That is nuts. That was a crazy pump. I don't think it's the craziest one. It's not as nuts as R2D2, but I think this would definitely make like top 5 in my opinion. Not entirely certain. Monica, Natasha, thank you guys for the live stream and nice chatting with you, the community. Till next time. Thank you, Monica, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Raul Ateneza, I butchered that. Should I sell my Steamboat Willie? Right? No. First off, if it's a 525, is that a rare, common, or sorry, that an uncommon, common, or ultra rare? Like which one? Which level is it? All right, we'll look at the Adventure Time right now because I did promise we would take a look at that. We might also have to refresh the page here. Oh, it's still loading pretty quick. Come on, give it to me. There it is. The Adventure Time just set in general. Overall undervalued. Also weird too that Finn Mertens actually passed up Jake the dog. Maybe that's not the case. Like the market's going to refresh, or I should say the website will refresh in like 12 minutes. But Jake the dog right now is really crazy. The only issue is that, again, anytime there's a big name IP or a big drop announcement, like these are the first ones to get put on the market. Like these are the first NFTs that people go to sell. Because like if I'm looking at my vault, I have Spider-Man, I have certain Batmans, I have what else? Like Groots and some other stuff. Like Groots, they're just hard to sell because there's so many of them. Even if you bought a lot, even if you stack them for like very low amount and like or very low price and like you're trying to sell them off, it still takes a while. But these ones, like I've noticed a trend, a lot of the NFTs that are in like the 50 to 200 gem range, anytime there's a drop announcement, plummet. Because what do you need for most NFT, for most drops, right? Anywhere between, like, people don't sell gems for comic drops. They're only seven gems. But if there's a 50 or 60 gem drop, which is usually like DC Marvel, people usually liquidate the NFTs that are like in that range between 50 to 100. And if they don't have some that cheap, or if they're like at a loss for those, they want to sell something higher, like Jake, like at 200 gems. These ones do dip a lot because this is like the exact amount they need to play this drop and potentially the next one. So that's why you see, I mean, it has great range. It's just, it takes a while, right? Like this is taking like weeks for it to hit these ranges. Like it sits between 180 and 130, which is a good range, but it's taken weeks to hit those points, which if you don't mind waiting, like that's pretty good. Do I think some other things could pump better in those weeks? Yes. And I mostly focus on Finn Mertens and Jake the Dog when I talk Adventure Time. Like I think Princess Bubblegum is great. I'm not familiar with the show, so like if I was, like I'd probably have better recommendations. I think Lumpy Space Princess is probably one of the cheapest rares, like on Veve right now. Maybe not including some of the like Cryptkins or something like that. Of like very long term, and like who knows, like, and that's another thing. I do think Adventure Time would probably do better off platform because I think at its peak, like Adventure Time has had like 3 million viewers and all that stuff, but who knows, like maybe only, you know, there's only like 5,000 people on platform that are maybe fans of Adventure Time, like really big fans, but like there's thousands more off platform that would do it. So if Immutable X is a thing, like, and this Jake the Dog definitely looks very trolly. Same thing with like Finn Mertens. I'm not too familiar with the show. Like I've been meaning to watch it to at least like get familiar with it. But like I could definitely see these NFTs like doing well off platform. So do I think there's better investments for those? I honestly think things like Deadpool and Storm and stuff will like run up a bit faster. They'll run up. They'll have their day until all of the Marvel DC, like until those all price themselves out. Like Common Spider-Man's at like 2.5K and everything is like doubled in price. Until those things price themselves out, I do think the Adventure Time, Cryptkins, Myrmicornos, like all that stuff, they will have their day. Well, Myrmicornos is pretty popular, but they will have their day. It's just taking a long time because we need all the big name IPs to like price themselves out, basically. Look at Steamboat Willie. Yeah, he's going up. Last I checked, I don't think he's at 10K yet. Maybe he is on the phone, but like the website's going to update in 8 minutes. So we'll take a look at that. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll refresh it after this. Okay, he's at 9. It's pretty solid. I got really lucky and I did win him on drop. I will say, don't forget to, I forget to say this. I don't know why I remembered it right now. Like, subscribe, do all this stuff. I'm trying to gain more of a following on Twitter as well as like on the app. And I'm actually going to do it right now before I forget. Speaking of Steamboat Willie, if you guys go to, so Steamboat Willie right now is at, okay, 9.2, at least according to the market. But I'm going to put mine up for 9 million. Or 90,000. How many zeros is that? 9 million. Go check him out. All right. So if you guys do this, so if you guys go to so if you guys are curious, or here we go. I'll just do this. So move that back. My vault is not accurate. I haven't updated it in months, so if you saw it, that's fine, but I'd rather just like, I just cover it up just to avoid people like, oh my god, you have a bunch of money or whatever. It's like, it's old and it doesn't matter like how much money I do or don't have like on the app. Let's see. Oh, it's already pulled up. Has that been up the whole time? Oh my gosh. All right, let's do this. Did I mess up? Has that been up the whole time? Or did I just put that up? I'm tripping. If you guys want to follow me on, I've also been more cognizant about posting on Veve too. Like actually before this drop, I posted twice. 9.9999. All right, so there I am. I'm at 9. So that listing right there in the middle. So 9. In case you're wondering, I did get this on drop, so lucky me. But yeah, if you guys want to follow me on there, I do post occasionally. I do. If you guys, I might post and I think it'd be kind of cool to like field some questions. I might just say like, if you guys have any questions or are there any buys you guys curious about, and like you guys can ask me questions on there. I'll try and keep up. It's gonna be hard to like answer questions on like YouTube and then on here and then like all that stuff. So let me close this. Let me refresh this page. So that's my advice on Adventure Time. Like I think it's great. It's the second series that's literally ever been released on Veve. Like the mint numbers and like the common and uncommons are like very undervalued, but I think it's gonna take time for it to see its day, in my opinion. You live on the wall beside the fridge complex I live at? Nice! That's awesome, dude. Kobe Collects, what's up, dude? I was just talking about you earlier. I forgot what I was talking about you about, but yeah. Thank you for the live stream and nice chatting. Okay, I already read that. Veve Vibes, how many gems do you recommend having liquid? Like just for the next drop? In my personal opinion, I try to have at least like 100, 150. Like you just saw today's drop was 120. Caught a lot of people off guard, which is why like anytime a big announcement happens, a lot of the NFTs between 50 to 200 gems will just drop because people are just trying to get enough gems for the drop. And that's why you see those go for sale all the time. Like anytime there's a big announcement and they're like, oh, the box price is 60 gems, every NFT that's like between 40 to like 120, 200 gems are just going to drop in price because people are just trying to liquidate. So in my personal opinion, minimum have 150. I know it's going to be tempting to like buy an uncommon Deadpool because he's at like 130 and maybe he'll go up to like 200 in a couple weeks or something like that. But you never know when Veve is going to announce a multi-day announcement, like a multi-day drop. So imagine if they did a, as crazy as this sound, maybe not the statue series, but like maybe the mini drop. Maybe they said, all right, we're gonna do mini on Tuesday, and then we're gonna do Goofy on Wednesday, and then we're gonna do Pluto on Thursday. And like, oh yeah, each of the cards are 50 gems. And let's say you get the mini drop, and for God knows whatever reason, let's say it just stays at box price like I did with Sue Storm and whatever. Like sometimes things just stay around box price for a while, or like you just don't want to sell. Like, all right, I secure the drop. I don't want to sell it because I know it's going to go for 600 gems. You know, make sure you have enough gems left over for a potential like multi-day drop. That's my personal opinion. I know it's tempting to buy stuff now, but I think the last 3 weeks have been pretty quiet on Veve, and I do think we might get like a multi-day or some sort of series drop coming up in the near future. Raw, that's crazy talk. Kofi Collapse, you are seen, but Willie, easy 100K down the road. Yeah, I could see that. It'll maybe take a few years, but I could see that. Raul, coffee shots? Yeah, coffee shots. I hope so. That would be incredible. Roman Torres, what do you think about UFC NFT grab 2 packs? UFC NFT grab 2 packs. Oh, are you talking about like actual like UFC? I don't know. I'm just familiar with Veve. If I misunderstood that, like please correct me, but I don't know what you mean by that. Not familiar with like other platforms like Top Shots or anything like that. So Hallowell, I had to leave, but yeah, the Batman I've been debating selling. I got one at 300 and one at 500, contemplating moving into the battle statue. Battle statue right now, like I think it will go up eventually, but I think there's better investments. I got one at 300 and one at 500, contemplating moving into battle statue. The 2 Batmans you bought, if they're black and white, I would just hold them, dude. Like there's going to be a pump happening over the next few days. I think it's going to hinge pretty heavily on what the mini announcement is. If it's just mini, I don't think there's gonna be that big of a pump, especially if it's like a poster or some sort of card. But if it's like, oh, we're doing a mini series and this is gonna introduce Goofy, Donald Duck, Pluto, and like all the other like pretty mainstream like Disney characters, like that's multiple FAs in one sitting. Then we could see a significant dip, but I would just hold it, dude. The black and white series Batmans are pretty solid all around. There could be a certain point where you might want to like sell one for like a Spider-Man or like a Steamboat Willie. Like I think those might have a bit more potential. Coffee shots. If you were to start following on one of these collectibles, which one would you go for? If you were to start a following on one of these collectibles, which one would you go for? Start a following. I know I talk about Steamboat Willie all the time, but I'm not like that bullish on it. I was like, I'd say like my favorite collectibles on the platform, like just aesthetically. I like Dragon Girl a lot. I personally like the common and uncommon because it actually shows you like the tattooed artwork. I don't know. I think it has to happen organically, right? I don't want to like force like, oh, because this is my favorite, like I want my name attached to this NFT or whatever. But I do like Dragon Girl, like the aesthetic, like the uncommon and common, like I have good stuff. Plus it's like a little lewd. I think some people are into that thing, so it could fetch a nice price. Batman Who Laughs, I like that one a lot. I think he's 89. That'll probably save some time. Batman Who Laughs, I think the story's amazing. He's probably one of the most unique DC villains that's happened in the last like couple decades. And he's only been in like the DC universe, or like he actually like was written like less than few years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. So he's like pretty new. Yeah, if you guys don't know, you guys should definitely check out like Comics Explained. The guy on there does a very good job of like covering different DC and like Marvel and all the comics and stuff. He has a nice voice. He does a good job of like explaining, giving you like the overarching story, and puts it in like very layman's terms, like what's happening in the story. So you have to read it page for page. But like the Batman Who Laughs story is like really interesting. You guys should check it out. You have to read a comic. I haven't read any comics. I get all my information through that guy. But like Batman Who Laughs, like in an alternate world, of course, or alternate universe, Batman like ended up like killing the Joker. He like inhaled like some of like the Joker like virus or poison, whatever it is. So he basically like took on the mentality of Joker. And so basically having the smarts of Batman and just like how tactically sound he is and like physically strong he is, and then also having like the sadism and like the insanity of Joker. The same way like Batman has a contingency plan to like disable the Justice League in case like something goes awry. Like he has a plan for Wonder Woman, Superman, all the other people. He used it to like kill them instead. So like if he twists and turns, and he also had like multiple Robins as like pets and stuff. It was really weird, but like really interesting too. So I like Batman Who Laughs. I'm trying to think like what's like my favorite like maybe high tier NFT that's like blue chip or whatever it is. I really like Iron Man. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. But like there's no like one NFT. Like that's the other thing too. Like I'm not too attached to my NFTs. Like I think I've gotten so used to flipping, but like there's some like I do want to start cashing in eventually on getting some blue chip NFTs. So, sorry if that was like a long-winded answer, but let's see here. Started following. Shandara Mac. Did you hit today's drop? No, I did not. I did not hit today's drop. I've been like 0 for 7. Like first of all, I like never get comics. Never get comics. I'm like 2 for whatever. I've gotten 2 comics in the last 3 months, and I've legitimately have never gotten a rebound ever. Like I've tried all the techniques and timing and align gate, like all this stuff, like nothing works. Like I've watched all the videos on VV Vault and like even some other like smaller time YouTubers like pick up tips from there, but not really. Clench Cab, Disney executive just made a video 10 minutes ago saying they messed up for Golden Moments through Veve. He said, if you have GM, Golden Moments, HODL, you will make minion. Is that what he said? That's legit. I don't know if you're trolling me, but I might have to check into that. Clench Cab, appreciate that. Savanged, I'm just gonna say Savangard. I don't know why, but it sounds cool. If there's an email address or something, I can send you a DM. I'll give you my contact. So if you need it, you can hit me up. Cool. Yeah, I might take you up on that. there's a lot of things you can do to save more CPU, GPU bandwidth. I appreciate that. Kobe collects Veve vibes. You live in the wall. I do. It was a heavy investment. I was debating investing in like do all those alligator Lokis because I think I put like 17 alligator Loki commons to get on the wall, and I'm like, you know what? Randy's committed to this like cause. He's an awesome guy. I've been watching him for a while, and like I wouldn't do that for like most other content creators because like Randy's like all in, like he's giving it everything, and so like I didn't want to like invest into something that's like sketchy and they stream like very occasionally and like all that stuff. And he's very diligent about mentioning the names and stuff like that. And plus, like there's a lot of other big name people like yourself and a ton of other content creators. I think NFT Pirates is on there and stuff like that. I can't think of them all because there's so many, but I'm glad I got the wall. I'm the FA wall investor, so I'm stoked about that. Just paid 18K for 585 Batman versus Killer Croc. Why? I own a 585 physical statue, first edition, in mint condition, on sealed box. Time to tell. Value this comment, dude. That is an extremely long-term hodl. But that is, dude, if you can afford it and you're bullish on it, hell yeah, dude. Congrats. Dude, like that could be the future. I do think having combo physical collectibles with NFTs will be a huge deal. And there will be, I mean, we're talking about the 1% of 1% of collectors, but those are the same people that pay the 1%. Those are the people that own the 1% of 1% of wealth, like in the world. So, dude, that's solid. Is it a bit much right now, according to the app? Probably, but long term, if you're in this for the long haul, that's solid. I do think there could be a premium for matching collectibles, especially mint condition. It sounds like you're serious about this. Like, that's awesome. Now you just need another person like yourself to come along and put in that kind of money if you're looking to sell it, or if you're gonna, look to take that collectible to your grave. That'd be sick. Mephisto NFT, what's your opinion on the best collectible for flipping without extra fee, like Marvel or Disney? Some good flips. Depends on how much you're willing to invest. Okay, I want to invest 500 gems and buy approximately 5 collectibles to flip for around 80 to 100 gems each. Okay, I will say this. I used to be that way. I will say, like, when I first did flipping, I would avoid the Marvel and Disney stuff because I'm like, 8.5 fee, this is ridiculous. But then again, sometimes those same collectibles, like for the same price, like what's comparable right now? Trying to think of like 2 things that are like somewhat the same priced right now. Like, let's say you did, gosh, what are some like, because there's not a lot of like, let's say Ecto 1 or DeLorean. That's actually, I told people yesterday buy DeLorean when it was at like 110, like 105. It's already ran up 20 bucks. 50,000 mints. I know people were trolling about it back in the day, like, oh, just throw it away. It's looking good now. So 2.5% fee on this one. I mean, when did I buy it? I bought this one for like, I think 120 earlier today. So like, yeah, it was at 105. No, it was at 110 yesterday. And I mean, it's ran up to 185 at some point. So I do think this one's pretty solid. The question is, okay, would you rather invest in this or like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? I think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's above 300 now. That's like 340. Like, let's think of Uncommon Deadpool. He's at 150. Actually, that's a good equivalent. So Uncommon Deadpool's around this price point right now. It's like, all right, I'm gonna eat the 8.5% fee, but sometimes I've noticed, like, if it's a big name, if it's a big character on Marvel, it'll make up that 6% difference. Like, I've noticed that before. Like, let's say DeLorean goes up to like 165. Like, Uncommon Deadpool might run to 200, and like that's definitely more than a 6% difference, right? So like, there's a good chance that could happen. So like, let's go and look at Deadpool really quick. So like, I know the 6.5, like the 8.5% fee, like you'd have to think of it too, not 8.5%. It's a 6% difference between the two. So yeah, 150 for the. It's a 12 gem difference, whatever. I do think like Ugly Sweater Deadpool will hit 200 before DeLorean will hit like, I don't know, like 160 or like 170 or something like that, like in my personal opinion. So you would make more on that. So I wouldn't shy away just because I used to do that too. Like, I used to shy away from the 2.5% fee or like the 8.5% fee. But so that's what I would say on that. So like, So if you want my actual opinion, like if you're dead set on the 2.5% fee, I think DeLoreans are pretty good. I did have like a little sheet I had here yesterday. My vault isn't updated. It's like months old, by the way, if you guys caught that. DeLoreans, Ecto 1, Alligator Loki. Most of them are like Marvel. I said DeLoreans and Ecto 1. I kind of like Ecto 1 because that has literally a fifth of the mints of DeLorean, but I think DeLorean's like more iconic. Snow globes. I think snow globes, they were 200 yesterday. I told him, like, dude, all the snow globes are below 200 yesterday. I thought that was all of these were below 200 yesterday. I told people specifically to buy the uncommon because it's half the price. The uncommon yesterday was at 110. The commons were sitting around 200. I'm like, dude, you could buy 2 uncommons for the price of 1 common. And look at the price now. Like, so even though, let's just say it's up $31, you made $62 here because you bought 2, but you're only up 40 here. It might take a bit more work because now you have to sell 2 versus 1. But overall, like, I'm a big fan of actually the uncommons because everyone is thinking about the commons. In my personal opinion, like gem for gem, uncommons will get you more, but it might take you a little bit longer to sell them because you got more of them. Commons will run up, and that's the other thing too. Is like the nice thing is like if the commons run up, the uncommons will follow. Like they always keep in step with each other. I mean, they all kind of do. Kind of crazy too that the rare snow globe and like the common are like the same price as well. I'm not sure where that is. I think time will tell. Like I think eventually we'll get to the point where mint numbers just like won't matter. Like there's so many people on the app, it doesn't matter. Where maybe the rare will start pulling ahead to like a significant amount. Like if this was at 250, like the rare might be at like 350, 400. But we'll see. Maybe that kind of counteracts my point because I said mint numbers don't matter and people just want what's popular. So I think it's going to make sense that the polar bear is going to be there for the most part. So yeah, if you're really going to want like the 2.5%, like DeLoreans and stuff like that, but if you're not, I would say, what did I say earlier? Like Deadpool, I like uncommon Deadpool. I think Alligator Loki, and I'm not saying that because I like Randy Chavez, but like legit, I showed this I think like 30 minutes ago. These are going for legitimately like, it's a bit higher now. It's already at 80, but this still has a lot of room to grow. It's been a little laggy. We might have to refresh this here in a sec. Let me read some listings. List something for a ridiculous price and I'll follow that. Yeah, I did. I put up an ultra rare Steamboat Willie for 9 million. So just follow me on that. So look up the ultra rare Steamboat Willie, 9 million. Follow me on that. I'll follow you back. I haven't really paid too much attention of getting a following on there, but like I do like actually posting on the feed occasionally, like giving people good luck on the drop. Maybe fielding any questions or like maybe asking people like what their favorite NFT or whatever. Like I told people yesterday, like, dude, Alligator Loki's at 75. They were 130 not too long ago. 4 days ago, they were 130. So, I mean, we're talking a pretty significant increase. Not a huge fan of this song. Let's just skip it. Way too heavy on like the piano keys and like way too loud. Yeah. Let's get some bass in there, some like raindrops, some soft raindrops. Get some lo-fi going. I think Alligator Lokis are very solid, and this is kind of what I mean. Like, is the 8.5% fee sucks? Yes, but it is what it is. And there's a lot of buyers between that 80 and 130 that are just gonna hodl. Like there's you're gonna have all these people up here are gonna hodl. At least they should, but they're gonna hodl. And even though this listing only shows a difference between 326 and 184, I can almost guarantee you during this time there was people trying to take profits during this pump. So it's not like, oh, there's only what 160 people like holding. It might be closer to like 250. Like who knows, right? But yeah, so I think this is solid. I probably should have stacked up more on these. I bought 17 of these at 100 when I got on Randy's wall, so that kind of sucked, but it is what it is. You can't put a price on getting on Randy's wall for a year. So I hope that helps. If you want more recommendations, or if the ones I gave you aren't like, if you're not about it, like, cause that's the other thing too. Like, you have to like it enough to like want to hodl it too. But it sounds like you wanted to do quick flips. I think Alligator Loki has the highest potential of just flipping fast and uncommon Deadpool. DeLoreans and stuff like that might take a while, might take a bit. It'll get there, but it might take a bit longer, which is why popularity over fees, right? In my opinion. I'm gonna try and catch up with chat here. Cordy, how much is the physical worth? Coffee Collects physical first edition goes from 1K to God knows what. Not easy to find from 2006. That's a solid deal. Veve Las Vegas, what's up? Vibes, great content. Enjoying the night. Veve fam, nice. That's amazing, Cordy. Yeah, dude, that's solid. And it's good you picked that up because you never know. Like, if you did pick it up at that price, someone else could have kept it, or maybe he delisted it, and you just don't see it again for months or years. Who knows? Like, maybe it never comes back. Like, it's so hard. So I'm glad you were able to scoop that. Hello, Comics Explained is the GOAT for real. Been following for a while, dude. He's awesome. Comics Explained. He's got a hearty laugh. He's definitely like a family man and all that stuff. He's great, and he does a great job of explaining comics, which is why I like Batman Who Laughs. Like, I think that's another thing too. Like, I think that's another reason why I actually recommended Batman Who Laughs, because I'm like, almost every comic book person I know really likes Batman Who Laughs, because it's one of the more unique like DC characters. Like, DC hasn't had like a bunch of like new like villains and stuff like that. It's actually kind of hard to come up with like new villains without just like upscaling the power level, right? It's like, all right, this one's worldwide threat, this is a system-wide threat, this is intergalactic, this is multiversal threat, this is you know, multi-existence threat. Like, it's hard to not do that without upscaling, but like Batman Who Laughs was able to pull that off. Yeah, there's some stuff later in like later stories where he does like it like multiversal, but that's besides the point. Rod from Comics Explained. It's like, so yeah, let's get into it. I think that's my impersonation of him. He always like starts every show like that. It's kind of funny. Veve Las Vegas, my Todd is just 2 numbers away from the Veve one. That's awesome, dude. That's sick. And dude, you're in Vegas? I'm down here in, well, a little bit south of Phoenix, but yeah. I've been to Vegas a couple times, not so much recently. Honestly, don't have like a ton of disposable income to like go do shit in Vegas, but yeah, dude, if there's ever a meetup like in Vegas for like Veve and stuff like that, like I would definitely try to make it. That sounds sick. I'm assuming you're in Vegas, but yeah. So it's only like a 3-hour drive, maybe 4-hour drive for me, like up to Vegas. Hey, Rob. Yeah, Rob. Okay. JDR saw Marvel Comics #1 for sale at $3.90 this morning. Wow. If I wasn't so groggy, I would have been mine. That's the struggle, man. Like, everyone's got their alarms set for like 8:45. Well, it's 8:45 my time, but like 15 minutes before the drop. And I've done that before too. So on comics, like, I don't try too hard because I never won comics. So I'm like, and I'm like, all right. Click the tap, and I'm like, all right, did I win? Nah. Like, could I play rebounds? I've never gotten a rebound. I should probably be more optimistic about it, but I've seen a rebound live. Like, I've seen I saw Johnny Dunn win the drop this morning live, and I saw Veve Vault win a drop, or no, win a rebound, like a 12-minute rebound, like I think 2 comic drops ago or whatever. So I've seen it live. Like, I believe it happens, but it's just like, I just have the worst luck. Veve Las Vegas. Coffee Shots just saw a statue get listed for 1.5K, get bought up in seconds. I think the whales are going to hold that 1.6K floor, possibly. I don't think it's all whales, but I do think people do see the potential of just, the Batman IP is very strong. And this is the first time we've had a Batman drop in like 9 months, 10 months. Like, it's been a while. So people have been very like ecstatic to have like Batman come back again. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't think people really care about Killer Croc. I don't really think people care that much that it's like the first one in color. Like, cool. I don't, but it's still sick. It's the first like battle statue and all that stuff. So that is cool. I do think it could run up higher than that. Sorry. Oof. I need to catch up with chat. Veve Las Vegas, what's up, Kobe? I got 20 Lokis. Like commons, or are we talking like secret rares? I'm not sure what we're talking about here. Kobe collects Veve Las Vegas. Brother, did you send your giveaway? Should be a 2 comic set of Craven comics. Whoa. 2 comic sets? So 2 comics from the set, or like 2 whole entire sets? Either way, that's amazing. Have you on the table? Figured I'd ask you instead of scrolling through my notifications. Let's see. Kind of want to try. Let's try this one. Hold on. Give me a sec, guys. Play some new music. I can dig it. I dig it. Las Vegas, all sorts of stuff from you, bro. We're good. Be honest, man. This Kobe guy and more givers. Yeah, dude. I see him all the time. He's very generous, always donating, always giving stuff away, supporting the community. I see him in Randy's stream. I try to support some other, like, hang out in some other smaller content creator streams and stuff occasionally. I've seen your name a ton of time, Kobe Collects, and I watched one of your streams, not live, but I watched the replay of it or like whatever. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll watch streams, but like I can go back and watch that ×2 speed, which is sick. So it saves me some time. But that's cool. I know someone with a real low ghost bear, but I think it's in the 60s. Brendan Z is the lowest bear guy though. That's funny. Where's he been? I think I used to see him all the time, but like maybe I'm not hanging out in the right chats. But I remember I used to see him all the time. Mephisto NFT, thanks for your explanation and suggestions. Of course, I hope that helps, dude. Dude, that extra 6% fee like used to shy me away all the time, but I'm like, dude, the Spider-Mans and like all the Marvel stuff is always running, and like there's not that many stackable, like, of course there's plenty of like stackable NFTs that are like 2.5% fee and like under 100 gems, but like we're talking Cryptkins, we're talking some other stuff. So it's like are those things like the most bullish that'll just like double or triple in price out of nowhere? Maybe, but unlikely. Not compared to like Spider-Man, some of the other stuff. It's getting harder to stack. That's why a month ago I'm like, we should stack these. A month ago I told people to stack Batman Who Laughs, Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, Catwoman, and Batgirl. And I pointed out Ben Reilly at some point too. I bought like 3 Ben Reileys at 170. I kind of wish I held them a bit longer, but it is what it is. Headcrack 85. Best looking collectible at the moment is Batman Battle Statue, FA Color Batman, FA Croc, FA DC Battle Statue, art by Jim Fletcher, great detail, very sort of real life in the real world. Keep an eye on that one. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a lot of history and like FAs there. I think I could definitely see that being one of the NFTs that people sleep on for a while, and it'll just jump up. It'll be at like 2.5K, and then it'll just jump up to like 6, like I don't know, or like within like a couple of days. I could definitely see that happening. But I think it just needs to take a bit more time to mature. I think the market is so antsy for Pokemon or like a next big IP announcement or whatever it is that like I think people aren't trying to invest that big into like that new of an NFT. They're trying to see where the market, how the market is like fluctuating. And it was a bit weird too that like when the market opened, for the first like 15-20 minutes, there was like 150 listings. I'm like, wait, all of the NFTs were delivered. All 8,888 were delivered, yet there's only 150 on market. Like that seems a bit weird. And I thought the market was just acting up. I'm like, because even some of the times I refreshed it too, I would look at, I would refresh it and it would say like 1,000 would be the floor. I'd refresh it again. Then all of a sudden, like 7 listings would all pop up below 1,000. I'm like, all right, it's being kind of weird right now. So maybe not. Top gainers on the hour. Let's see here. We got Pop Life Print. Still pumping up. I think, what's his face? What's his name? I forgot his name. I always forget his name. He's on Twitter a lot. I saw him recently try to like pump up the like the art pieces and stuff. What's his name? I forgot his name. You guys probably know who I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his name. Where is it? I don't see it. But you guys probably know who I'm talking about. Really like gung-ho on like the 2D art pieces and stuff. So like I think Meetable X is right around the corner. I do think some of the 2D art will do better off platform because everyone in the app is all over Disney, Marvel, and DC. And I do think a lot of like the 2D art or like independent artists and stuff like that are going to do very well at platform. Like right now, Pop Life Print, let's say is 2K. You could ask for 4K and ETH on this like off platform. That could be a thing, especially if you're one of the first ones off app to do it. That could definitely be a thing. And then you trade your ETH for USD, then you buy OMI with it, now you can buy NFTs with OMI, and like that's pretty good margin. It's a lot of steps, but you might be able to pull that off. Let's see. Okay, another one's sick. Veve Las Vegas, gotcha. Howl, Hole Lowell. If you're a waffle in Veve, okay. Bill and Mike, statue, hard one. I am. Thank you for the follow back. You got a sick collection. Will the Batman collectible go up? I think in due time. Like, anything can happen. I think a lot of hinging is on the Minnie Mouse announcement. Minnie Mouse FA is a pretty big deal, but if she's just like a card or a poster and it's like a single thing drop, I don't expect like a big dip in the market. But if it's like a blind box set and there's different iterations of her wearing different outfits, secret rare, ultra rares, maybe a bit of a dip, like a bit more of a dip. But then if they do like multiple FA appearances of like Goofy and all that stuff, like I've said, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I do know new people jump into the stream occasionally. So if it is that level where it's multiple FAs, like in a series or a drop, like that, definitely expect a dip in that, in the market. Following you on the app, I appreciate that. Coffee shots. Headcrack Batman statue will moon. I could potentially. I could see that. I could see it doing it eventually, but like in the next like few days, weeks, maybe a few months, like unlikely it's gonna moon really hard, but hell, I could be wrong. Last lunch, sorry, Alex, I got a 4,555. Is that a good cereal? Not that I know of. Like there are some niche cases where it's like if it's a very recognizable character, or like IP and you have like a mint number that's related to like the year, that's kind of a niche thing. But not really, unless you're like the highest mint, like unless you're like number 888 or you're like in like the like sub 100. If you're like in the triple digits, like you can ask for like a small premium, like above 4, but like it's not going to be like 10 times the price or anything like that, unless you're trying to match it with a physical collectible or something like that. But that I'm talking about on average. On average. Last lunch, I have a low mint. Ghost Bear, are you getting in on Kobe boxes tonight at Veve Las Vegas? Cool. 455 is the floor mint. Yeah, I would say so. It's not too special. If the actual mint, like if the total mints of whatever the collectible was exactly 45555, like yeah, you could probably fetch a small premium because that is like the highest amount, right? You could probably fetch a premium for that, but it's normally you want 3 digits or even better 2 digits. Yeah, exactly. Like random mints in the middle don't make that much of a difference. But if you have like a Steamboat Willie and it's like 1926, that's the year Steamboat Willie came out. Some people, there are a handful of people that might put a ton of value on that. Like that's one you could actually ask for a big premium for. Like that's one that like in some weird way, I feel like it could be worth more than sub 100 mints if you have it to the right seller. Because there's only one 1928 mint of Steamboat Willie, but there's 60 whatever mints of like the sub 100, and some of those numbers just don't mean anything other than it being low. So we'll have to find out. Mint numbers are going to be an interesting thing, how it reacts like with the market, and how maybe some genuine collectors of like really specific mint numbers or whatever it is will come into the space. Okay, Alex. Okay, thank you. Headcrack85, you need to do more research. Do not sleep on new battle statue. Very sort after real life. Sold only too many times. Keep making different versions. Jim Fletcher is deep in with DC. That's awesome. That's good to hear. Like, I'm not doubting you. Like, I totally believe what you're saying, that it's high value, but unless, at least as of right now, I think it's not recognized. But I think people like you. Oof. Sorry about that. That spread the word. That's good. Kind of lost my thought process after those 2 sneezes. Coffee shots. In my opinion, those mints are good if you want to sell them fast, when you need to, but lower mints are more money, but take longer to sell. Yeah, exactly. Coffee shots, I did research on the statue, and I'm thinking about pulling the trigger. That's awesome. Yeah. I've already used up all my gems on like Rare Spider-Man and FA Joker recently, so I'm kind of hoping to flip those midterm-ish or whatever. Depends. I was debating it myself, but I don't know. I was thinking I could see 1250-ish. I think it's above that point right now, isn't it? Hi guys, Squiggle Stick recommended you. Really? I don't know who that is. I appreciate Squiggle Stick. And Scarlett, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. If you guys have any questions about the market, it seems like there's just a bit of a discussion happening, which is totally fine. Like I can always just find other things to kind of talk about, but I just want to make sure everyone's like questions are answered and stuff. Maybe if there's like, also trying to figure out the streaming thing, like maybe people are just talking amongst themselves, I'll just skip over that. But if like people are actually asking a question or whatever, like I'll help with that. Let's get fast. I don't know about the second, but it's a good drop. I don't know. I can see that. I want that thing. don't FOMO into it. Like it's not going to be the only NFT on the app that's going to like moon or do really well, right? If you can afford it, great. If not, like I wouldn't panic sell a bunch of NFTs either to sell it, but that's just me. Not financial advice, just having fun. My camera's gone right now. How long did I have my camera off? Was I just talking to myself? Was I just talking alone for a while? I just like looked over and I noticed it was off, so I apologize if that was the case. And if I did have it off and I turned it on, I apologize for scaring you guys. Evil explodes soon. Snapshot announced. Hodler will be able to purchase the real life Evil collectible. That's awesome. Alex, random question. How do I convince my mom that what I'm doing on Veve is not a scam and a good investment? I think there's a good amount of videos out there. I know Foster has a good video talking about like the licenses of Veve and all of that. There's quite a few videos talking about. I focus mostly on the licenses because like she's like probably my parents, a bit older, and then I just ask the questions like, Mom, do you know how hard it is to secure license with Disney and Marvel and all these guys? Like, it's like, Mom, you know Disney, right? You know Elsa, you know Mickey Mouse, you know those people, right? Like, how many companies come out of the woodwork and just like print Disney stuff? Like hardly any. Like Disney takes their stuff like very seriously. They do a lot of due diligence and background checks and all that stuff. So it's like, do you think Disney would put their name on a company or on a platform like this that could just potentially scam people? And the other thing too is like David Yu and all them. And I need to do more research on honestly the executives and stuff. Like I know they've done great stuff, but like exactly what, I don't know. But I know David Yu's done some great things. And it's like, oh yeah, and by the way, Mom, like the chief marketing officer is the guy that like basically brought over Pokemon. You know what Pokemon is, right, Mom? Like he's the chief marketing officer. Like he brought Pokemon to the US, like, or some big names and some big hitters like over at ecomi. That's the company that runs Veve. So it depends. Like I would just bring up analogies and IPs and characters and stuff that she's familiar with. And I'm sure there's probably do some videos on like, why should I invest in ecomi? Like why NFTs, you know, that kind of stuff. It sounds like she's mostly hesitant about just the whole NFT space in general. Like why pay $600 for a 2D JPEG, you know, all that stuff, and show her some of the stuff. I don't know. You know your mom better than I do. That's what you think, actually. Jesus. Digital snipers, what's up? The market is pumping. Take advantage by looking at some auctions who are underpriced their collectibles before they pumped. True, that is very true. I will say, I would say gone are the days, but the market didn't have. The reason why I think people talk about auctions and like I still think auctions are a good chance to like get deals and stuff, but this didn't exist a few months ago. Ooh, that's like really laggy. Actually, no, it's not too bad. This didn't exist months ago. This auction tab, and on top of that, it just shows you all the auctions that are going to expire within next 2, 3, 10 minutes, whatever, in order. Like this didn't exist prior. Like you had to manually go through every NFT and find one, and occasionally you would just find a gem that people didn't know that like, oh my god, like this auction is going to expire in 30 minutes, and it's like 50% below floor. And like people did that all the time back in the day, but like now all you have to do is click that tab, and I usually just look ahead 2-3 hours, and if anything is like really underpriced, I can look at it. But I'm not saying like don't look at auctions and stuff, but like it's definitely not as easy as it was 3-4 months ago. Back in the day, people were definitely like able to snipe very inexpensive or good NFTs for a very low cost because you had to manually go through it. So if people not only had to like look for that specific NFT, but they also had to go to the auction tab and then also, you know, be able to check it out. There's a lot of steps involved with finding it. But I agree, digital snipers, yeah, like there are probably some good auctions that are happening. Coffee shots, Alex, teach her about NFTs. If she doesn't believe, then she's gonna miss out too. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Don Hyun went to Dollar Tree to buy my students' Valentine's Day cards, and I thought I saw that Minnie Mouse one. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a poster. It definitely looks like more of like a card in my opinion. Again, I could be wrong. Like Veve could just announce something crazy with it. Who knows? I don't think anyone knows. William Lummis, do you have any suggestions for Veve escrow? Not really, dude. I mean, I would say Randy Chavez, but he seems like really stressed out with all the amount of people asking for an escrow. If you have like, if both sides are ready to go and like pull the trigger on whatever it is you guys are gonna do, only for NFT, only for gems, or you know, whatever you guys are gonna do. If you guys are like ready to pull the trigger, I think Randy will take it. I think it's all the middling and the negotiating and like, all right, having second thoughts and like prices change. Like it's all that stuff that I think tires him out. Or if you're like a seller and you're like, oh, I'm trying to sell this low mint thing for Omi, like it's gonna be hard to do that. So that's the only person that I know that can do escrow. I think Wendy Stavalis does as well, kind of, but I'm not, honestly, I haven't really talked to her that much or like watched her videos and all that stuff. So Anthony Moore, I have Ultraman comment at 1988. Is there any significance? I guess you could Google Ultraman 1988 and hope something comes up. Maybe that's like a season something. I don't know. I can check it really quick. You could literally do this yourself, but I'm kind of curious myself how this would play out. Let's see. Ultraman 1988. There's some action figures that released in 1988. I think that's about it. I don't see anything like significant popping out about it, at least in my mind. Let's see here. Setting. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, just Google it, and if you can find something like really significant, like I don't know. Like, I mean, Ultraman's been around since like the 60s, so it's hard to say. Unless you could like really lock down like a decent thing, and even then you'd have to find like a very niche collector that likes Ultraman. So it might be like slightly above floor price because it is like sub 2,000-ish. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Let me catch up to chat. Hacker Crack 85 might cry later. It might happen. Dafa Alif Alafursi, I butchered that. My bad. Can you show me NFT under 100 gems have a significant pump? Like recently? That's tough. If it was gonna have a significant pump, it probably would have been bought up already. If you have only 100 gems, dude, I would suggest just holding it for drops. Like, if you're gonna buy an NFT, if all you have is 100 gems, you buy an NFT for, let's say, 68, 70 gems or whatever, and an announcement happens that there's gonna be another DC drop on Thursday for 50 gems, like, and if that NFT isn't up, you're gonna sell it for a loss. Like, my honest opinion is like, you need at least like, this is just my opinion. Like if you're going into the app and all you if you're investing less than 150, like just hold it for drops. But I mean, there's comics out there. Like I'm sure there's comics that could probably do well. Like I have no clue about like which comics to like to invest in right now. Other than like, you know, the big three or like the top five, like, you know, S and A tier comics. But you probably need like 200 gems in order to like have enough for potential drops and then also invest into like other NFTs. So not entirely sure, dude. Like under 100 and have a significant pump. I'm gonna assume, let's just assume you have 100 to spare. Like you have like 250 gems. You want to save 150 for drops or something like that. Groot. I think Groots are. Let me just refresh this. I know it's been on this page for a while. I'd say like Groots. I think some storms are low. I don't even know where Uncommon Storm is. Deadpool's already out of that range. DeLoreans and like the cars are out of that range. I'm sure there's some like Cryptkins, but again, I don't know enough about Cryptkins. Like, I just don't know if there's like a big push for it or anything like that. Like, I mean, you can invest in like anything under 100 gems, and like if you wait 2 months, like it'll probably go up. Let's see, what was it gonna, a Groot? Yeah, you can get like 2 common Groots. Maybe an uncommon. I'd probably go with 2 uncommons over the or 2 commons over the uncommon. See where Storm's at. Like if all you had is 100 to play with, let's say. Like Sue Storm might not be bad. Wow, the uncommon, or that's the Storm. Wow. Yeah, the uncommon and common are above 100. Like if you have 110 gems, you could do that. If you guys have any suggestions for anything like under 100, like that'd be cool too. Common is at 70 right now. It's hard because everything, like you're catching everything in a pump right now. Like it's still not a bad time to buy. Like things might pump for an additional day or two, but if you would have done this yesterday, you would have gotten some, sorry, like very good deals, I would say. Let me catch up with chats. Ilmatix, damn, you still streaming? You're the GOAT? Thanks, man. Yeah, it's been almost 3 hours. Not quite, but great stream. Howard. Yes, Howard. Great stream. I'm still sat here going for the 7 hour and 36 minute rematch. Yes, you never know. Jesus Christ. Even though it shows them all delivered, you never know, dude. All it takes is one. All it takes is one. JDR, what do you think about the Harley Quinn Deluxe 2? I love the wooden Joker post she's standing in front of. Harley. I know which one you're talking about. I think you're talking about the bombshell one. This one? Yeah, this one's pretty cool. I think this one's like a decent little investment for 265. Stacking potential wise, like personally, like trying to debate, like, are you better off with like, I think this will probably do better than snow globes, because I mean this has already had a peak up 370 prior. Obviously it's been on like a downward trend, but the total listings are pretty high right now, but that just means there's like room to move up. It's not bad. Like the question is, like, I'm trying to find like things that are equivalent price, like snow globes. I think like common Deadpool, maybe like 220, 230 right now, so it's a little bit shy. Question is, like, could I see like common Deadpool outrun the Harley Deluxe? Unlikely. It's just because it's like not FA, and it's definitely one of the more unique looking ones. Let me actually open the thing so you guys can actually see like what the hell I'm talking about. This one, where she's standing in front of the thing. She has like a hammer. It's definitely like a cool looking Harley. I would say it's pretty solid. It sucks you didn't get it when it was at sub 200, but it's still not a bad deal. Like, I feel like if you're in the realm of like under 300, 400 gems, like maybe stacking might service you a bit better than like buying one NFT. But again, I do think Harley could be good. And there's multiple avenues to get there, right? This is all just my opinion. Like, who knows? Harley could run up to 400 in the next week or 2 weeks or something like that. But like the Deadpool and like some of the other stackable things like hardly move just because people have trouble selling them off like anything. Is it just me, or stream super laggy? I only see stop motion. It's probably me, dude. Like it's, I think it's like I haven't optimized the stream and all that stuff, and like I've been going for a while. I do think a lot of it is the ecomi wiki site, but like I do need to do some things on my computer like to optimize the stream so it's like less laggy, right? At least that's like the plan at some point. If they release older generation versions of Ultraman and collectible, would it be? It would be worth money. Yes, I think that's Sony. I think that's the thing. Like a lot of people say is that the Ultraman that currently exists is like the Netflix version or something like that, or whatever, or it's like the son of the Ultraman, like the original one. So I don't know that much about Ultraman. I'll have to do some research at some point. But MD, what did I miss on your stream? What's the biggest bargain you found today on the market? Well, other than the statue drop that was going for 1K and you probably could have flipped it for like 1.8 pretty easily. I don't know. We were looking at, I think like Rare Spider-Man. I still think Iron Man. I'm kind of curious to see where Iron Man's at right now, because that thing still has like 800 gems to run. Let's type in Iron. Is that 2,300 still? I mean, this guy peaked at 3.3, 3.2 4 days ago. I mean, this thing still has 900 gems to move. So 4 days ago, 3.2, and that was when the listings were at what, 228? Now it's the listings are at 277. Like that's not that big of a difference. I do think it'll get back up to like 3.2, maybe by the end of the month. Could take, who knows? It could take 3 weeks. Like I don't want to give any like predictions on like how fast it'll take to get back up to here. It's solely reliant on like, you know, announcements that happen, because like there could be some big announcements this next month, but like no one's really sure, right? Is it just me or is the stream super laggy? Yeah. Sorry, I think I jumped ahead. Yeah. Veve Las Vegas. I'm sad I got rid of Starfire, but I needed Nightwing to complete Batman's. Gotta get rid of things you love sometimes. Exactly. Sunny. One they have on Veve is too new. Yeah. Kieran, do you expect a dip soon on the Batman Croc statue as we hear about the Minnie Mouse drop? The dip already happened. A lot of it is going to hinge on the Minnie Mouse drop. I've already said it multiple times. Like, if it's just Minnie, it's like a poster, then whatever. If it's like a blind blocks thing where there's like secret rares involved and ultra rares, maybe a bit of a dip. Unlikely. Like a massive dip that we've seen today or like last couple days. But if it's like Minnie with Goofy, with Pluto, with like other, like the main line, like Disney characters, like we could definitely see a dip, because that's multiple FAs at once and people are going to want enough money to like, buy them all in the secondary market, or at least like maybe a handful, like who knows, but that's it. So do you expect the battle statue to drop in price? Also, would you invest in it? I really love the art, but I don't think this is the best investment. I'm Tom. I'm torn. Jeez. I like such a random statement. Like, I'm Tom. I don't think it's the best investment. I'm Tom. I'm torn. Someone in here earlier was like very bullish, and they said like the artist for the battle statue is like up there, like they're really close to DC, and there's only so many statues minted in like 2006. That's what he said and all that stuff. So like I don't know enough information about it. It sounds like there could be some very bullish news out on it soon. This could be a thing that it might take a few days after. It kind of reminds me of like Mr. Cartoon. Like it came out, or I should say, good God, what's his name? People asked about him earlier. Cat Bronson. Like Cat Bronson, when it initially came out, went kind of high, then like went low. Then like people are like, oh yeah, Mr. Cartoon made this. Like I think someone overlooked that. Then it like pumped up a bit. It didn't pump up that much, but it could be the same thing here. Like stays at like 1.5, 1.6 for a while. Then like people are like, this guy's like very huge. The physical collectibles are like extremely rare, and you know this, and then it could pump. Like who knows? It's just me and the stream super laggy. Yeah, I apologize, dude. Like my computer's legitimately like 7-8 years old. The ecomi site is a bit CPU hungry, and there's probably some things I could do with the stream. There was a guy earlier that offered to help me with it. I might try a couple things over the next few streams to like fix it. Hopefully that does. If not, then I don't know what to tell you. Like. Mauricio, get off the charts and go watch some football. Yeah. Some of my friends invited me out, but like I've hung out with friends for like 3 days in a row. I'm like, I need a break. Sunday's the perfect day to stream. Everyone's off work. People probably have me on their second monitor or like their phone while they're watching the game. And plus, yeah, I want to hang out with you guys. You guys are cool. I have any suggestion for under 100 USD comic investments would be New Mutants, Common, and Vision, in my opinion. Thanks for the suggestions. I know New Mutants is good because it's the first appearance of Deadpool. Vision is pretty, like Vision has been the MCU for a while. So I kind of like that idea too. Just again, not too familiar with like the comics. Like I know which ones are like good, but like which ones are good for their value and like comparing them to other comics or collectibles. Like if you guys haven't noticed, like I'm pretty good at comparing multiple NFTs to each other and like various price points and like tier levels and which one I think IPs will do better and like this and that. But with comics, I just don't have that. Like I just couldn't tell you. Alex, I started with less than 100, around 60, and bought some Spider-Man comics before the pump. Made profits. I also recommend entering giveaways. I won some drops, like one today. Nice. Yeah, I should. I know there's a lot of content creators that do giveaways. There's Twitch channels, Discords. Just be careful with them because sometimes they might ask for like personal information and stuff. So like just obviously be very careful about that. Like if they're asking for like very personal info or like an email, like it's probably a scam. Like all they should really need is just your QR code and like that's legitimately it. Or whatever to like give you the giveaway. But if they're asking for like a bunch of personal info, they're probably banking on the fact that like it's your email to like log into Veve or whatever. Like, I don't know, but I just be careful with that. Gooseneck, Fantastic Four comic #1 is a great buy. I hard agree. Yeah, it's definitely one of those like higher end Grail comics, right? So like I know what like the Grails are, like all the #1s, like Amazing Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, Marvel Comics, and there's probably some other ones. I know Daredevil's ranked pretty high, at least on like VVRank.com. MD says I'm Tom. I was just like, that is such a random statement just to say like I'm Tom. Like, I don't know if this is a good investment. Can you help me out? I'm Tom, by the way. Like, hello. Isaiah Sandoval got scammed today out of my Deadpool. That sucks to hear. I don't know how that happened, but I mean, that's if you're doing it off platform, like off Veve, that's kind of the risk you run, right? But I don't know how it happened. I mean, it sucks. It sucks, but yeah. Are you also into ETH NFTs? Not really. No. Like, honestly, Veve's like my first project that I've gotten in, NFT related. I did a ton of research on NFTs and like all the ETH NFTs and stuff. It's like way too speculative, and there's like so many artists and like random stuff going, and like I don't know. Veve just seems like the best bet in my opinion. Pixel Trader says might have 17 to 1800 more gems soon. Any recommendations? Thinking you are Captain America, Rare Spider-Man, or Jim Lee Joker. Yeah, those are all solid. I've been saying those since earlier in the stream. Like Captain America, Jim Lee. I think Iron Man right now. Well, he said 17 to 18, right? So if you wanted to get a singular NFT for that range, let's say like 15 to 1800. I think Joker's solid, like you mentioned. It's at 1600 right now, so it's actually dipped a little bit below since I bought it, which is fine. I'm not even worried about it. If anything, that just means all the more reason to get one right now. I think the reason why people are selling it at 1600 right now is because it was sitting at like 1400 for a while. A lot of people sold at 1400 for Jim Lee Joker, so we just gotta wait for those people to sell them off, wait for the real hodlers to get here. Because I mean, he pumped the 2K not too long ago, so he does have an extra 450 gems to move where he was at before. You are Captain America. That was the one I mentioned, I think, a while ago. Not American. Captain America. Ultra rare, not the zombie. The ultra rare. Wow, he's gone up quite a bit. He, I still don't think it's that bad. Let's see here. It starts loading. Ultra rare Captain America. Yeah, he's already pumped up to 1500. I think when I checked the stream earlier, he was at like what, 12 or 13, maybe 14. He was 1,000 yesterday. He had an all-time high, roughly, let's just say 2,000. Yeah, I still think this is pretty good. I mean, this is still pretty solid, but it's just a part of me is kind of hesitant because this total listings is like a little bit higher than I would like. Is that 120 or 110 or 122? I mean, I think it's still solid. Like, again, it has a lot of room. It's actually had 3 peaks above 1700 basically, which is always a good sign. So I think this one's pretty good as well. Like, if you're pretty bullish, plus it's animated. That's something I didn't know. Like, it's animated too. So if that's something you like as well, that's pretty good. And then what was the other one? Spider-Man. I wouldn't be surprised if the rare Spider-Man's up now quite a bit. Where is he? Yeah, he's at 1800 already. Oof. I bought him for 1600 7 hours ago, something like that. Yeah, probably 7 hours ago, 6-7 hours ago. So he's already up 200 gems. So I still think this is a good buy. I mentioned this before. Or Steamboat Willie. Yeah, Steamboat Willie is solid too. Yeah, 1400. He's at 1800 now. So yeah, he still has 600 gems to move. The listings, of course, are pretty high. But I think we can eat through that pretty decently. Like, there's more people on the app now. There's more people investing. Like, this kind of dip or like this kind of total listings isn't the same back then as it is now. Like, this isn't that big of a deal. So it probably is the same thing with Captain America. But I do think like the listings could get eaten through pretty quickly because we literally have like double the amount of people on the platform that we did back in like, maybe not double, but we definitely have significantly more money and people on the platform compared to like December, like mid-December especially. Um, what do you think of the Little Friends Ape collection in general? And then what do you think if the Omicron Twitter community in their partnership with Kozik? That's really cool. I've had a friend help me try to get into Omicron gang. I do have a silver ape. I tried to get in, but they didn't get back to me, or there's like an interview process and stuff. But yeah, I mean that's a pretty cool deal. Like I do think that's kind of like the goal of NFTs, right? Like don't always rely on the company to make the utility. Like people in the community could just make their own utility, and especially if you work with like artists directly, that could be a very huge deal. Not entirely sure like how much like Veve would not like support that, and like we think it's a good idea, but like add integration with like that NFT and like make it in the Veve verse. Like who knows? Like unlikely. I think like unless Kozik works with Veve to like make it happen, but I'm not entirely sure. But it would be a cool thing. But the Little Friends collectibles in general, I think those are probably some of the independent artists, or not independent artists, but like some of the decon stuff that I think would probably do some of the best off platform, because there's so many like Gorilla Gang memes and Ape Strong and Ape No Hurt Ape and like all these like, you know, especially from like the AMC and like GameStop era. So like this is kind of where they thrived. That was the whole Ape Gang thing. Or Gorilla Gang and all that stuff. So like I think these could do very well. Like there's the Bored Ape Yacht Club, so like they're kind of the same. And that sense of just like that genre of ape and stuff. But yeah, I think these could do extremely well off platform. And again, like no one, I don't know, but like no one knows how much these could go for on Mutable X, like any of the independent artist stuff. Like you could maybe put it for 4 times the floor price on Veve, like on Immutable X, because people are just so ETH rich, like they just might buy it anyway. Who knows? Like I doubt all of the people on Immutable X are well versed in like the economics and like rarity and price points. And like again, there's 1,000 Little Friend Silvers on Veve, but like what if only like 40 people take it off platform? Now there's only 40 on Immutable X. Like that's a big deal. That's almost like its own like small market, right, outside of Veve. And so maybe those are going for, you know, 2.5 thousand ETH, you know, 2.5 thousand dollars worth of ETH. Not that much ETH. That's an absurd amount of ETH. But yeah, so I think it's great. I'm just not sure. Like I think it's really cool. Like I would love to get in the Omicron group. I've actually owned like multiples of Little Friend Silvers and black and white apes and like flipping those and stuff like that. So it would be nice to kind of keep one. I'm kind of just curious to see how well it does off platform, which is why I'm keeping one. Steamboat Willie is mentioned by Pixel Trader, I'm assuming by like the previous comment. Let's see here. What we're gonna do? Steamboat Willie, Mickey. That's the one I was like, it's not Steamboat Willie. There's a C in there, not a K. Not Mikey. Mickey. Let's get in here. Mickey. All together now. Yeah, like those are solid too. Like of the ones I've recommended, like, because what was like it could be worthwhile, like because you said what 17 to 18. If you could spare like the extra like couple hundred gems, maybe getting 2 commons isn't terrible. Like, I mean, at that point you're spending 2K, but maybe you can get like a Happy Whistle plus with the remaining like 500 gems, you could like stack some other stuff. I kind of like that a bit more. Like, if all you have is that much to invest and like you have no other NFTs and no nothing, like I kind of like the idea of like spending 80% of it or 70% of it on like one collectible and then using the last 20 or 30% to like stack something, because you never know. You want to be able to have some gems or some NFTs left over to sell for drops and stuff. Also, in my personal opinion, you should also like leave 100, 150 gems left over for drops regardless. But that's just kind of my take on it. All right, we'll go ahead and refresh this. We'll probably take a quick look at the top, what do you call them? The top gainers of the hour, and then like the top like losers on the hour, because the market is actually going to refresh in 2 minutes. So maybe we'll just wait. Yeah, maybe we'll just wait for the for it to refresh, because we literally got like 30 seconds until it does that. So let's see here. I'm gonna check some stuff really quick, at least like on Veve and some other stuff. Wow. Wow, my subs like really blew up. That's awesome. I knew this was gonna be a good day to stream. Like it's Sunday, everyone's at home, everyone's like chilling. So I do like that. So I appreciate you guys that have followed and like subbed and like all that stuff. If you guys do want to follow me on Twitter, that should be down in the description. But if you want to follow me like in the Veve app, I'm trying to like be more active in the Veve app, like adding feed, like stuff in the feed and all that. Seeing what's up, wishing people good luck. Wow, I've had 11 people follow me since the stream. That's awesome. But let me show you guys really quick. So if you guys want to follow me, come on, work with me. That is the common. You might have to scroll down a bit, but if you want to follow me on what the, oh my gosh, don't you guys hate it when you guys get this error? It says there's no collectibles to show, but it's like, bro, I'm looking at Steamboat Willie. What do you mean? And it still like won't do it. Oh, I guess all I had to do is refresh it. That's weird. Not low to high, high to low price. Maybe that's what's causing the error. Ugh. All right, give me a sec. Gotta close out of the app and reopen it. It's annoying. I hate it when I get that error. It's obnoxious. I really hope Veve fixed that soon. It's not like, it's just another, it's like, it's not crucial, but it's another thing you just like roll your eyes at, like as you're trying to like deal with stuff on the app occasionally. All right, let's do this. Come on. Sometimes it still takes like another minute for the market, like the ecomi.wiki to update. So in the meantime, let's pull this up. Low to high, price high. There it is. All right, let's do this. So there's a bunch of listings at 9.9 million, probably just to help people follow each other. But right there at 9 million, that's where I'm at, like right in the middle. So it should say Veve Vibes. I have like the blue and like kind of pinkish logo. You open that up, that's where I'm at. And you can follow me on there. You can tap my name, and I think that's how you follow people. Yeah. Decent little collection. I got some other stuff like I could put up on there, but I honestly haven't like updated that in a while. Maybe I'll do it one day. I haven't touched that. I haven't touched that in a minute. All right, so refresh that, put that away. Okay, so it should be updated by now. Let's see. Also, that light is like getting really bright in the background. Let's do this. Top gainers. Unsurprisingly, still the Pop Life art print. That thing went up 72%. Last 24 hours. They have the Dead Child. So some of the stamps surprisingly going up. Honestly, I've been sleeping on the stamps for a while. Like they just haven't moved very much, and I didn't necessarily discourage people from getting the stamps, but I was like, I just think there's better buys. Like I didn't say like don't get stamps. I'm just like, I think there's probably better buys for this price point, but it went up 100 gems. Probably because it's just recovering from where it was at 339. So actually, it doesn't surprise me if their peaks were at 339. I just honestly have not followed the stamps that closely over the last like couple weeks. So I think the stamps are just trying to get back to where they were prior. Ajax definitely surprised me. I need to like, part of me wants to sit down, but I don't know how like ridiculous this is gonna look. Because I've been standing for 3 hours straight. And it's hurting my knees. All right. There we go. I think this is good. So yeah, Ajax really ran up. She ran up 45%. Well, like, was she at that price point before? Let's take a quick look. Also, I think I can, hold on. Let's go. No blinding light in the back. Let's go. Ajax, 147, 174. Okay, she went up to like 200 not too long ago, but this is one I wouldn't chase, personally. just because it's already pumped at like almost where it was prior. Like if you were gonna get it, like at 120 was like the time to get it. But again, listings are like aren't that too far off. Like we would have to like look at the floor on it. I'm just curious to see where it's sitting. My only concern is like there's a lot of people between when it's sold for 95 all the way up to wherever it is now that like are more than willing to take profits if it just keeps like running up. Let's do this, open that, open up Marvel Mighties. Marvel Mighties. Let's check this out. Eternals, oh, she's right there. What do you know? Okay, 166 for sale. Floor is looking somewhat thin, but not that much. I think some people are, looks like there's some resistance or like some hesitation of it like getting above 180. Yeah. It's hard to say, like, I don't know, when you have things like Uncommon Deadpool, the Snow Globes were below 200, but not anymore. I mean, you can get 2.5, 3 Alligator Lokis, like commons for like this price point. Like, I think those could run up more. Those can run up more like right now than like where this can go right now. Like, I think this is kind of plateaued a bit, but we'll see. Like, I mean, anything can happen. I know people are very bullish on like the Marvel Mighties in general, so. The lag is definitely ecomi. Ricky Page, you are smooth like butter. Without it, you're probably very smooth in general, I guess. But you know what I mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think part of it too is like my computer's old. Like I could probably change the streaming output. So like maybe my camera and like the overall stream may be like a little bit lower quality, but if it's just gonna make everything run smoother, we could try this too. This might do it as well. Might just completely close that old one and just put a new one in here. Oh yeah, we gotta go, let's go. That might help. Maybe it's just because I was on that one page or that one tab of on the internet like just too much. Like maybe it's better now. If it's like way better now, like please let me know. Maybe that's it. Maybe I need to like change out the tabs or like the pages every so often. All right, let's kind of skip ahead here, this song. Okay, so that was the top winners of the hour. So like, let's go back to that really quick because I want to dig in a bit more. Defense mode, okay. I'm kind of glad I did end up selling my Voltron set kind of at its peak not too long ago. So I'm kind of definitely glad I did that. But yeah, we're seeing mostly Marvel Mighties. Oof, Harley Quinn Deluxe has already moved up 70 gems. I think this would have been a very good pickup at 200, but at this point it might be a little bit like, I don't think it hit its peak. I know I covered that one earlier, like it's good, but it's just hard to recommend stuff because it was like, oh, this was super cheap before. Now Mira, I think it's Mira. That was what I actually told people to get the other day. I might have hinted it, but I definitely saw it the other day. I'm like, should I recommend this one? Like this one's like 200. Yeah, this went down to like basically 200. And it peaked at 400 not too long ago. So I still think this one has a decent amount to move. Like maybe this is a pretty good one to pick up in that like 300 range. Like this is one, like that's one thing I'm kind of struggling with is like recommending NFTs in that like 300 to like 600 range. Cause like there's not a lot of like, I would argue like good, not good, but like NFTs in that range. Like it seems like a lot of stuff is like above 8 or below like 200 and like that's it. Not a lot of stuff in between. And at that point it's like, all right, is it better just to stack 2 or 3 NFTs than just buy one kind of pricey one? Like it's kind of a hard one. MD, yeah, seems better. Awesome, thank you. So it's debatable. I think you would have to compare it to like what's on the market right now, right? As much as I hate to say it, I think I would like the 2.5% fee is like nice. Again, like that's not that huge of a deal. I think I would still go with like 2 uncommon Deadpools or something instead of like just buying this one for 300, especially after the fact. If you could buy it for 200, now that's solid, but that's that time is kind of like come and gone. Got some Adventure Time love. Lumpy Space Princess up $50. Yep, there's the Deadpool Ugly Sweater. Even though it's already up 40 gems, I think it can still run. And as long as the comment still runs, this will just keep following suit. Like, it just makes sense. More stamps. Wow, decon stuff. Like, I completely forgot about this set. Like this mirror, but probably a great buy. Exactly, that's what I mean. It's like, I guess if you're the type of person that doesn't want to stack, or maybe you're like a really big fan of like the DC franchise or something, like maybe, but somewhat unlikely. Put this down just a little bit more. There we go. I completely forgot about this series, and I feel like it's not. I'll have to actually like move my camera. No, that's it right here. Like, this is probably the only series I'm like the most like meh about. Like, I don't hate it, but it's just so like meh. Like, I don't even know what to do about these like rock and roll edition, 90s edition, Heroes edition, classic cartoon edition. Like, I'm not too sure on that one. What else? Probably go through a couple more. Uprising is up a bit. That was what I was almost contemplating getting during the what do you call? During kind of like the hype. A few content creators were trying to hype up like the 2D art. That's one I considered getting, but kind of glad I didn't, because it pumped, but not as much as some of the other investments I did. Wonder Woman, rare, doing very well. She's up 35%. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man #2 up 350. Yeah, like these are all just gonna go up. Like, as long as you just bought something at some point this morning, or like, I don't know, this morning, I don't know, everyone's like a different time zone, but like, as long as you bought something in the last 48 hours, it's probably up right now. I'm kind of curious. We'll take a look at the biggest losers in a bit, because I'm actually curious to see like which ones actually went down in price, if any. Supergirl's up a bit, 500. Wow, she's doing very well for herself. Good for her. That's one I wasn't really expecting, but again, I'm trying to see like where her peak is at. Where'd she peak at? 2,300. All right, she still has 500 gems to move. Of course, how long did that peak last? Not very long. Obviously, people started taking profits, but 92. So yeah, she's pumping pretty well. There might be more people trying to take profits in the meantime, but she could be pretty solid. The things that scare me, like these are the things that were scaring me prior, was like these like massive like listing things, just people just taking profits immediately. But again, this was back in the day when she was, you know, like sitting around 600 gems. She was just awkwardly just slowly going down and down and down and down in price. And I think people were just slowly realizing like, yeah, she's not moving much until this. So I could see her doing pretty well. The real question is, all right, comparatively to other NFTs, will she do better than Rare Spider-Man? That's also like 1,800. No, I don't think she'll do better. Will she do better than like FA Joker, who's like 1,600 right now? Maybe like on par. I can maybe see Joker pulling ahead like a little bit, just because Supergirl isn't like the mints are low, which is nice, but it's not like a super recognizable character. So I think it's solid, but I do think there are like some better options. Exactly. Rigged. If I had 2,600 gems to spend, would you recommend stacking? What would you recommend stacking over 2 whistles? Okay, so your best buy you made so far on Veve. What's the piece you're most proud of? Yeah, I'll cover those questions. First one, if I had $2,600 to spend, what would you recommend stacking over 2 whistles? So are you saying you're gonna buy basically 2 Steamboat Willie common and uncommons? Because I think with that amount, you can maybe squeeze in 2 uncommons, which would be sick. Though personally, I think maybe you wanna go with either one of each, or you go like double common and use the rest to like for stacking. So let me know what you mean. When you say like over 2 whistles, like what do I think is better than 2 whistles, or I'll just do both, whatever. I think double Steamboat Willie is very solid for 2,600. Yeah, you could actually get 2 uncommons. So you did say whistles, so that's the uncommons. Small suggestion, like you could get with 2,600. How many could you get with that? Only 2 still. So you'd get 2 of these, but that would still leave you with like 600 gems to like stack something else. I am a fan of like, again, spending like 80% of your gems on like 1 or 2 big things and then saving the rest for like stacking something like for something like a little bit less inexpensive. I would say if you want alternatives, again, like rare Spidey, like literally all the ones that like who was it? I think it was Pixel Trader. Yeah, like Pixel Trader mentioned, like those are all solid. I'm sure there's some other ones that like I'm missing too. Like, not a huge fan of like recommending the decon or like the 2D art. Like, I know that stuff's like pumping like crazy, but if I did, I would have either recommended that yesterday or, again, like the 2D art is like, I think it really hinges on like on Immutable X. Spider-Man Jump into Action is very solid, so like you could actually get like a Spider-Man plus a Steamboat Willie. No, that'd put you at 3K. Yeah, you could get this in like a common. Like, that might put you a little over budget, but thanks so much for the help. Yeah. Spider-Man like Jump into Action I think is solid. I had like a little sheet here. I need to like, maybe I need to make a sheet of some like good steals. As much as I like Iron Man, I still think like 2 Steamboats are like better. Like, Iron Man has a lot of room to move. Like I said before, he was at like 3.3 not too long ago. But I think he has a lot of room to move. These are, of course, just my suggestions as well. Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man wouldn't be bad either. Let's see. I'm trying to think of like what else. It's hard. Like, I know FA Harley's around 1,000 right now. I think she's at like 800. Might have to go Steamboat Spider-Man. Yeah, I think that's a good combo. That way you can kind of get one of each as well. So you're not all in on Steamboat, which like isn't a bad thing either. But like Rare Spider-Man Steamboat, I think is very, very solid. That's what I would say. Because Rare Spider-Man has a lot of room to move, and like a proven track record of him being at that point. Steamboat Willie doesn't yet. Like, Steamboat Willie does, but anytime there's any hype around Spider-Man, which there already is, like, I could definitely see the rare going up, because the rare is the same one as the secret rare. Like, it's the same stance of him jumping and doing like the web shooter thing. So it's kind of like a poor man's secret rare for the most part. Mickey O'Neill, what would you recommend? Can never go wrong with Spider-Man. Exactly, Rigged. That's what I would suggest. What would you recommend for around 100 gems? Again, I mentioned this before. Like, if you only have 100 gems, I highly suggest you save it for drops. But if you have 100 to invest, and that's it, with that low, honestly, I'd probably like look into comics. But if you really want to just do collectibles, like, I don't know, I wish I could give you recommendations on comics that are like, oh my god, this is so undervalued and this is 22 gems, and you can get like 5 comics for 20 gems or 22 gems or whatever. Again, like, there's not that many that cheap. Like, I think Groots, I kind of overlooked some of the mighty. So like, I would get like, you can get 2 common Groots, or you can get I do think that not Captain Carter. I do think Sam Wilson could do very well, even though he has pumped recently. I do think Sam Wilson, as well as Steve Rogers, is out of budget. Not too sure about Sam Walker. Is it Sam Walker? No, John F. Walker. But I do think Sam Wilson could be pretty good. There's a lot of hype around Marvel Mighties, and if they're playable and this and that, and like, some people do really like the FA tag. Like, he's already run up quite a bit, but like, he's already shown a peak of 140 and 135 twice. He's already shown those twice. So I do think Sam Wilson, like, if you're looking for like not a quick flip, but like an investment, like, I do think that one's pretty good. The question is, like, is 2 Groots going to give you more? The 2 Groots would have to hit what, like 80 gems to get to this point? Because you sell them both, you get 8. You get 72, yeah. But then this is also 88%. Yeah, the Groots would have to, like, the Groots right now are like $52. They would have to get up to like probably like 75-ish or so. Not entirely sure. I feel you with the holding for drops. My friends have suggested the same. I would. That is my suggestion, because I do think Veve is primed to do some sort of like multi-day drop at some point in the near future. Like the releases and announcements and stuff have been very, very slow in January, just like overall. So that's my suggestion, dude. If you want to at least like invest a little bit or like buy something, like maybe a comic, I could look at some of the comics here, and I think New Mutants people have been talking about. It's like the first appearance of Deadpool. I'm trying to find something like under like 25 gems or something. Monster and Groot's speculation on next Christmas. Not so much speculation. Like it's more that if you're able to remove what's it called, accessories from NFTs, like Deadpool from the sweaters or all the Christmas stuff from Groot, like that's a thing. Will it happen in the near future? Who knows? But at the end of the day, it's still like an FA Guardians of the Galaxy, FA Groot, which is cool. Plus, it's just like right now, honestly, a lot of people are just. Is this New Mutants? Am I wrong on this? Plus, like right now, people are just stacking anything they can that's like under 100 gems. There's a lot of people like you that are like, I have 100 gems to spend. Like, what should I buy? And they're just gobbling up like anything under 100 gems, you know. And like, even though there's a lot of editions of Groot, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot. Oof. Yeah, if you would have bought this a week ago, that would have been perfect. I would have been like, all right, 80 gems is still good for drops. Spend 20 on a comic book. Here it is. But like New Mutants is already pumped to 50. I wish I could help you out with comics, but it's like, I don't know any like good like mid-tier comics that are underpriced that could like pump well in the next like 2 months. Like I couldn't help you there. Like I wish I could, but let's see. Fantastic Four. These are all the ones that have like pumped recently. I don't know. But that's my thing, dude. Like I know you want to invest now, but like literally right around the corner we're gonna have like Minnie Mouse drop and some other stuff announced. And like I can't picture if Minnie Mouse is like a card or a poster. I don't picture her being like super expensive. Like maybe 40, 50 gems, something like that. Between Fantastic Four #1, ultra rare, versus Killer Croc, what would you recommend? Probably the newest NFT that's like less than 12 hours old, and the comic books that I'm not too familiar with. Why not? Why not? Fantastic. I don't even know like the price of Fantastic Four right now. If I just put #1, it's gonna show all like the #1. But then again, if I just do this, it'll show all the Fantastic Four. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. Let's see here. Not Ultimate. Not 13. There it is. Are they the same price? Mickey O'Neill, I have a nice collection, but it's always nice to find a little gem. Appreciate the help, my man. I'm a fan of the Pie Eye. I don't know what that is. Pie Eye? Not exactly sure what you mean by that. There's a lot of hype around the comics. I do think the biggest catalyst for them for a pump is it's not a matter if, it's when. Like they will allow you to have comics in your vault as well as your showroom or whatever it's called. Like when that happens, and a lot of people see that coming. I don't see it. I don't see it like comics are going to go up like 40% because you can put them in your showroom. But it is nice seeing that it has been at 1,300 a couple times prior. So it's been about 1,300 here. It's 1,300 here again. Looks like that's a bit shy. Okay, 1,275, whatever. Listings are decently high, like for an all-time. Yeah, it's a second all-time high, or just on par, roughly. So there's a lot for sale right now, so it could be a decent time to get one. Sucks you didn't get one at sub 1,000, but it is what it is. We'll take a quick look at the new statue. Just type in statue, it should be popping up at the top. I'm in comics. But Fantastic Four is one I hear a lot. I don't think you can go wrong. Like, I do think there's going to be a wave of ultra rares pump. Like, they already have. Like, I'm not frustrated with you or anything. It's like, I'm like I want to give you like a good answer. Plus, I might be a little hungry, which is why I got some crumbled cookies that my roommate got. These sound good. It's a 500 gem difference, 400 gem difference. I do think the statue could do very well. It's just gonna take a time for it to mature. Like a lot of these listings like need to go down. But at the same time, like I do think picking up a Fantastic Four Ultra Rare #1 and spending the 400 gem difference on stacking something else is pretty solid. I like that. Because this is like, you're gonna have to hold for a while, but this could take off. Like, shit if I know. Like, it's all speculation here. Like, none of it's financial advice, of course, but personally, I just like the idea of spending the majority of the money on one NFT and then the rest stacking. Do some like fun flipping and speculative work with like a little bit of cash rather than all of your cash. That's just my deal, right? Okay, Brianna, thanks for the question though. That's actually a solid question. Like I like it when people like get me to like dip my toe into like the comic book thing. Like, and I'm just running the numbers like roughly, like as close as I can. But comics is kind of a different animal. But I definitely think comics will have their day. Nice collection. Appreciate the help, my man. Stat Neon. Thoughts on Final Fantasy #5? I have a ultra rare 4576. I mint numbers like that I don't really think mean anything for the most part. But I mean, like we can take a quick look. Because I know sometimes people just don't understand like what the all-time highs are. Like not everyone has access to the ecomi wiki site to like look at all-time highs of stuff. So, or like all-time lows and highs and like how many have been or will be listed. Avengers. Oof, it's showing all these like Avengers. Tales of Suspense. They're like the very lazy way. So you said you have an ultra rare of the 5. Did I pass it? Yep, there it is. That's solid. That's the first appearance of Doctor Doom. That's solid. That's a sick art too. I really like that art. That is really awesome. Secret Rare like looks cool. It's classic, but like that's some awesome looking art. I mean, it's almost at 1300 prior. Like, I don't know if I have a UR. Like it's solid, dude. Like honestly, the ultra rares are in a league of their own. Those secret rares that's their version of Todd, and you know that's all that stuff. So it's like if you have like an S tier comic as well as a secret rare, that's above and beyond. But like there's some amazing artwork for the ultra rare, and it's a nice step down from people that do have quite a bit of gems, but like not enough to like spend all their money on a secret rare. Like this is solid. This is definitely a hodl. Like Fantastic Four #5. I know it's not like S tier, but I think as far as I know from Veve rank, it's like high A tier. Actually, let me pull up Veve rank really quick. And I'll drag it over, see what they say. At least just, I guess this is like a loose ranking system. This doesn't mean that much, but we'll go ahead and pull it up. So this is Veve rank. This is hosted by Sleepin' Comics. Probably one of the most, he's probably the, what's it called? Leading expert roughly on comics. Although comics and crypto, they know their stuff too. Let's go with Blue Chips Comics, Comic Tiers. Let's go to See All, unless it's already on See All. So yeah, Spider-Man 252. I think it's put at the top just because of its extreme rarity. Like it's more of like a Veve exclusive thing. So comics #1, Marvel Comics, Amazing Spider-Man, Daredevil #1, Fantastic Four #1. So Fantastic Four #5. Surprised you put these two in S and like everything else in A. I would figure like these top or S, but yeah, like you got one of the best comics. Like there's a lot of comics, and there's even more comics that are going to be coming. So I think you got one of the best comics and probably one of the most like highest tier things. Like I would definitely hold that Stat Neon. It's up to you when you want to sell it. Like if you want to trade it for something else eventually, but I do think I mean that's solid. Pi Eye Mini, the art style. Oh, okay. I don't know if that was a term or whatever. Brandon Karthik, this is the one. I understand, appreciate what you're doing. Cookie sounds good. Considering Mickey drops and Gem Squeeze. Trying to find the buy right now. Do you know when the mini would drop? We have no idea. All they did was tease it yesterday. I'm assuming maybe there'll be an announcement tomorrow or Tuesday of what it's going to be, and then like maybe a Medium article like 2 days later. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure like what that exactly entails. It's gonna really depend on like what the actual details are. MD, hey VV Vibes, I sent you a picture on Twitter as a reply to your live stream post. It's the best comic tier list I know of. Hope that helps for your research. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I'll check it out maybe towards the end of the stream or like after the stream. Because I'll probably get off in like 20 minutes. I think a 4-hour stream is pretty solid, at least in my opinion. Maybe I'll make a quick video after and like post it. Probably not post it tonight or tomorrow, but I really wanted to do a live stream. Even though I'm more tired after a live stream than like doing a video. Doing a video is, if you ask like any content creator, it can get frustrating at times. Just because your voice and all that stuff, like I love just getting content and like talking to you guys and like doing things live. I do want to have a balance of both though. I don't want to be strictly live streaming, but also don't want to be strictly YouTube videos and stuff. Because what's your recommendations on top 5 apart from Spider-Man SR? Todd Walt said top 5 just like highest price like NFTs or like blue chips that you should shoot for that are maybe like blue chips that are like under 10K. Is that your thing? Like, because like anyone like I don't want to like, if I recommend something like I'm more, and it's probably just because I have a lot of like cold calling sales experience background. Like I don't know what your budget is. Like it's like, what's your top 5 recommended? And I think that's the issue, and it's nothing against you. I'm not sure. Barana, let me know if you watched other content creators on like. I doubt I'm like the very first VV YouTuber you've seen, but I'm just curious if you're familiar with like a lot of the other guys on the VV platform. Because I think what's kind of happened is like all of, like the old school content creators, all of their vaults, Todd's, Walt's, Spider-Man's, Rizzo's, like crazy sets, all high-end stuff. I think they've been, and it's not against them or anything like that, but like they just haven't needed to like buy like cheap stuff or like learn how to flip or like learn how to yeah, of course they learned how to like budget, because that's like where they got to now, like how to budget their vault to like buy stuff or like flip stuff and what has the highest potential. It's like NFT less than 2K. All right. I already like I'm just like feel like I'm just like saying the same shit over, but this is what I truly believe, and maybe I do need to branch out and like try and learn other NFTs. I watch all of them. Okay, cool. Because that's the space I'm trying to fill in, is like if you're an everyday trader, mid-tier, or even a higher tier trader, like I do have opinions on that stuff too. But NFTs below 2K. Let's check out the Spider-Man. Perspective is different, yeah. What do you think about RIP? Let's refresh this. When is the movie coming out, Stat Neon? What do you think about Storm was thinking to hodl until the movie number 63? I don't know, like it depends on like when the movie's coming out. I don't know. And plus I don't think like having a movie of a superhero like heavily pumps the price that much, in my personal opinion. Like you'll probably see a small pump, but like it'll actually start dropping off like a week or two before the movie actually like drops. Like it's not like people are gonna go see the movie and be like, wow, that was amazing. Now I really want to go spend 500 gems on stacking storms or whatever. Like unlikely, but usually whatever kind of hype or pump happens probably happens like a few weeks prior to the movie, and then it dies off before the movie even like starts. Common, oops. Okay, like yeah, common storm. Yeah, like it's a good hodl. Like I think depending like where you bought it at, like at any point selling it is gonna net you well. It is a bit different. Common Storm is an FA X-Men, FA Storm. I do think she could do very well. I mean, at that point, like at this point, like she's honestly so cheap, like you might as well just like hodl her. Like it's not like you can flip her for another like very, very solid like NFT, right? Like if the common like ran up to 1K, I'm like, dude, okay, that's good, but dude, get a Steamboat Willie or get something else. Like at the price she's at now, if you sold her, what, you would have like 90 gems, and like you would just be back down to I don't know, like buying Groots or something. Like there's like you might as well just hold it and just get it and just get as much as you can from it, right? Retail, nice. Man, if Universal would drop Fast and the Furious NFT, I would go all in. Hey, that's awesome, Cooper, or James Cooper. Everyone's got their thing. NFTs for below 2K. I was just typing in Spider-Man earlier, so Spider-Man. It's a coin toss between rare Spider-Man. I assume you just mean 2K. The NFT itself is under 2K. It's a toss up between rare Spider-Man. You can't go wrong with like common Spider-Man. I like honestly any of the Spider-Mans below 2,000, but the ones I would suggest the highest that I think that have the highest potential is probably the rare, maybe Zombie Hunter. So like those are good. Like, and that's even, and again, like you have money left over to spend on other stuff. Like if you really want a Batman, I think Joe Mad is good for the price. Like if you really like, I just want a Batman. I love Batman. Joe Mad, he went up to 2,400 like not too long ago. The previously sold isn't entirely accurate, but like there have been times where there are sales between the hour and like ecomi tries to predict it. So yeah, like this thing still has like, in my opinion, like even if it was just 2,300, like this thing still has another 600 gems to move. So if you had to do a Batman, I would do Joe. I just call it Joe Mad for short. Both Steamboat Willies, doesn't matter. You can either stack 2 commons or you get the uncommon and like stack something else. What are some other ones? I kind of have this sheet. I want to make sure I'm not looking overlooking anything. Yeah, I could probably like, I need to build out this list a bit more and like try and like update it as much as I can. I think FA Joker is like pretty good. Again, like you can type in literally FA Joker. Yeah, he went up again, so I bought him for. All right, let's pull this up. Let's go. I think Jim Lee Joker is solid. I mean, he's had a high of $2,000. He doesn't have like that much movement, but I do think, I've mentioned this before. I mentioned this in the video I made 2 videos ago, technically, I think, that villains are underrated. Not just in the sense of like, you know, it's not just clickbait, but in the sense of like, all the Batmans, so all these Batmans, other than, I don't really count like Batman Who Laughs, because he's actually like a villain, but he also doesn't fight Batman himself. So aside from the Killer Croc Batman and Batman Who Laughs, like all these other Batmans, like Gary Frank, Jay Lee, Dick Sprang, like all these ones, there's 59,000 Batmans. That's just those ones. And that doesn't include the new Batman or the Batman Who Laughs. Batman Who Laughs is like 17,000 editions. There's 59,000 Batmans, but between these 2 Jokers, there's only 11,000. So like, there's 11,000 Jokers on the platform. I think some people forget that like, there's only 11,000 of these and there's 59,000 Batmans. So when the actual, like say actual, but like when the big Batman fans come in, like they're more than likely going to want to buy a Batman and then a Joker. Like they you know, they just go hand in hand. It makes sense. So, I mean, do I think like Jim Lee is going to like surpass like, I don't know. That's not going to like do Todd or anything like that, but it's like, I think it's going to nestle like, if you price like all the black and white stuff, like it'll probably be like number 3 or number 4. It just depends. That's just my opinion. Like there's like 11 FA Batmans, but there's like 1 FA Joker, and that's it. And like I've said this before, like Joker is like the most iconic like DC villain, of course, but it's like I think he's the most like well-known like villain like in the world. Like there's some very like people, like a lot of people know Thanos now because like the MCU and stuff, but like I think Joker is still like, there's more people that know Joker around the world than probably like any other villain. What else under 2,000 I think is solid? I think I said like Captain America too. He's pumped a bit. I think he still has room to grow. Ultra rare. He's at 1,500 right now, but he peaked at I believe just shy of $2,000. I feel like I'm just like pulling up the same NFTs all the time. Maybe we'll have to actually dig through here. Yeah, he peaked at like 2,000. He's at 1,500 right now. That's the ultra rare, so he's actually animated, which is pretty sick. I like that. Let's look at Deadpool. Is Deadpool? I haven't really looked at the like ultra rare or anything like that. Secret rare is 3,000. Ultra rare. Let's take a look at the numbers of the ultra rare. If you aren't like a big believer in like the whole removing cosmetics thing, or like, because it's also gonna be like, even if you could remove the cosmetics, like some of the stances for Deadpool are like really weird and kind of goofy. But all right, let's call it peaked at 1,000. He's at 740 right now. It just depends. So let's see if I can think of like one more. One more. Let's try and find like a not DC Marvel, like those like big IPs. That's gonna be tough. I might have to like go to Top Gainers to help me out. Not really a fan of the prints or like stamps or anything like that. It's hard like to not recommend DC, Marvel, and Disney, because like those ones are they're just solid. Like those just have so much popularity and like backing behind it. It's kind of hard to like not recommend them. Yeah, and it's hard because it's like, again, you know, I feel like most people, if they had, you know, some Ghostbuster NFTs, like DeLorean and like some other stuff, or like even some Decon stuff, like you're gonna sell all of that before your Deadpools or your Spider-Mans or your Batmans. Like you're gonna sell all of that before you sell like your actual like big name IP stuff. So your DeLorean, low on fees, on resale too. Yeah, let me catch up on chat. I know I just like read that really quick. Those are the ones I would kind of suggest, just like off the cuff. I mean, Supergirl's not, I mean, we just looked at Supergirl. I think she's not bad either. Question is like, are you better off with this or buying like 2 FA Harley Quinns? Because I think Harley Quinn's like 800. Honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I think Steamboat Willie would actually, like ultra rare Steamboat Willie plus a stack of 500 of just random like Deadpool, like uncommon Deadpools or Snow Globes or something like that would perform better than just Supergirl, in my personal opinion. So Supergirl's still solid, but it's like I'm definitely more of a fan of like I said before, buy like one pretty pricey NFT and then spend the rest of your gems on like a stack that you can actually like generate profit off of. Because in case something does happen, or if you do want to play a drop or whatever happens, like at least you have some gems to fall back on instead of like selling your Supergirl. Let's see here. Let me catch up. So common, oops, retail, yes. James Cooper, okay, I already read that. Brina Karthik, I am new and watch your content in Veve. It's good. Appreciate what you're doing for the community, dude. Of course. Yeah, I would love to keep doing this long term. I would love to. I know I'm like newer in the space. Like the channel is like not even 2 months old, I believe. I'll have to like double check on that. And I'm like, hey, like I'm doing pretty well with this like whole flipping thing. I feel like I get pretty good suggestions. I love helping people out that, like you said, I think people that own like less than 2,000 gems, like I think you could really benefit from my content, because all the other high tier traders, like all they understand is secret rares, grails. Like they don't need to do this stuff. Not like nothing against them, but their success is like surpassed that, right? Like on the app. So like they still have good insight. And I tell people too, like, if you're not confident with what I'm saying, like always cross-reference it with someone else. I think Randy Chavez, me and him like think the same way in a lot of things. Haven't gotten too much input with like other content creators or just like asking them questions about these kind of things. But I'm sure, I think Andrew Ellis could get good insight, because he literally just started a, I think 1,000 gem to like Rizzo series. So like he's in the trenches, like trying to find good deals, flip them and all that stuff. And he's one weathering out the dips and stuff just like I am. So, okay, let's see here. Javier, Varia. I don't know. I'm just gonna call it Javier. What's up, man? Cool channel. I appreciate it, dude. Usually I like turn off all the lights and like block it out and have this like cool effect in the background, but like it's the middle of the day and didn't really care to do that, so kind of wanted to like let some light in. And it's nice to know that, like, I don't know, I'll be honest, like when I first started the channel, I was kind of self-conscious. I'm like, oh my god, like everyone else has like a nice like ring light and cool setup in the background with like comics and like collectibles and like all these like very like trendy like setup stuff in the background, and I'm like, I don't have any of that. And I'm like, whatever. But it seems like people do enjoy the content and the information that they're getting, and it seems like they're capitalizing on it, which is good. Stat Neon, how much room you think Marvel Mighty's Fantastic Four still have to grow? Quite a bit. I do think, like, literally The Thing, Human Torch, and Mr. Fantastic all have room to pump because those have yet to come in the series. Like, if we look at Sue Storm. I'll just type in Invisible Girl. That's probably the better. Invisible Girl. Let's go. Help me. Ecomi. .wiki. Why are you not giving me what I want? All right, we're gonna refresh this. We're just gonna refresh it. Unless I'm misspelling invisible. That could be, that is very likely that I'm misspelling invisible. All right, let's see. So Invisible Woman, when she was announced, this series, like the realistic 3D statue version or whatever you want to call it ever, when she was announced, Invisible Woman pumped like ridiculous. Very short term, like the whole thing literally happened within like, I think like 2 or 3 hours. And like, she's actually held pretty steady since then. Like, so I remember she was chilling at 40 gems. She was chilling at 40 gems, and then like, she was announced, ran all the way up to, I think it was over, it wasn't over 100. It might have been for a bit. When was she announced? Let me look up the date on this one. Also, I should probably pull this open so you guys know what the hell I'm talking about. January 15th. And so she was probably announced on like the 11th, something like that. Because I think she was announced like a few days before, like 4 days before. Then they did the Medium article like 2 days after. So yeah, this makes sense. So around January 11th, I mean, it literally doubled in price. So I do think that's going to happen with The Thing, Mr. Fantastic, as well as the Human Torch. So, I think that's going to happen. So like, should you bank on that? Like, who knows? Like, there's still series that Veve have started that have like not yet finished, and it's been over a year. Like the Murmur set, it took him months and months and months to like finish or get to his second set. So I don't think you should buy them just off the speculation. Like, oh my God, they can announce Mr. Fantastic as a part of that series, and like this will pump like crazy. I don't think you should do it off just that speculation, but it could help it. Because that has yet to happen with like Mr. Fantastic. Like maybe he did pump a bit, but like, if he gets announced, like he will go up. And that's like a very short-term way to like probably get some profits, because like immediately after, people are going to post their stuff. So yeah, he pumped too. It seems like everyone bought the like all the Fantastic Four Marvel Mighties for the pump. So he went up to 80, now he's settling at 70, but like when Mr. Fantastic gets announced, he could go up to like 90, 95, like it could happen. That's kind of my take on it. I do think that like Fantastic Four Marvel Mighties is pretty cool, because like it is the FAs of all of them. I do think people are kind of sleeping on him because it's, they're like, oh, it's goofy, it looks super cartoony, but maybe it's not a bad investment. I'll have to take a look at these, because I think this is what put a lot of people just really settling between, we'll just skip that part of November, but like really just settling between like, what, 60 to 80 gems, just doing this. That's all it does. And with that 8.5% fee, like you're not making a lot of profit. So I think people have just slept on these for a long time. And then when it's hard to believe, he was under 100 gems, 84 gems at one point. But then when they announced Sue Storm, yeah, he really ran. And I'd argue like Fantastic, like the Human Torch is probably one of the more not likable, like cool characters. Like the Thing is probably the most likable and, all that stuff, but he's definitely one of the cooler characters. Let's see here. What else? Javier, our friendly... sorry, I skipped that. Sat Neon, room to grow. Okay. Barana, when we want gems, which one was selling fast for flips? When we want gems, which one was selling fast for flips? Is that a question? I'm not sure what the exactly asking. And that's the other thing too. Like if you guys are trying to go for flips, I tried going for flipping in the past. It just seems like a lot of grails just started running. But if you guys are newer to like Veve and you don't have a lot of gems, like you might have to like look into flipping, just because getting drops is really, really hard right now. don't let the 8.5% fee of like Marvel and Disney like scare you off, because though those do run very well. Like if there's a DC NFT for 200 and a Marvel NFT for 200, like see if there's a Spider-Man one and like a whatever one, like yeah, you need the DC one to go not as high to make profit. Like it only needs to go up like 5%, and then technically you're profitable. And the DC one, the Spider-Man, like would have to go up 10%. But like the DC and Marvel ones, they do run very well. So don't let like this extra 6% fee like scare you off. Like I've said that earlier in the stream, but like there's a reason why they run, is because they're super popular, and because the additional fee, people are more likely to hodl it too. Like at the very least in like the short to midterm. Let's see. Javier, I finally convinced my father to invest in Veve. He wanted to buy a Superman straight away today. I told him wait for a mini drop and get it more cheap. What are your thoughts? Let's look at Superman. I think I would agree. I don't think Minnie Mouse, again, like it's gonna really depend on like what is actually announced. What's he at right now? And again, I think we could be getting to the point where it's like all these drops, like after like the next big IP, people kind of assume that Veve isn't gonna make another big IP announcement in the future. So like let's say they do, ignoring Pokemon, I think that there's a little bit of market hesitation because like Pokemon could literally be next month, and that's what people are speculating. But let's just assume Pokemon doesn't happen or whatever, like regardless of Pokemon or not, let's say that. Regardless of Pokemon, or if it's like another big IP, like let's say they do Dragon Ball Z, or I'm trying to think of like another pretty big franchise, like Jurassic Park is pretty big. I'm sure there's some I'm just like forgetting that are like, duh, like they've been teasing this for so long. But big IP, like the market will dip pretty aggressively, but then after that, the market will just skyrocket because people are like, all right, cool, we got our big IP out of the way. Veve's probably not going to announce another one for like maybe 90 to 180 days. Not 180 days, but like, you know, for a month and a half to 3 months, let's say. Like it could be a while. So people are like, all right, time to just rocket prices up. I think he's pretty solid where he's at now. Like 6.3, I think it's a little greedy to wait for him to go like sub 5 again. It's your call. I mean, it is a decent amount of money. The only issue is like he could run. Like I even had the same kind of concern with like Todd or something like that, right? Like I'm still trying to consolidate some NFTs to like afford Todd. Because I'm like, God, like any day now, like Todd could just run to 18K. And he's out of reach, and then Superman can run to 9 or 10, and like we're just like, what happened? Like we just blink and this stuff is gone. I think a lot of it definitely hinges on what the Minnie Mouse announcement is. So I agree with you. I mean, if your dad has got some money to throw at this, you know, maybe wait, see if you can get him a good deal. Maybe wait. It really depends. There's a part of me that just says like, dude, just lock it in, like long term. Like if your dad's gonna hold it for 10 years, like just lock it in. But like waiting for like a 1,000 gem discount, like if he's really that tight on money, if he only wants to invest like 5.5K or something like that, then that's it. Let's see here. But yeah, that's my recommendation, Javier. I hope that helped. Like I don't. It's all speculation at this point, but yeah, I do agree. Like, wait, see what happens. If the Minnie Mouse thing leads into like a multi FA appearance of like the other Disney like characters, then yeah, I think that's pretty good. You are DeLorean low on fees on resale too. Yeah, I mean we can look at the ultra rare DeLorean. Hello, can you help me out here? All right, this looks like a solid refresh for me. MD Mendez, great one. Actually, I might just pick one up now that you mention it. Oof. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec here. I also don't want to blind you guys. I think we need, maybe the market is down. No, it's not down. I just need to log back in. Sorry, guys. That is not right. Sign in. Let me in. Market might be down, guys. Let's see. Or like, at least... Give me a sec. Maybe because I got my email wrong. There we go. All right, we're back. We're in business, and it looks like it's moving pretty fast. Cool. All right. What were we saying? DeLorean? DeLorean. Ultra rare. Wally's a good one too. I'd pick up Red Skull too. I did mention Red Skull in one of my recent videos. DeLorean's pretty solid. I mean, I had an 1800 peak. Listings are all right now. Like, I might have to like look at the walls to see like what's going on. Yeah, I could definitely see like DeLorean doing well. Question is like, for that same price point, like Joker's like 1600. It's for 1500. Joe Mad is like a little bit higher than that. DeLorean's like a good like middle ground. Like I don't think you can go wrong with it. The only thing with it is that I think it might take a while for it to get back up to where it was, where like 1800. I do think there's other NFTs that can maybe hit these like previous peaks a little bit sooner. I don't think it's like a bad bet. But like we are seeing some, you know, 100 listing, maybe not 100, like 80 listing swings here. We'll see. I don't think it's a bad bet, but like I think it's pretty solid. Wally, good one too. I pick up Red Skull. Red Skull was one I did mention that like I think people are sleeping on because what was he going? He was going for cheap yesterday when I did like my villains were underrated thing. Of course that was during the dip, so like shit was a little underpriced. So here's the dip. Man, dude, can you imagine picking it up at 668? But even picking it up at 800 is pretty good. Where do you peak at? 1200. This one's pretty solid too. I don't know. It just depends on how bullish you are with like Marvel Mighties and stuff. Like everyone's different, right? But I do think Red Skull is a decent. This one could be a pretty decent pickup. Same with Dr. Doom. Where's he sitting at? Hello? See if I can be lazy and get away with this. I'll just type in Doom, fine. Donnie. All right, there you are. 1100, so basically for 300 more gems, like 250 more gems. Let's see. Where's he at? I think this one's very good too. Both of these are very good. I'm just trying to think of like some equivalent trade or whatever for them. It's just hard. Like part of me would rather have like a Steamboat Willie, like uncommon, or even a common or uncommon. And in my opinion, but like these are both solid. Like, and that's the thing. It's like, it's not like if you don't get a Steamboat Willie, you're gonna make no money. Like I think like there could be a point where like Dr. Tomb like really pulls ahead. Maybe he hits 1500 like in a week, and Steamboat Willie doesn't. But like maybe Steamboat Willie overtakes it a month and a half from now. Like it just takes time. Like it's all relative. Like I don't think there's no like wrong answers. It's just like which one's the most right, if that makes sense, and at what point, right? That's why I'm kind of interested in timelines. When people just say long-term hodl, it's like, all right, what does that mean? Or like, what's the best NFT? Like you know, price points and timelines do help. Wally, good one too. I think so. I think I'd rather 1300. I think it's pretty solid. Like there is something to be said that it is a golden moment. Like as much as I want to just say, boom, ultra uncommon Steamboat Willie, I think he can do pretty well. Not like a bad investment. Let's see here. Hold or sell Catwoman right now. Let's see. I'll look it up. Mr. Locknet. Hi, I'm new here. Where can I find the Veve vibes? Well, here you're already here. Oh, like this site? Like this website? You have to go to ecomi.wiki.com to find it. Here, I'll show a... Not that this, like, even doing presentation mode matters, but this is the website, ecomi.wiki. Actually, I'll just type it in here. There. ecomi.wiki.com. Unfortunately, the charts are paid. That changed probably like a couple weeks ago. Before it was free, but now it costs money each month to do it. I think it's like 10 euro, which is well worth it in my opinion. So I love looking at these charts, and it literally provides me endless content to like look at all these NFTs and this crazy stuff. Final Fantasy. I keep thinking Final Fantasy. It's not it. Fantastic Four movie will be interesting to see how the market moves. I think so. Like, I think it'll move a bit, but if there is a pump, it'll happen probably a few weeks prior, in my opinion. And the pump will stop or maybe even start plateauing or dipping like a week prior. So that's what happened with like the No Way Home Spider-Mans. Everyone thought it was like gonna keep pumping like through the movie release and like a week after, but it just didn't do that. Like the pump happened prior, but not like during the movie's release. So like if you are gonna make a move, like maybe do it a handful of weeks prior and then like kind of be prepared, not like don't just sell, but like be prepared to potentially sell. But then again, like this could react completely differently. I'm going based off of just what happened with I'm going just based off what happened like the Spider-Man, so we'll see. Hi, I'm new here. Okay, already got that. What are your thoughts on Spider-Man and R2-D2? Also, what do you think would be better investment in your opinion? Of course, not financial advice, of course, just curious. We'll pull those both up really quick. My initial knee-jerk reaction is potentially R2-D2. That's like I think I have to just type in golden moments here. Golden moments. We'll see. It's funny because like they both have like pretty similar mints, right? Like similar mints, similar price point, same rarity too, I believe, which is kind of interesting. Not that really matters, but they both have like similar peaks. I could have sworn like Superman went to like 8.5K too. 227, 221, went all the way down to 153. Yeah, this is nuts. All right, look at Superman really quick. Yeah, a little bit more mints, not by much. Price point is he's a bit cheaper than R2-D2. I'm kind of curious to see where his peak was. It's hard to say because I would like there's still a lot of Superman fans to like get in here and like secure a position, and like Superman's also kind of like an old school NFT. But yeah, like they both almost have identical peak points, mints. They're both uncommon. Like this is actually probably one of the best comparisons like to another NFT that's like completely unrelated. You can kind of make the argument that like the 2.5% fee for Superman's like really nice. But dude, the Star Wars franchise and like IP is so strong. Like there are so many people that like R2-D2 and C-3PO. Like it's not like there's not diehard fanatics like that out there for like Superman. But Star Wars is so huge. So I would, even though it is like 80 gems, like an 80, like even though it's like 800 gems more, I would probably say R2-D2, in my opinion. Like long term, like I don't know why. Like I know a lot of old Veve people are gonna say like, well, it's Superman FA, like it's a grail, like, but dude, so is R2-D2. Like I don't know if he was like the actual FA of the Star Wars thing. I think that might go to C-3PO. But it's still like FA Star Wars, FA R2-D2, he's golden. Like that's awesome. Part of one of the first series that Disney's ever done. Like that's all huge. So I would say R2-D2 personally. As much as I love Superman and it is an NFT or like a grail I want to grab, I think actually R2-D2. Richard Cortega, damn, how long you been streaming? Jesus Christ, 4 hours and 15 minutes, dude. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, a while. I don't know. Part of me was just like, oh, I'll just go streaming for a bit, go all out, right? Let me check something here. I'm gonna make sure like it's showing. Yeah, like I might end it soon. We'll see. If that would have been nice. Just started. Okay, cool. Yeah, I might have to like edit here like relatively soon. So we'll see. Probably like 5-10 more minutes. So if you guys have any like burning questions you guys want to know, I'm gonna catch them on chat like literally right now. So if you guys have any like burning questions, let me know. So yeah, that'd be my thing. 16 to 17K for Steve Harley Quinn. It's not. That's not Steve Pugh's Harley Quinn, right? Talking about Steve Pugh, right? Steve Harley's. Unless I'm like overlooking something. I don't know. See what I think you mean. I think you mean Steve Pugh. Steve's Harley Quinn. Oh, you said Steve's Harley. Oh, I'm like Jesus. I'm like who's Steve Harley? Like, yeah, I see what you mean. Steve Pugh. Yeah, that's nuts. I mean, it's actually down $1,000, but like, I mean, she peaked at 2,200 10 days ago. So yeah, I mean, she's in a league of her own. Like, I don't even consider like she's obviously a Harley Quinn, but like she's mostly getting carried by, of course, like the really unique look and like the extremely low mints. So, so there's that going for her. It's a cool look. Probably not my favorite, but I do like the look. Brayna, what are your thoughts? Opinion between Omi and Veve NFT to pump money, or wait and pump and Veve land in summer if it happens? I'm not entirely sure. Like, I need to do more research on like Omi and like how that stuff's gonna like translate. Like who knows? Like Veve, like Omi could 4x in like the next month and a half once they get on like the public, like trading platforms and stuff. But then again, like a lot of NFTs could do that too, and like. Maybe Omi has like a huge bump when it initially drops, but then it plateaus for a while, maybe even dips. But like Veve NFTs are still going up. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't have any Omi. Like, I wish I could give you a better answer, but I just don't. Mephisto NFT, do you think long-term Spider-Man FA uncommon will surpass the common one? I'm not sure if Spider-Man FA or Ben Riley FA is better to hold. What are your thoughts? Spider-Man FA uncommon will surpass the common one. So I don't know if you meant... But then you asked about Ben Riley. Also not sure. Okay, so that's two different questions. I don't think the uncommon will pass the common. Sorry. I don't think the uncommon will pass the common. Mostly due to just like, it's on the loading screen. It's like part of the first Spider-Man set. Like it's a very big deal. Like they're both going to be priced like extremely well. But so I would say no on the first question. Also, I'm not sure if Spider-Man FA or Ben Riley is a better one to hold. What are your thoughts? There's a whole lot of them in that range. So are you talking common so common Spidey? It sounds like you might have like an uncommon Spidey versus the uncommon Ben Riley Spidey. I think the Ben Riley will sit somewhere in between the common Spidey and the uncommon Spidey, if that makes sense. Not entirely sure. Like the mint numbers are a pretty big deal, and it does have like a very unique look. Like it could surpass the common Spidey, but I'm not entirely certain. That's a lot of speculation. I'm not entirely certain. Do you think the market's going to pump in the next few days? It really depends, Creeper Dash Dude. It really depends on the Minnie Mouse announcement. I've said it like 5 times this stream. Like if it's just Minnie and it's like a poster, like a card thing, like not likely. But if it's like a multiple FA and they're gonna do like multiple cards or a new series or a set or whatever of like Goofy and Minnie and like and some other big people, like multiple FAs in one drop or like a series of drops, like yeah, we could see a dip. Javier, I think Ultraman Uncommon is sleeping and has some sick cheap mint numbers. I bought 2 uncommons and 1 common, waiting for the Asian market to thrive soon. Yeah, that's awesome. I do think it'll do well. Like, I know a lot of people have said like, well, it's not the original Ultraman, and like the Southeast Asian market is pretty bullish on it, but they don't like that version, or they'll still buy like the other superheroes like way more. Like, I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely like not a bad investment. The only issue or like concern I would have is like, from what I've heard, I think Veve ecomi said that they're working on like Chinese or like just, you know, Japanese, probably all that localization stuff might not happen till like early next year. That's kind of what I've heard, but I could be wrong. It's just a matter of like, even if the Chinese government legalized NFTs, are they going to allow them to use Veve? Are they going to have like government licensed NFTs and you can only do it on the government sanctioned blockchain? Like, who knows like what they're going to do? So it's a lot of speculation. I didn't dig too much into it because like a lot of things have to go right in a certain order at a certain time. But if it pays off, it's freaking huge if it pays off. But Choo-choo, should I get rid of my golden tricky rabbit or hodl? Let's see. Oh, my throat is killing me. I've only been casually talking for 4 hours and 20 minutes straight. Tricky. Why is it not showing Tricky? The trick? Tricky the obese bunny. He's going for just shy of 2K. I mean, it's a secret rare airdrop. Like, that's got some nice stuff to it. Obviously, the best time to sell it when it was like initially dropped. I think, yeah, like it was going for quite a bit up here. Not that much. Well, like 2K or 3K. Like, I don't know if there's actually any actual sales, but we're just seeing the listings drop. Would have been nice to sell it at 2.5. It's hard to say. I mean, I would hodl. Like, there's a very good chance you could fetch a nice premium on like Immutable X on it. Part of me wants to say like just wait for Immutable X and like see if you're willing to put it on there for that and just see what happens. But yeah, not entirely certain. I mean, there are some good NFTs you could get. Like if you just sold it right now, like you could probably get a yeah, you could probably get like a rare Spider-Man. You can get, again, I beat it with the dead horse, but like 2 common Steamboat Willies, like you can get some good stuff for it if you sold it right now. But I do think it is also worth hodling because a golden version of a series or set or whatever, like, I mean, you could ask for like, you know, $3.5 grand, $4 grand in ETH for it if you wanted to on Immutable X, maybe even more. Like, who knows? Like, if you're one of the few people that actually moves it off platform, that could be a big deal. There's an extra, could be wrong though. Okay, no, you're right, Artie. Like, I was just getting in my head. Minnie Mouse predictions, they will be all unique, one of one with different polka dots and probably music. Is that what they like actually announced, or is that? Let me see here. Is that what they like actually announced, or is that just speculation? Yeah. Or are you asking like assuming that? I think you're like assuming that it's unique, one of one with different polka dots and possibly music, like kind of like the lo-fi leak that some of the like Veve or like Disney people like leaked. If it's just a one of one, it seems a bit weird to. It's, I don't know. I couldn't even put a price on it if it's legitimately 101. It's the first one of one set. It's Minnie Mouse. Like, I couldn't even put a price on it if I wanted to. I don't know. If I want it, I wouldn't even like. If I want it, I wouldn't even list it. I would just post it on Twitter and just say taking offers, and that's it. Or part of me might be like, I'm gonna sell it in 3 days. I'm taking offers, and whoever's the highest wins, and that's it. And just because it's like almost like a burden, like I don't want to have, and like dealing with it, and there's like nothing else that could compare to it. I want to like build hype, build what's it called? What do you call it? Build like a sense of urgency. Like this is gonna happen, and there's people with like a lot of gems, and like not gems, but it's like I would trade it for Omi. That's what I would do. Like I'm happy with where I'm at, like at my vault and stuff, but like part of me also would like, all right, just give me Omi for it. Like I would love to put a shit ton of money in Omi, but I just, you know, don't have a ton of dough right now. Plus, like I could cash out my NFTs, but I kind of like playing with them on the market. And I feel like I'm doing a good job of like leveraging them to make profit. Yeah, I couldn't even put a price on it. Catwoman price. Let's check that out really quick. Catwoman. Keep reading chat. What do you think about the Labbits? Like I think whoever, I'm trying to remember who made the Labbits. It sounds like the person that made it, I'm completely blanking on their name, but like they made a lot of promises about breeding and this and that, but like it sounds like they didn't negotiate any of that with like Veve. And I think even Veve said that like we haven't discussed or like talked anything about like breeding yet. But I think that was like the biggest catalyst for it. That you could like mix and match them and like all that other stuff. So God, I remember telling people to buy this early January. What, it was like below 100? Yeah, it was like 99 gems. Now it's 400. It's pretty good, maybe a bit high for my liking. I mean, she peaked at 470. She's at 400 right now. I think the listings haven't dipped that much. I mean, she has a lot of listings to go through. And again, it's not always directly translated, right? Like that's what the listings were back then. And clearly there's a demand for her. And I know there's like a show or like a movie involved with her or something. So like, it's not a bad buy. I'd say it's pretty good. It's not a bad buy. Like I don't know what to say about it. Sorry, I'm kind of like running out of fumes here, but I do want to get through these questions real quick, then I'll probably hop off. What are you thinking about the price difference between R2-D2 and C-3PO long term? It seems like the most of the time R2-D2 is twice as valuable as C-3PO, even though the mint difference isn't that high. True, but prices do get exacerbated more by like the less mints there are. It's kind of hard to explain, or like it makes sense in my head, but like you can't, there's not like a strict mathematical formula between mints and stats. Randy kind of came up with one between like the ultra rare and secret rare, but I think that's even kind of breaking down a bit because there's so much extra money coming in the app, and like it's very easy for like secret rare versions of sets or counterparts to like ultra rares to like just run away and just be like, instead of just like four times the floor of whatever, like it just runs away and it just can't follow that formula forever. Long term, like I couldn't tell you, dude. I could have sworn like C-3PO was the official FA of the Star Wars like series or franchise or whatever, that like R2-D2 was like minted shortly afterward, but it does seem like R2-D2 is like the more likable character. It's had a lot of influence in the shows. Like C-3PO is awesome too, but I think it's mostly because of that. But who knows? Like maybe the prices could get closer together, like not double. Like there could be a point where C-3PO gets at about 7.5K, and then like R2-D2 hits 10K, so it's not exactly half. Things could change. Esteban Murillo, price prediction for common and uncommon Spider-Man. What time range are we talking here? Like, that's kind of important. If we're talking, I'm not a huge like price prediction person, as you can tell, because like there's so many catalysts that could happen. I don't know. It also depends if like they release another Spider-Man, and like is Pokemon coming, and Veveverse and Immutable X and the money transfer license. Like there's so many different things that can play a role in it. So thank you everyone that's been subscribing to the channel and commenting and all that stuff. Like it super helps. Someone even said earlier, or yeah, right here it says Deep Creeper Dash Dude, congrats on 700 subs. God, thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, I couldn't give you a price prediction, dude. Like things are crazy. Like the market's been so erratic the last month. Like I couldn't even give you a price prediction. When can we sell an Immutable X? Not entirely sure. They're working on it. It sounds like might happen like within the next month, but I could be wrong. But it's like, ooh, hashtag soon, whatever that means. Should I hold the Hooverville Labbit? I'll type in Hoover. All right, I will be getting off in 2 minutes. Hooverville Labbits, which one? Rare, okay. I'm not that bullish on Labbits, to be honest. I know like Veve Vision was for a while because you thought you could do breeding and stuff, but like even if we could do breeding, like that level of integration and like whatever you need to involve with like selling or like breeding Labbits and like destroying the previous one, like if we have anything like that related in like the Veveverse, it'd be like 2024 at the soonest, in my personal opinion, like 2024. with that level of stuff. Like I could be wrong, but yeah, a lot of movement here. It just doesn't seem to nudge behind, like past that 200. Like you could hold it to make an extra 120 gems, or sorry, you could hold it to like try and maybe make like an extra 20 gems, but I'm not entirely certain. I'm not saying like if you have to sell it at a loss right now, like I wouldn't, maybe hold it for a bit longer, but if you can sell it, or if like you are profitable and you could sell it, like I would probably get the I think legitimately like a Deadpool uncommon would like serve you better. Like even though it's cheaper, like I could definitely see this running to like $200 or like $250 like sooner than this. Or like any of the Deadpools are fine. Like hell, you can get a rare Deadpool for it's a bit higher, but don't want to say Groot's. Like I think the stacking is, you know, that. So not entirely certain, but like it's up to you. I would say you could definitely trade it out for something that like actually moves. It can actually like break above 200 for that point. They didn't announce. I'm just speculating exactly. I'm at 10K editions, all unique slightly, as in different colors. Oh, that's a lot to track. I don't think Veve would do that anytime soon, just because it'd be so hard to track it in the app. Because like, if there was a Minnie Mouse button, you click it, or like the little category, you tap it, and you go on the market. You have to click on every single NFT to find out which one has a different look. Like, I think that would be a logistical nightmare to deal with. Now if they did it in sections, just like now if they just did it in sections like they did with like common, uncommon, like if they did like that, price predictions on that, like if they did a blind box where it's like, all right, there's 8,000 commons, 1,000 uncommons, 750, like, you know, they just work their way down like their usual deal. Price predictions on that, I think secret rares would go for cards. It depends on like the cards look and stuff like that. Like 2K, 2.5K for secret rares because it's FA mini and it's just Disney people are insane. It's a secret rare. Like it's I think that'd be the first secret rare Disney drop, right? Too. Like if they did a secret rare of her, so I think that'd be like the first secret rare Disney. Not that like makes a huge difference, but like that's the first time we've witnessed it. So like I guess you're going for like 2.5K, 3K possibly secret rare like card. And then the rest would just go down from there. Like I couldn't speculate all the rest, but aka Bash, you think we should wait to buy more collectibles when Disney's announced to get steals? I think now's a pretty good time to buy. It's still relatively early. Like some NFTs have pumped quite a bit, but I still think we have an additional day or two of like pumping. So like I think now's a good time. Even if they did announce Minnie Mouse or whatever, like things will retrace a bit, but I doubt it's like nothing's gonna like bottom out or like drop an additional like 40-50% where it's at now. I just don't see it. But Taxi Corp Electric Taxis, nearly 700 subscribers already. I joined really around 10 subs. Really, I think doing great, fella. Dude, I really appreciate that. I love having like all the early subs. I think there is a way I can go into YouTube and track like where my earliest subs are. There might be a way to do that. Maybe I'll do like a giveaway or something cool like that for like my earliest subs or something. I don't know how I would pull that off, but that'd be pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it. Actually, let's go ahead and check out. I'm just gonna mute the music for a sec, so apologize for that. Let's go ahead and see if we can like. I know Rainy Shaw is like they were like rating someone or whatever. That always seems like fun. I mean, we got what 40 people here, which is pretty chill. I don't think anyone else is live streaming right now. At least it doesn't seem like it. I think Randy Chavez should be streaming soon. Yeah, I don't see anyone else streaming right now, but doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone else is streaming right now. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. So I appreciate all you guys stopping by. Don't forget to follow me on YouTube, Twitter. I actually hang out quite a bit in like the Discord like market chat, so occasionally you'll see me on there as well. But I also wanted to have you guys follow me actually on Veve, because occasionally I will put up a post or like a feed or whatever. I kind of want to be more active on there because I think it is kind of nice that you do have people saying like hello and like what's up and all that stuff like on the app outside of just like buying and selling and trading. Like I think this morning I just wish people luck on the drop today, and I had a few people reply, which is cool. So you want to do is if you're trying to add me on Veve, you need to go to Steamboat Willie, the ultra rare, and go to high price. Please work. Oh, fuck. Gotta reset the app. I hate it when that happens. Just go to Steamboat Willie ultra rare. Go to the very top. I know there's a bunch of listings at 9.9, but mine's just listed for 9 mil. It's just so strange. Like I really wish like Veve found it an easier way to like add people or like add friends and stuff like that, instead of like going to like an obscure listing and like organizing it by different means and all that stuff. So I thought that was always kind of funny. Come on, please work this time. There we go. So I'll show you guys right here. Whoops, that is not right. There we go. So you're just gonna go to the all together now, like the ultra rare, and then go down. I've just passed myself. I am right here at 9 million.